Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting of Wednesday, October 23rd, 2024. This committee meeting is being convened in person and by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, City of Vancouver Electronic Meetings. As such, committee members and the public may participate in person or by electronic means. Video of committee members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. In case of an emergency where we need to evacuate the building, I would like to direct your attention to the exits. There are 2 exits beyond the glass doors and to the left. If the glass doors are obstructed, please direct your attention to the 4 exits in this chamber. Please use the stairs and do not use the elevator. I would also like to highlight that there is a defibrillator located at the end of the hallway outside of the council chamber. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and we thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Yes. Councillor Klassen is in the chair. Mayor Sim. Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Present.
Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly. Councillor Boyle has a leave of absence for the entire day. Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague.
Present.
Councillor Meisner.
Present.
And Councillor Jo.
Present.
The meeting has quorum. Chair Klassen.
Thank you very much. All right, so any comments on agenda items can be sent to the committee using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be posted on X at @VanCityClerk. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders. I remind the committee that when addressing speakers and the city's team members, we will avoid using gendered honorifics, and we will instead refer to the person by first name and last name, role, or title. Today we have 4 reports and 6 member motions. The committee will recess the meeting and break for noon at lunch. Council will reconvene in camera at 1 p.m. and then the committee will reconvene at 2 p.m. to continue to deal with the remainder of the agenda. If needed, the committee will recess at 5 p.m. for a dinner break and then reconvene at 6 p.m. to complete the agenda. If the meeting does not finish today, we will reconvene next Tuesday, October 29th, 2024 at 3 p.m. The committee will now consider matters adopted on consent. We have reports 1, 3, and 4 on the consent agenda for the committee's consideration. We will hold report 2 to hear from speakers. The committee may adopt the recommendations for reports 1, 3, and 4 on consent. And does any member wish to hold any of the consent items for debate or questions of members? Councillor Dominato.
Good morning, Chair. Yes, I'd like to hold report 1 for questions.
Okay, thanks very much. Very good. Okay. All right. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on the remaining consent items, which are items 3 and 4? Seeing none. So we have reports. Zero Waste 2040 5-year implementation update, and report 4 appointments of the council representatives. Okay, so Councillor Fry would like to hold item 4. So going back to item 3. Item 3 is to vote on consent, adopted on consent. Zero Waste 2040 5-year implementation update. All those in favor, please say yay. Opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. All right. Actually, I should have asked for a mover and seconder. My apologies. Can I moved by Councillor Bly, seconded by Councillor Dominato. All those in favor say yay. Opposed say nay. Okay, that item is approved on consent. Thanks very much. All right. So the reports that we have forthcoming are one, Urgent Mental Health Substance Use Enhancement Program 2024 update. Report 2, the Gastown Water Street Pedestrian Zone Pilot Update. Oh, I'm sorry, that's not a report, that's just a presentation. And we will also I'm sorry, we've got all the only approved item so far is the Zero Waste 2040 5-year plan. We have speakers on the other ones. All right, so we will go to the first item, the Urgent Mental Health and Substance Use Enhancements Program 2024 update. Committee, does any member wish to declare conflict of interest on this item? Okay, so we are going to be hearing from speakers. There are a number of slides, and so we'll turn it over to our team members to present. Thank you. Go ahead. I'll just make sure your mic is on. Whoops. There you go.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Margaret Witkins, General Manager, Arts, Culture, and Community Services, and I'm pleased to be introducing an update from Vancouver Coastal Health on the city-funded Urgent Mental Health and Substance Use Program. The Urgent Mental Health and Substance Use Program, led by VCH, was initiated through a council motion in November 2022. The framework for the program was approved by council in February 2023. Council received a report on the progress in February of this year, and today's report serves as a further update. There is no decision requested of Council today. A request for grant funding to continue the program in 2025 will be included in a November social policy grant report to Council. From City staff joining me today are Jody Sutter-Jones, Managing Director of Social Policy and Projects, as well as Shabna Ali, Senior Social Planner. And I would now like to introduce Caitlin Etherington, Director of Homeless Response and Mental Health and Substance Use Supported Housing at VCH, to take forward the presentation. Thank you.
Before we get started, I'm just having some technical issues getting my screen to share, so it won't allow it to share. It just won't stay on the screen. Thank you. So here's my presentation. The arrows to. Good morning. Sound work? Good morning. Nice to be here. Thank you for having us to report back on the grant that was unanimously passed about a year and a half ago, and to report our progress since then. So my name is Caitlin, and I'm an operations director with Vancouver Coastal Health. I have some colleagues with me, and I'll introduce them as they come up. We'll take turns presenting. The agenda for today, we are going to start off with just a reminder of the initial goals of the framework that we presented. We'll do first a high level and then some more specific program updates, and then some cross-program updates, including the budget at the end. And before we dive in, I just want to acknowledge that we are having this meeting and we do our work on the traditional and unceded territory of the Coast Salish people, including the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh nations. So just to go back about a year and a half, these were the goals in our initial framework. We wanted to increase the capacity of the system to respond in a health-focused way for people who are in or who are approaching a mental health crisis. We also wanted to specifically provide additional and improved services and earlier de-escalation support for both the individuals who are in crisis as well as the people, the kind of non-health partners that are supporting them. And really importantly, we wanted to strengthen the Indigenous approaches and improve the Indigenous client experience with these programs, as well as the outcomes and access to mental health and substance use services. And I think when I look back on these in the last 18 months, I really think, and I hope we show in today's presentation, how much we've been able to take strides towards all three of these goals. So this is just a very high-level graphic of all of the programs that sit underneath this framework. And so the first row is all of the new or expanded teams, actual services that we have implemented over the past 18 months. The Mobile Crisis De-escalation Team is a brand new team, as well as the Indigenous Crisis Response Team. It's an even newer team, just operationalized a couple weeks ago. The VPD Operation Command Center is also a new service that kind of sits underneath the CAR 8788 program, which, as you all know, is a long-standing Vancouver program that's decades in the making. As part of this work, we've also been able to have an external third-party evaluation done of all of the teams there in blue. And we look forward to next year having an Indigenous-led evaluation done of the Indigenous Crisis Response Team. And then throughout all of this work, we've been focused as well on system coordination. And you'll hear about that throughout the presentation, how as we add new services to the system, we want to make sure that we're coordinating and ensuring that the right response goes to any particular crisis. So we'll get into details about all of those, but this is just the high-level overview. So crisis exists on a continuum, and two ways to think about that continuum, two factors that inform that continuum are the imminency of the crisis and the risk, the inherent risk embedded in that crisis. And so what we've been enabled to do with this city grant is to build out our continuum of response to crisis. And we've added this additional layer on the bottom of these non-police crisis response teams. And that's the moderate de-escalation team, the mobile de-escalation team, and the Indigenous crisis response team. And so just to go through these, I think it's really helpful to kind of understand how we triage amongst these different levels of intervention. So if there is an incident that requires an immediate police response due to that imminent and significant safety risk, that was, and will continue to be a 911 response. That's a patrol response. We've been able to increase the ability of CAR 87 and 88 to respond. And that's really when there's definitely a need for a clinical assessment. And then we have information based on what's happening in real time or the records that we have available to us that indicate that the level of risk might need a police response, a police co-response. And often that's when we think there might be an apprehension involved based on the level of risk to self or others. And we know that the VPD is the only body who can bring people into a hospital if they're unwilling to go on their own. So in those instances, that is the police health response is the most appropriate response. But now we have this new these new options in our system. They're so important and we're so needed. That's the non-police crisis response. So this is still a crisis situation. And we definitely need a clinical assessment to sort out what's going on with someone's health in that moment. And there's no perceived risk. So there really is the ability to respond without police there. And so that's the work that we've done over the past, part of the work that we've done over the past year and a half. Okay, so operational updates. I'm going to start with a couple overview slides, and then we'll get into the program-specific areas. So this is our recruitment progress to date. We know there's lots of interest on kind of how many FTE we have been able to hire through this grant money. And actually, we needed to hand in these slides a couple weeks in advance. And so we've already, we've had a nice little hiring blitz over the past couple of weeks. We're now up to about 70% filled there. And just because I know there's some interest in this as well, we pulled the numbers that about 50% of those FTE are nurses. And then the other FTE are care coordinators and social workers and physicians and all these other really essential clinical positions in interdisciplinary teams. And just to pull that apart a little bit more, the CAR program and the OCCLN, the OCC Liaison Nurse, those are all nurses. Those are nurse-specific programs. Whereas the MODE team and the Mobile De-escalation team and the Indigenous Crisis Response team are interdisciplinary teams. And the rationale for that is really that it allows a really robust response and kind of wraparound response for clients in crisis, which is what is the evidence base to support those clients and to bridge them to new services. And everyone's able to work at their full scope when we have those multidisciplinary teams. So that's our current recruitment to date. Maybe the last thing I'll say about this is just that this is definitely reflective of a really difficult hiring environment for health and for many other sectors. It's also reflective of a phased implementation approach, which we've always known that we were going to have to take with these brand new programs. And so, you know, we are pretty pleased with the slow and steady progress we've made around hiring. We also wanted to provide you with something really tangible to really understand or quantify to the degree that's possible the impact of your investment. And so we've broken it out by the teams and pulled the data on the number of interactions that these teams are having every day. And this isn't just the initial call and that initial visit, but it's the subsequent visits and the calls and the consultations. So it's all the work that these teams are very busy doing, supporting their clients every day. And we've left out the Indigenous Crisis Response team just because they are just a couple weeks old. So it's too early to really report or project. But you can see that right now, there's an additional about 116 interactions happening every day with your investment. And then we're projecting out into the future where that'll look more like 160 plus the really valuable addition of the Indigenous Crisis Response team. So there's a significant amount of support getting to community that wasn't 16 months ago. And with that, I'm going to get into the Mobile Crisis De-escalation team. That team sits under me operationally. And so you can see the phased implementation timeline happening there on the right-hand side. And that's brought us to current operations, which is still Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. We actually have about 17 FTE hired to date on that team. And we're receiving calls and referrals mainly from supportive housing and shelter providers, as well as other community service providers and our healthcare partners. That's part of where we're doing this triaging to make sure the most appropriate response is being deployed. So that's either CAR 8788 might get a call and refer that to us, or the Operation Command Center, as well as our VCH Access and Assessment Center, which is our already long-standing point of contact for the public for when they want to, when they need some mental health supports. And so we do get calls from the Access and Assessment Center as well. So every day we've been pretty consistent for a couple of months now. We're getting anywhere between 8 and 10, give or take, calls a day. About 85% of those are unique callers. So we do know that we do have some kind of repeat callers, which again, we would expect. It is the nature of crisis response that it's not always tied up in a neat bow very quickly. It requires often multiple attempts to support somebody. And we take it as a positive indication that our key partners in the community are willing to call back out and get help. Again, that seems to us like an indication that it's working and they're feeling supported by this team. The referral sources you can see there are broken down. So most of it is from the housing and shelter providers. And then you can see about 10% from the 8788 and OCCLN, as well as from other community service providers. And then the other 8% there is referring to VCH teams, other VCH teams that need support around one of their clients or something happening on one of their sites. The average number of visits, just to add that in, is generally about 5. So this isn't just responding once and de-escalating that situation, but it is really trying to figure out how to support somebody to connect them into a pretty complex system of care. The primary reasons for calls include paranoia, suicidality, erratic or unusual behavior, chronic delusions, and psychosis. And to give you a sense of what that often looks like, those behaviors will kind of manifest in a way that, again, doesn't excludes them from from being apprehended. But it also makes it really difficult for our existing teams to connect with them and engage them into care. And so what this team is able to do over those 5 visits is build rapport, do that clinical assessment, really understand what's going on with that person, and wrap around supports in a way that our current teams just don't have the capacity in order to bridge them over to the healthcare system. And that's reflective in this last point, which is about 63% of these referrals are not at that moment attached to other VCH services. So they are people often who are kind of falling between the cracks, and this team has been able to fill that crack to some extent. This slide shows you the number of calls that MODE is receiving that are referral and support only. So where the support that we're giving is happening over the phone. And then in about almost 70% of the cases, it also includes an outreach visit. Oop. Oh, there we go. And then I'll get into each one of those buckets in a little bit more detail. So for those folks that were not going out and doing that interaction with them in person, mostly that's because they're already a client with one of our other teams. We're able to figure that out very quickly. We call that team, let the team know that their client is not doing well, and have that team follow up with them. And if they're not able to that same day, then we will go out and do the response. Sometimes we've done a risk screening over the phone and realize that this is a more appropriate call for the car, and we refer over to the car. We are receiving some calls after hours. That 12% represents about 24 calls since January, and we follow up with those the next day. And either we're responding them to the next day, or perhaps they've resolved themselves overnight. That we have some that are not appropriate call for service. We don't see a crisis that needs responding to. And then some private callers who, again, we redirect over to the Access and Assessment Center, which is our existing service for people who need access to mental health services. For the 400 or so calls that have happened since January that were that also required an outreach visit, 100% of the time we're doing this mental health clinical assessment. And just to flesh out a little bit more this idea of the multidisciplinary team, that first visit is always with a nurse. So the nurse is going and doing this clinical assessment, and then depending on what happens after that, that nurse will stay involved for some portion of those follow-up visits, or they'll defer that kind of follow-up work to a care coordinator or a social worker to wrap around support from that client. We're also, in most cases, doing some de-escalation and care planning with both the caller and the client. In about 15% of the cases, we are doing a consult with our physician, so we might be curious about certification, we might need a medication start, something along those lines that we need to access that physician for. You can see we have some referrals over to the system, a very small amount of certifications, which is what we want to see. We really aim to support these clients without a certification. That is one of our goals. Sometimes it is necessary and does need to happen. And then in some instances, we are escalating to up the continuum of supports. And then in some instances, the client isn't there or is refusing service when we arrive and does not want to engage. And then my last slide about MODE, I just wanted to spell out a little bit, like in a little bit more detail at where we've come from, where we're going in this phased implementation approach. So we started right after we got the grant. We started doing community engagement around what the service is and what it should be. We had a community reference group guide us as we developed the mandate and model of the program. We did a number of some one-on-one engagement with community members as well as focus groups, and that included people with lived experience as well as Indigenous-led organizations. And then one thing we heard early and often in our engagement was this desire from community to be part of that continuum of crisis response. So they also wanted training on how can they help de-escalate sooner. And so as part of the engagement, we did provide training for 130 staff from 12 different community service organizations during that year, which was very well received. And then as we've grown, we started with much fewer than, I think we had 7 FTE when we started. And so as we've provided the service, we've kind of learned more and more about what the service is and what the team makeup needs to be, and then we hire to meet those needs. So we're implementing the learning in real time. We'll continue to do that as we continue to expand into next calendar year, as we look ahead to weekend coverage and to adding additional referral partnerships. And we'll be working with all of our key partners around what exactly those new referral partnerships should look like. And I think that's it for mode, so I'll take a step back and introduce my colleague, Dr. Lindsay Farrell. She can tell you her title when she gets up here so that it's correct. And I will be back at the end of the presentation.
Thank you, Caitlin. Bonjour, Anin. Minigijik Kanawaya, Lindsay Farrell, Indigenous cause. Mongnaman and Durham and Dunjamnatang and Dunjabanmakwakwed. Hello. It's really wonderful to meet you all and greet you in my language. My name is Dr. Lindsay Farrell. I have the immense honor and privilege to serve as the Director of Indigenous Mental Health and Wellness and Community Services at Vancouver Coastal Health and lead this really amazing team, the Indigenous Crisis Response Team. So to my knowledge, the Indigenous Crisis Response Team is the very first Indigenous-specific, holistic, non-police crisis response service developed within any of the regional health authorities in British Columbia. This new service was co-developed using Indigenous health system transformation and distinction-based approaches with participation from the First Nations and Aboriginal Primary Care Network, or the FNAPCN, with representatives from the First Nations and, the Urban Native Youth Association, Kilala Lelam, Luma, and the Vancouver Aboriginal Health Society, really participating on a working group along with representation from Squamish Nation, Ustoi Health and Wellness, and Musqueam Health. The first conversations for this new service really started in the fall of 2023. And then over the course of the winter, we held 3 in-person working group meetings where we shared food and we really co-developed every single aspect of this new service. We had discussions on what type of roles should be on this new service, what the positions should be, what the team composition should look like, what is the role of culture for crisis response? And we even decided on the name. So this working group concluded spring 2024, and then we really transitioned to the internal operational work to launch this new service just this past summer. Since this is the very first Indigenous crisis response service of this kind within the regional health authorities, this meant the internal work really to create system transformation. So what that looked like was creating new job descriptions that didn't previously exist for this service, or really significantly editing existing job descriptions to make them fit this new service. But the good news for other health authorities within the province that may be looking to create an Indigenous crisis response team within their own region, these job descriptions are now in HABC and readily available. What do we do? So the Indigenous Crisis Response Team leads with cultural safety to provide mobile mental health and wellness crisis response services for people focused in the downtown Eastside community. ICART launched on August 26th, 2024. The team includes 9 staff, so including a team lead, 2 outreach nurses, 4 Indigenous cultural practitioners, 2 Indigenous care coordinators, in addition to an on-call episodic physician. And it's not listed here, but we also have on-call episodic psychiatry support. Current operations are Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. To date, all 9 FTE have been hired, and we are 8 weeks old today. In addition to the team providing outreach services and traveling to the person's location to provide same-day mobile mental health and wellness crisis response service, our team also does critical incident and stress debriefing. We do wellness checks in case of crisis when the regular care team cannot respond, or if the person is not connected to a care team, or if, as Caitlin mentioned, they're just disengaged from a care team at that time. We also do short-term follow-up and provide connection to Indigenous cultural supports and system navigation. Within our service, partnership is absolutely key to our success. And so we're really pleased to be partnering with a number of Indigenous community-based organizations and community service providers to do this work. I'll pass it now over to Robert. Thanks so much.
Good morning. I'm Robert Bush, Operational Director for all of our police embedded programs, which includes CAR 87, 88, AOT, which is our assertive outreach team, as well as our ACT assertive community teams, which all have police associated with them. And as you've already heard, the OCC liaison nurse now fits into this. So we're very fortunate. As you know, the CAR program has been, was initiated here in Vancouver in the 70s. It's been a program that many other jurisdictions have looked to when they've been developing their program. In essence, it is a program where you have a clinician working closely with an officer to go out into the community and intervene in situations where there's a mental health crisis. The city's investment has allowed us to double the number of cars that we can have on the road at one time, with some overlap during peak times. We are very fortunate that we were able to recruit very quickly into these positions. So we're very happy that we've been able to fulfill this. So the Operational Command Center, sorry, let's just. So the data related to the CAR program, we've been able to increase. So a comparison from last year, 2023, to the same period this year, we're seeing significant increases in the referrals that we're getting from housing and shelters. We're also seeing a significant increase from referrals from the community services, and also one of the measures that we're tracking allows us to see the number of outreach visits that we're able to conduct. The program has been well established. As I referred to, we've had a number of other jurisdictions come and meet with us and do a drive-alongs to see how the program goes. So other municipalities are following this program, but we've had people internationally from New Zealand come and visit as well. The other thing I would just mention is that we have the good fortune, we now have 2 psychiatrists who are supporting the program. They will go out with the car when needed, but they're there as a resource to the program. Shifting over to the Operation Command Center, the liaison nurse, this is the first of its kind that we're aware of in Canada. And in essence, it's putting the triaging clinician up front, working shoulder to shoulder with the officers in the Operational Command Center to be able to assess calls as they come in and to respond with the most appropriate level of care at the right time. The focus of this assessment is to determine the level of risk. Obviously, safety is paramount, and then to best intervene with the service that will support the caller in the most appropriate way. So as we get into the data, patrol is still a significant part of the response. CAR 8788 is another level, mode, as you've already heard, and our interaction with our community mental health teams. I would just also underscore that the success of this program is supported by information sharing agreement between the VPD and Vancouver Coastal Health, so that when we determine what level of response is to be deployed, we have a good understanding of both the clinical presentation as well as any history that the VPD has with folks. So, okay, I'm gonna go. The operation, this slide is in your deck to provide you with some details around the graphic that I'm going to show next, but we did want to have it in a written format so that you would be able to see it. So the operational command center liaisoners, it's only 11-hour shift, and they're responding to the calls that come into the call center. So I'm going to go to the graphic. So overall, there are approximately 650 calls received by the VPD in a 24-hour cycle. Out of those calls, 62 are deemed appropriate for the Operation Command Center liaison nurse. And that breaks down into 40 calls that both the team, the officers, and the clinicians are assessing. And then there's an additional 22 calls that fall outside of the shifts. From within the 40 calls, what we're experiencing is there are 10 calls that get a in-depth review, and this would include what we're really looking for is what is the connection to healthcare, what is the level of risk that may be presented when we're dispatching a team. So out of those first 40 calls, 5 would be deemed health-led, so that we would refer that person to a mental health clinic, or we would connect with the case manager who would meet the person. So in-depth, but a health response, so that we are not deploying the police or the car. The car would be deployed in this one. The second level of 5 would be where we've added information. We've done an in-depth review of the caller and deemed that there's a number of unknowns and a level of risk that it needs to go back to the VPD to follow up on. And then the 30 other cases is where we're consulted. There may be something that's happened in the building. We've had situations where a person has walked into the police station, and our staff would help intervene with that individual and support them on their path. What we anticipate is that going forward, once we are fully staffed at the OCC, we're going to see an increase. We'll be able to address more calls. We'll be able to cover we'll be able to cover a greater portion of the day with some overlap during peak times. So we hope to be able to double all of our measures. Okay, and now I'll turn it back to Caitlin.
Catch myself up. Okay, so just to close up, just in terms of the overarching parts of the work that we've been up to in the past year, I'll go through some slides about the evaluation and the system coordination work we've been doing. So we're just finalizing the data collection. This is for the evaluation for 8788, the OCC liaison nurse, and the MODE program. Just a reminder, so we talked about how long CAR 8788 has been operating. This will be its first external evaluation. So a final report we're expecting end of this year, very early next year. And then midway through this year, we did kind of shift the approach in how we were focusing on the Indigenous client experience and made this decision to have a separate Indigenous-led evaluation for the Indigenous crisis response team. So we've kind of shifted internally with our evaluation, we shifted how we were approaching that as well. And then the system coordination work. We have had a number of conversations, both internally and with really key partners in Vancouver around system coordination. So as we've talked a lot about through this presentation, the referral pathways between the mobile crisis de-escalation team and the Indigenous crisis response team, the CAR and the OCC, we have really strong referral pathways. So if a CAR and our own access and assessment center. So if the call's coming to VCH, we feel really confident that we're, to the best of our ability, deploying the most appropriate team. But we're also doing this work with external partners. So we've started talking about an information sharing agreement between VCH and the crisis line to ensure that those calls are going to the appropriate service. And then we're also having early conversations with the ambulance service around finding a diversion pathway for low acuity mental health calls that end up with ambulance to divert them away from the emergency department. So still work that's underway. It's system work. It takes a long time, but really exciting and pretty transformational conversations there. And just a reminder of what the goal is for this project. When we talk about system coordination is really, we know there's a number of entry points and we want to make sure that across the system, we're doing that referral and communication to make sure the appropriate response to the client in crisis. And that brings us to oh, no, it does not. We have one more slide on our expense to date. This is to September 12th. The further along we get in our hiring, the more exponentially that number rises. So it'll be a little bit more than that before we get to the year end. But that's what the budget has looked like for this calendar year. And just once again, want to express our really sincere gratitude for the opportunity to do this work. It's been really amazing to watch our teams and the leaders within VCH that report up to Lindsay and Robert and I really run with these incredible programs. And anecdotally, we've heard from community just what a huge impact it's had. So just extreme gratitude for all of you for making that happen. And that's it for us.
Okay, thank you very much. So much great information there. So councillors, you have 5 minutes now each to ask questions to our team members and members of Vancouver Coastal Health who are part of this presentation. And I see we have many people on the queue here, and so I will go to Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks very much for a very comprehensive presentation. There's a lot in there, and I'm going to say thanks, first of all, for the work. It's I noted in terms of framing my first question, there's sort of a theme of forging new ground here, if you will, with the first Indigenous crisis response team, things like the embedding, the first ever, I think was referenced, sort of the expertise in terms of the VPD's OCC, the Operation Command Center. And I know that, there's a lot of commentary from individuals, well, you're going to hire 100 nurses, you're at 35, or are they nurses, are they social workers? And you talked about interdisciplinary teams. It's we're trying a lot of things that new. I'm wondering if you can comment, generally speaking, what you think the broad-based benefits are of kind of, I guess, going down a new path, if you will, in this partnership and sort of forging new ground. What are you seeing that are going to be some of the key outcomes or benefits?
looking to see if anybody else wants to take that question. What do we see as the key benefits? I mean, I think this is kind of how we do our work in health. We have a problem in front of us or a gap in front of us, and we start with like, well, what do those clients need? And we really work up from there. So what our teams look like is really molded to provide the right response to those individuals. I guess ultimately, ideally, the response is a more robust system that feels supported, more robust responses for our clients who are getting access to the care that they need. I think that doing things that haven't been done before is kind of part of doing business in this world of healthcare with the level of complexity we're seeing. I would think that if we came to you with, you know, a nurse-only outreach team that's happened before in the downtown east side and we just replicated that, I would say that we probably weren't doing our job in 2024 with the complexities we're facing now. So that's not a great answer, but I'm not sure if that helps.
So I guess to that point is that what we're doing is, if I can, tell me if you think I'm framing this or summarizing it correctly, is we're sort of walking before we run in terms of being informed by some of the gaps and then tailoring the response to support that. So for example, the Indigenous crisis team, or looking to fill needs that either where there wasn't coverage for particular times, where there wasn't as much of a health response if it was a call going into 911, for example. So is that a good way of framing it, that where the time is being taken to ensure that the response is responding to needs and as effective as it can be?
Very much, and that's informed not only by us within healthcare, but with very robust conversations with community. I think it's really those two lenses coming together that's led us to the framework that we have today.
Okay. And so would you say that, that you're happy with the speed at which we are going, because you're taking time to do the right way? And I'm asking that question because one of the criticisms that we hear is, I think, a very simplistic analysis. Well, you said you'd hire 100 nurses and some are social workers, or it's not going fast enough, or we're at 35 and not the full way there yet. So what would you say to that?
I'm much more pleased with where we are now than if we had just posted 100 nurses. I think it's a more strategic investment. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate it. And thanks for all the work.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, and likewise, great to have this comprehensive update at Council, and I know there's lots of chatter out there about progress on this particular initiative, so thank you for bringing that information forward today. I just want to focus in a little bit on the mobile crisis de-escalation, and we hear of sort of grassroots groups sort of, you know, cropping up and feeling like there's a gap that they could fill here and there across the city. And I wonder how integrated the work is that you're doing with frontline service organizations that maybe in the not-for-profit category, but do a lot of outreach and on-demand support for folks to make sure that they are clear with what you're doing, and there could be some common goals that with the support of this program and their connection to community, there could be some gaps really closed there.
Yeah, so a core part of the mandate of the MODE team is to be talking and engaging with community. There's a reason why we started with the referral source being community service organizations. So we are doing that to the best of our ability. A really good example of what you just asked was when we had that street closure during the summer and Mission Possible came in to provide some support. During that, MODE partnered with Mission Possible because they were there on the ground, but they had a direct number to Mission Possible. So if there was something that came up that they couldn't quite deal with, they had a direct line to MODE. Okay. So I think like it's such a complex system that as we're around longer and longer and more of those organic partnerships are allowed to develop, or proactively, if anybody wants to have a conversation about how to better partner, then we're really, really open to that. But that's what we're hoping, and we definitely see a role for community-led grassroots crisis response as well. We do not think that we're filling all of the gaps by any means.
Yeah, it strikes me as an opportunity to just continue to strive to be working closer and
Yeah,
closer.
it's essential, I would say. Yeah, thank
Well,
you.
you mentioned the street closure. Are you referring to the pilot, the gas?
There was a pilot,
Yeah,
Gastown pilot, and Mission Possible had a role there
Yes,
to kind of
yeah.
be present, so we
Yeah,
partnered with
I'm
them.
familiar with that.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Just wondering, because it's a very good question, and a question that while you were, or it was a good point that you made, and while you were presenting, it flagged for me the connection you have, so similar maybe for the not-for-profits to the BIAs. So we know in this particular area, they very much as well are ground zero representing their broad membership. And now we're really talking about Gastown and Hastings Crossing and Chinatown and all of those areas. So how can they access you?
Yeah, so we haven't started, so when I talk about as we expand increasing referral pathways, the BIAs and businesses are part of who we would like to bring into that referral pathway family. We just have to start that process. And we really needed to make sure we got to a certain staffing level that we would be able to handle those additional calls coming in. So we are very open to those conversations, and we're anticipating that we'll be having them in the next short while.
So, okay, so we're sort of like at the point now where we could start to look at more broader engagement.
Yeah, that'll really be the work of 2025 for sure.
Great. And in the context of that, and it may or may not have come up so far, and I know we've got a lot on the agenda today that is sort of speaking to tangential issues surrounding this, one of which is the Gastown, Hastings Crossing area CPC Community Policing Center initiative that's being brought forward in a motion. So it's not in existence, but it would be a missed opportunity to not take this chance to ask you about how mode, similar, so we've got three, could be really activated potentially in that CPC from that mental health supports, addiction support, as well as the public safety coming together in that particular area.
Yeah, I think the opportunity is to ensure that they know exactly what mode does and how mode can respond maybe differently from what they would be able to do, which is with that health-led response and that initial clinical assessment, and then deep knowledge of the health system to be able to integrate people. So probably a little bit different from what community policing does, but obviously huge opportunities for partnership. So we would really welcome, I'm not sure if we've already talked to other community policing agencies. I believe they were part of our initial consultation, and we have existing relationships.
Yeah, what's unique about this and where this came from, of course, was a campaign promise of 2022, which is around 100 mental health workers and 100 police officers working lockstep, hand in hand, to make sure that they're able to address the complex needs of folks that may elicit, or people with them may elicit a 911 call, but not necessarily need a police response. So I would just flag that this is a perfect opportunity to make sure
Very much agree.
we can fulfill that commitment. Okay, I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, so we'll continue with questions to the team members here. Councillor Zhou.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, also want to express my sincere appreciation to all the works behind to achieve such a very good progress. So question here, so it might be too early to ask this question, but I still want to ask. So have we seen any outcome metrics for those patients? I mean, what are the impact to the clients? Do we have anything to share right now?
Not right now.
Oh, okay, that's
Thank
fine.
you for the question.
Okay, okay. So continue my question for the mode. I realized there are 10% refused the service, were not on site upon arrival. Those people called, but they were not on site, were refused the service. Why?
So somebody called for them. So somebody might have seen somebody who's in their shelter and their behavior's deteriorating and they're becoming more and more chaotic. So they might have called mode. Mode might have shown up and tried their very best with their very specific expertise to engage them. It doesn't mean that that client's going to look up and engage in a conversation with them, right? So we all have the ability to refuse any interaction. And as long as, that client isn't causing imminent harm to self or others, then we would circle back and try to engage at another time. And then sometimes people just leave, so they're physically not there anymore.
Okay, so 10%, that's about 40 patients. How many we actually conducted the follow-up visits? Do we know?
I don't know.
Okay. The other questions, again, about the mode. I'm seeing this report. This is information as accurate as August 15, but we are now in late October, over 2 months after. Is there any more progress in terms of the recruitment?
Yep, we're up to a 70% recruited now.
Okay, so that's maybe 2 or 3 more FTE?
Yeah.
Okay.
About
And
It's
how
4 FTE or something like that, yeah.
Okay, and most of the unfilled positions with mode, how confident by the summer next year we're gonna hire all the vacancy?
Optimistically confident.
Okay.
We have seen an uptake. I think when a new team starts, I mean, it's hard to talk people into leaving their current job, and I think as that team builds credibility and a reputation, it's more interesting. So I'm really pleased with who we have hired. I think the quality of hires is really high, and I think that will continue to grow. I think summer was a conservative estimate to manage expectations.
Great, really good to hear that. The next question is regarding the operations command center. So I realized even with the nurses being fully staffed, there are still 12 calls outside of the shift. So what is our plan to deal with those calls?
So as we enlarge the team, some of those calls will be carried over to when the shift starts. So we're not running a service 24/7 like the police would have at the call center. So some of those calls would be carried over to the next morning and be addressed at that time.
Okay, so there will be some follow-up for those.
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Last question. So it's very general questions. I think I won't say this is everything, but I think the motion in 2022 November is one of the key drivers for all those programs. So from your perspective, what does this motion mean to the whole programs and to the service we offer at Vancouver Coastal Health?
I'm so sorry, could you say that one more time?
So what I'm saying is, this motion in October 2022, November 2022, is one of the main drivers we have these programs in place right now. So from your perspective, what does this program impact the whole programs and the patients on your perspective? What does that motion mean?
I mean, I hope that it took us about 30 slides to illustrate that. So I'm hoping that was illustrated in the slides that we've presented today.
Okay, so let me ask in the other way. So if without that motion, can you expect we achieve the same results here?
Absolutely not. No. All of these programs happened because of that.
Thank you. That's all I want.
Thank you.
Thanks. That's all my question.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Carr.
Thank you. And again, my sincere appreciation for your work, the work of everyone on your teams. It's, I think, made a really big difference. But that is the question. The difference, and so my first question would have been something similar to what Councillor Joe talked about, which is impact. But I understand we'll get that eventually. It's just too soon. Is that right?
Yeah. The evaluation, the external evaluation, will have some of that data in it. Some of the data is really difficult to get in our current records, but we are doing client interviews. We're doing interviews with referrers in the system. So we hope to have a good picture of the impact. Client outcomes specifically are a work in progress.
Great. And I would imagine that there's client confidentiality as well. So that will be obviously respected in terms of the data that we get in the event.
Oh, very much, yeah.
Okay, that's great. So in general, is your experience that calls are increasing, or both the number and the nature of calls, are they increasing or not? Are they changing in terms of the problems that are being presented?
Mode's only been operational for about a year, and I think for the last couple of months, we really have kind of plateaued at about the 10 calls a day,
Right.
which is why now we feel pretty confident that as we hire more staff, we can open up those referral pathways or ideally open on the weekends as well.
So that 10 calls a day, some of the data that you presented earlier was something like there's 64 calls that go to the as a nurse, 40 are responded to. So 10 is a subset of the 40.
That's that's specific to the OCC LN. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. In terms of the completion of the hires, is it my understanding that it's 20 more hires that are you know, I think that was the
Oh,
data.
geez,
that
I don't
was
have
in
my,
here.
yeah.
I mean, it said something, 35 out of 55 positions have been hired. So that leaves another 20 to be hired, is that correct?
The recent update, it left.
Yeah,
The microphone, please.
maybe about 15, yeah.
Okay, okay, something close to somewhere near 20,
Yeah.
15 or 20,
Yeah.
okay. And so what will the benefits of that be? Like, what are you seeing right now as the stressor points and the gaps that need to be filled that those positions will?
So for sure, the weekend shifts,
Okay.
a lot of that will go to the weekend shifts. And then we haven't made this decision yet, but if we made the decision collectively with the steering committee that the next referral source that we'd open up to would be BIAs, for instance, that would be a net increase in calls coming in. So we'd be responding to more calls per day as well as on more days of the week.
Right. Okay, I think that's it for my questions.
Thank
But
you.
again, thank you so much for this work.
Great, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor D'Amato.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the presentation this morning. I have a couple of questions. One, just in the context of what you described today, would it be fair to say, and because I'm asking this for the public's benefit as well, is that effectively we're building on an existing system of support and response, but it's really expanded from what we've had. We've talked about CAR 87, 88 in the past, but what you're building is a new framework of response in collaboration with the city. Is that a fair?
It's definitely building out the continuum of crisis response services. Yeah, so with those 3 net new teams or services, because the OCCLN isn't really a team, it's part of 87, 88, but those are net new additions to the system. And then I think on top of that, just having the existence of a non-police crisis response is so significant. So that addition as well.
Okay. And I really appreciate you sort of reinforce that point because we had a number of conversations last term about the need for having a mix of enhancing what we had, but also having non-policing response as well. Is there anything else like any other example of this in the province, or are we uniquely positioned in terms of this expanded scale and spectrum of response and the collaboration?
I think the similar thing that's happening is the PACT program, the Peer Assisted Community Teams. I hope I got the acronym right. And so we have been in ongoing conversation with CMHA about those teams and how they're similar and how they're different. So I think in terms of just that non-police crisis response, it's similar. Those are, back to the previous question, those are really more nonprofit-led, grassroots responses. So there is a little bit of a different flavor with our 2 non-police crisis response teams, that they are health-led, also culture-led. So they feel a little bit different, but I think they're similar. But in terms of that continuum of services, I think that there's very few municipalities that have the continuum that we now have in Vancouver. I wouldn't be able to say no, I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Shifting to one of the new teams with the de-escalation teams, can you articulate what happens in a circumstance today where a member of the public, which I think often is the case, sees someone in crisis, observes somebody in crisis? How do we handle that today? Does it look different, or is that more kind of further work in progress in terms of outreach to support somebody who might be in crisis?
Yeah, so currently we've prioritized supporting the people who are housing and sheltering and serving this population who's most likely to be in this kind of complex crisis. And so we don't have an intake pathway. You can't just pick up a phone and call mode. That said, you can pick up the phone and call some of those other intake pathways like 911, and then that appropriate crisis response, ideally, if the whole system's working as it should, could lead to a mode of response.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. I want to touch on the subject of capacity building. We touched on this in the earlier briefing as well. Do you see an opportunity with these different services and spectrum of response, an opportunity to build some capacity with other frontline organizations that are serving people who may be vulnerable, maybe at times in crisis? Because I think that's one of the things we did here as well last term is not-for-profits that are serving vulnerable populations, even sometimes some business owners, but in supporting them in de-escalation or other kind of supports.
Yeah, so I mentioned that when we were talking about the engagement that Mo did, is that we just heard that so often with every engagement is, can we get some of this training? And nonprofits don't have a lot of funding to do extra training in a year-over-year basis. So we did work that into our engagement. We did provide that type of training. There were 2 different modalities, and we tried them. We trained or had trainers come in for over 130 nonprofit staff, and that was very well received. I think there's huge opportunity there. And when you think of that triangle of the continuum of crisis, I think there probably are a lot of things that could be dealt with at an even another level on the bottom there, which is really just on the moment crisis de-escalation. If more people in organizations, BAs, other places had that training, I think that's an opportunity. Absolutely.
Okay. I appreciate that. I'm just noting my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, and I'm really happy to hear this is having positive impact. That's great. You were just talking about mode and the fact that nobody can really pick up a phone and just call them directly. Is that correct? How do they?
Not nobody. So if you're anybody working for a nonprofit, a shelter, a housing provider, you have a direct number, and we've given out lots of kind of cards about who we are and how you get a hold of us.
Okay.
But to a general member of the public, no, it's not open to the general member of.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And you were mentioning maybe next year with the, once fully staffed up, you might be able to expand that to BIAs and businesses as well. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that's a decision that we would have to make as part of our steering committee, which involves many different organizations. But I think that's something we would, within MODE, we would like to explore that. We see that as a really great opportunity.
Okay, that's good to hear. I think there's definitely need for that and demand. I'm just wondering in terms of, have you put any thought to the anticipated call volume that you may receive if it was expanded?
That's the work we have to do. So that's the matching of how many staff do we have? What would this mean? We know it takes a long time, like a couple of months, for people to kind of remember that there's an additional service. But then once we hit, once that's on people's radar, what would it look like and could we manage it? What we don't want to do is start not being able to respond. So that's, we're really trying to ensure that for the people who are deep in that nonprofit world doing this work, that they have someone they can call when they're very worried.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you for that. And then my other question was around the data collection. So I did see in the report that, or in the presentation, that a final report was coming at the end of December. Is that still on track?
Yep, it's on track. I think it's looking like it might be January and not December, just because the data collection itself is taking a little bit more time. But yeah, we are very much almost through all of the data collection for those 3 teams.
Okay, that's great. I'm looking forward to seeing that, and thanks for all your work on this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll ask a few questions. First of all, thank you, and it's great to see your team members from Vancouver Coastal here in the chamber. Nice to see you, Bob. And I if I can just put a plug, last year you did a great presentation to councillors with your leadership team, and I think we're overdue for that to happen again someday, so I hope we can. First of all, every time you come here and talk about this program, in the last couple of times, I've found myself very excited by the news of the work that you're doing here. So maybe you need to come here more often.
No problem.
But I want to talk a little bit about the numbers, because in the heat of an election campaign, when you're developing a campaign platform, 100 nurses sounds like a great number, but clearly you've made a very clear case that the 55 number was your lens on this as health professionals on how you could actually manage this. I think we had an original budget of around 6.8 million, only 2.1 so far have been spent on this program. Oh, Sarah, we're just about to lose quorum. We just need to get a couple more people back in here. Okay, sorry about that.
Sorry.
We'll have to go and chase some councillors. At any rate, just the actual number itself, if again there's more capacity that the city is providing, is it why are we not using that capacity?
So I think what we started with is trying to articulate an investment that would be strategic and feasible. So that was kind of our starting ground, and we started with the 58. It does evolve over time as we learn what are the types of clinicians who need to be on these teams. we have shifted that number to 55, and I mean, it'll probably shift again. This is kind of a work in progress. I don't think that adding additional healthcare supports to the system is ever just as easy as kind of posting and putting people on the ground. I think in our current climate particularly, we need to be very intentional with how we use resources. So we do have a plan. That full, the $8 million that was allocated, when we are fully staffed up to 55, we will utilize that entire $8 million. So if we started now carving off parts of that to do something that was going to be a little bit easier to implement, we'd lose the full implementation of what we've planned. So does that answer your question?
It does.
Okay.
I just want to reflect upon the Indigenous Crisis Response Team, which is a new initiative. And I have a kind of a simple question for on the public record. Had a creative program like this had happened if it weren't for the city coming forward with this grant?
It's a really good question. And I think what the city of Vancouver has done has really created an opportunity for discussion and conversation about this brand new service within the regional health authorities. So it's really valuable. What we've done in Indigenous Crisis Response Team hasn't been done before in the regional health authorities. So we're really, I think the word innovative was used earlier by counselor, and I think that's accurate. Just trying something new in our health system, which hasn't really been done before.
That's, again, a very positive feedback on this program. I see that we're doubling the actual number of CAR 87 and 88 responses there. I just want to, instead of just asking the numbers, can you describe the difference that it can make on kind of the human impact that somebody who's dealing with a mental health crisis is and those responders?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I've been asking a lot of questions around numbers, but I also wanted to ask about the human impacts. And I think Councillor Dominato asked a few of those questions, but with CAR 788, we've doubled the number of rides that are out there. What kind of human impact are we seeing in terms of people who are facing a crisis versus just a straight police response?
Yeah, so the obvious answer, first and foremost, is that we're getting to do more outreach. So the types of calls that we're consistently getting, wellness checks, so people who family members can't make contact, missing persons, people who are talking about suicide. So these are typically the calls that we would respond to. So by doubling this service and by integrating it with the Operation Command Center, we're better able to meet what the need is for the individual who's in crisis. So more access to service, arriving at the door, doing an assessment with a clinician who's there, making a determination in the moment. This person needs to get to the hospital, so we're going to bring them to the Assessment and Access Center.
I'm going to give myself another 30 seconds just because of the interruption before, and it's a general question about the funding on this one. Is the health ministry looking at this? Is this something that we may be adopted more broadly?
Well, I'm getting a nod that yes, we indeed are looking at that.
Okay, that's again very positive news. Thank you very much for the work of doing this program. Mayor Tim.
Yeah, thank you so much, by the way. Like, through all this hard work, you're really affecting a lot of lives, not just the individuals that you're helping, but their family, their friends, their colleagues. So it's actually really cool. I had a bunch of sort of operational questions, but, I'm not going to bore you with those details. You know what? Because it'd be just for my own knowledge. I think the big one I want to ask, and I got to set this up a little bit. We're not like in election season, so it's really cool, and no one's running a platform per se. We have the experts in the room. My question to you would be, what is the big thing we are missing, or what's the big thing that you would love to be working on that if you got support from council, you'd be able to do it?
I'm not sure. I've put a lot of effort and thought, and my whole brain is what we've been doing so far, and I'd love to see that through. I think personally, I'd need a little time to think about that. I don't know if Bob or Tarnjeet have anything they want to add. The visionaries of the group here.
I think it's a very good question. I'm Bob Chapman, the Vice President for Vancouver Community. I think our partnership with the city is probably unique in the province, and our ability to meet regularly around many of the issues that we're facing is the work we still need to continue to do. There are lots of gaps in the system. The public is speaking a lot about the street disorder and the challenges they're having. Those are the areas I think we need to continue to have conversations through our joint tables about how do we address, what have we done so far, what's still missing. I do think there's lots of opportunity. I think we've come a long way with this team and setting up a non-crisis response that isn't police-oriented. That is a great win, but we've also doubled, as Robert mentioned, the CAR 87, which is an incredible pull into the car response of a nurse, clinician, and a police officer away from a 911 response. Better trained, better appropriate response.
So there's nothing you're banging your head against saying, oh, if we just had this solved, this thing would fly?
There's probably a long list, but there's not one thing that I would say is burning at the top of my agenda.
So can I leave you with this then? Can you guys give it some thought? And,
For sure.
You don't have to answer it today, but come back to us because we'd love to help you move your scorecard further even more.
Super. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sim. Okay. So there are no registered speakers on this item, and per section 5.16 of the procedure bylaw, no vote is necessary as the item is intended for information only. Committee members, is there any further discussion on this item? Go ahead, point of procedure.
Yeah, just a clarification point of procedure. You said no decision is necessary, but there is a recommendation to receive it. So do you need a motion to receive it? Okay, thank you.
Can I get a mover? Moved by Councillor Bly, second by Councillor Dominato. Okay, now, is there any discussion? Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I just want to echo a huge thank you to all of the passion and the care and the thought that the teams have put in. It's really exciting to see I think the collaboration and the care and the synergy of all of the different groups working together. These updates are super helpful for council. I think, and to be able to see how the work is unfolding and to understand more about that. And I think for the public as well, in terms of trying to understand some of the initiatives. And so I hope that we do get to continue to see them, and while respecting confidentiality, that perhaps you'll be able to share sort of in broad terms some of the examples of the types of calls or individuals and some of the pathways in terms of how people are assisted or helped, because I think that can make it real too, right? For example, like, if somebody has a fictitious name, but just describing their circumstances or a pathway that somebody might take and what that looks like now and relative to before putting some of these models in place, I think is really important. There's a very live dialogue right now in the city, and I think we heard a lot about it. We had the small thing called a provincial election recently. I think there's a lot of desire to see people get to a better place. There's a lot of concern about impacts in neighborhoods as well. And I think that dialogue and education is super important, right, to be able to share that information. So I hope you keep coming back and help us to understand and to tell that story. But I appreciate all the work. I'm very excited, particularly to see about the Indigenous specific crisis response team and seeing some of the hours expand as well on some of the other services, so that you don't have a chart that sort of says, well, these 60 calls and 40 were answered, but 20 of them was during an off period where we didn't have a shift per se. But I'm grateful and I appreciate all the work. Thank you.
Just going to reload the queue here. We forgot to go to back to the main queue for questions here. Okay, great. Councillor Dominato.
It's actually Councillor Zhou, and then
Oh, okay. Sorry, we're just going to move.
I'll add myself back on. Thanks.
I'll advance. Wait. Councillor, oh, sorry, no, I'm going to do it here. Put Councillor Zhou on there. Councillor Zhou, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Chair. So, yeah, once again, I want to extend sincere appreciation to Vancouver Coastal Health, to city staff, and also to all the councillors who supported the original motion back in November 2022 for your continued dedication in addressing the urgent needs of the vulnerable individual in our city. Since this motion passed almost 2 years ago, we saw significant strides have been made by the Vancouver Coastal Health in implementing those vital programs. The commitment to hiring interdisciplinary teams, nurses, social workers, peers, and much more demonstrate its thoughtful and well-rounded approach to tackling these complex mental health and substance use challenges, especially for individuals who are often unhoused. We saw great progress made by the recruitment of staffing for these critical programs, like this mobile crisis de-escalation services, CAR 87, 88, and the Indigenous crisis response team. And what we just heard, without the motion at the first place, all these progress were not even possible. So while I understand the recruitment challenges remain, but we saw the substantial progress reported. It really shows that the city's investment is on the right track, with a long-term vision that will benefit the most vulnerable people in our city. Also, the city's partnership with Vancouver Coastal, with Vancouver Police Department, is really essential in meeting these challenges. And we should recognize the efforts that have been made under the tight timeline and also the tough labor market conditions. So as we look forward to 2025, I fully support this program, continued implementation, and also look forward to seeing the ongoing positive impact in our community. And also, I'm really looking forward to see the evaluation back in December or in January next year. Yeah, once again, thanks everyone involved in these programs, and really appreciate all the work you do for the city. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. Echoing, I think you're going to get a lot of thanks to Vancouver Coastal Health, Vancouver Police Department, and our city staff who've all been working collaboratively to get us to where we are today. I was asking earlier about the framework and what we were building upon, and I really appreciate the elaboration around how we're really fostering and creating a broader continuum of response for people in crisis. And for those on council who were on council with me last term, with us last term, this was a conversation. We had 3 major encampments, and what many of us observed in there was there's a lot of vulnerable people in the system, and we passed several motions at different times to see a broader continuum of response that expanded support for CAR 8788, but also to see something like the peer assisted care teams. And I appreciate that we've sort of developed our own sort of model and approach here in Vancouver in terms of mode. Really appreciated learning about the Indigenous response team and 8 weeks old, and look forward to seeing the results of that because I think there's an enormous need there. And just to reflect that at the end of the day, I think Councillor Kirby-Young spoke about the sort of the daylighting for the public, what we're trying to achieve here. I think that's very important because it's very top of mind that the public is observing people in crisis and in concern. I'm also hoping that through having these public presentations that the media also carries that message and showcases the efforts because these issues are complex. They were of great interest during the recent provincial election, and there are challenges in system navigation, people finding the right supports at the right time. We have great complexity with severe mental illness and severe substance use disorders. And I think as we see the results of this, both the impact but also the longer term evaluation, I hope that it serves as an opportunity to seek more support from the provincial and federal governments because, well, we see the impacts at the local level. We do not have all the tools at local government to address those issues. And so I think there's an opportunity for a further call to action around this work. And so I just adding my voice to that of my colleagues is I'm really happy to see where we're at. And I think these regular updates are very informative for not only council in our oversight role, but also for the public in understanding what we're trying to do collectively and as a system. So thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Councillor. Yep. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Chair. And I won't repeat the very poignant comments from my colleagues, all that have spoken so far, but I do echo the sentiment behind those comments. And I think that it's just a moment to thank the tremendous work of thinking outside of the box and really coming into this work with that true sense of partnership. It's perhaps an unprecedented program in the sense that the City of Vancouver is committed funding to this as well, but that just goes to show how important this actually is, how important this work is. And I can share with you that colleagues that I talk to across the country are focusing and paying attention on this work that we're doing here in the City of Vancouver as a way to sort of disrupt the typical model of public safety policing, traditionally speaking, and what it really does mean to care for folks who are some of the most vulnerable and struggling on the streets of the cities across our country. And it's happening everywhere. So I also think it's important to note that we have two very complex crises happening at the same time. One of is the mental health crisis, and then there's also the addictions crisis. And while there's tremendous overlap, the response to those are not always the same. And we are dealing with what has been a incredibly volatile, as we know, and constantly changing toxic drug crisis that is, of course, taking many, many lives. And there's a lot of discussion right now in terms of how that is trending, so eyes wide open. However, it's still very much a risk, a very real risk to folks who are struggling on our streets with either mental health, homelessness, and also folks who are housed, of course, and deal with addiction issues and challenges around substances. So it's such a cycle that we're trying to tease apart here, but I think it's important just to identify that what I see is Vancouver Coastal Health, and with the support of the province, really building up an addictions care system that was not required at the level that responded to the level of toxicity in our drugs. That's being established, as I understand it, having spoken to folks at Vancouver Coastal Health and others who are directly serving this population. So while that's not necessarily going to be fully addressed in this, I see all these pieces coming together. And I'll just close by that debt of gratitude, and also noting that for folks who are interested, and I know the media certainly will be digging into how many of the positions are fully staffed now, and how the components of these programs that are fully staffed, including the CAR 87, CAR 88, and the Indigenous Crisis Response Team. That's a true testament to the commitment and dedication of Vancouver Coastal Health to get us to the point we're at today. And we want to encourage, of course, more progress on the other two critical programs noted in the report. So I'll leave it there. Thank you so much for all of the good work, and I really look forward to further updates in 2025.
Thanks, Councillor Bly. I'm going to cede the chair to Vice Chair Meisner for a moment, just for some closing remarks. I will join the chorus of those who are have gratitude for the work that has been done here. I salute the creativity of your team to think differently about the recruitment process in order to try and meet that FTE count. I salute the creativity around the RCRT. I'm very excited to see that this program is begun here in Vancouver, and very likely will be seen more broadly across the country. I want to acknowledge that we took a risk on this one. This is not something that local governments typically do. We promised it during election campaign. Those are crazy times, and they're very there's a chaos there. And we heard a lot of people who were quite skeptical about this. But you're helping us to realize this program, and it's our way to become a more healthy city, and by being able to help people who are struggling. And this is what this program will allow us to do. And we've seen, certainly since the pandemic, that this is a greater need within our society. And so you're meeting that one. Councillor Dominato mentioned the provincial election, and I wish I had heard ideas like this one had come through during that campaign. There was a lot of promises made, but this one, I think we can see now at the 2-year mark, is starting to hit home. You're starting to sort of realize exactly how this program can be made. So I want to just again express my thanks for the compassion and the creativity and the partnership that you're doing with the city here to allow us to realize this really important goal. And I want it to be heard from senior levels of government because, again, the risk associated with this is partly a financial risk. Local governments, the money that we spend on this is often taken away from other initiatives potentially. And this is a health matter, but we want to be partners in that one. So to the deputy ministers and other people out there making the decision makers, I hope you're listening. So thanks very much. And with that, we will take, I don't see any other speakers, so we'll take this to a vote. Clerk. Okay, so that passes unanimously. Thanks very much again. Okay. Item number 2. So that completes report 1. We are now on to, one moment. Sorry, I'm going to clear this queue. Okay. So we are on to item 2, the Gastown Water Street Pedestrian Zone Pilot, and we'll just wait for our team members to come in and get settled as we begin this item. Before we continue, does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll just wait for our team members to do their presentation. Okay, we can get underway here. We have our team members here to make a presentation, so I'll give you the floor. Oh, one. Mic on. There you go.
Mic on. Wonderful. Thank you very much. My name is Rachel Magnuson. I'm the Associate Director of Street Activities, and I'm really pleased to be here today with my colleagues in transportation, public space and street use, as well as planning, to provide an update on the Water Street pedestrian zone pilot in 2024. So in addition to a whole host of information we'll present this morning, we've brought forward a recommendation to Council to proceed with a summer pilot in 2025 with some key enhancements. And we've also proposed an alternative for consideration if Council does not wish to proceed with a pilot in 2025, and how we would continue to support the neighborhood. And I'll get into details of these through the presentation. So what I'm going to cover this morning is a bit of context and background about the pedestrian pilot. I'll talk about the kind of key highlights of what we learned and observed. I'm going to share about the public experience of the pilot, and then move into some really key information around the economic context and business feedback that we've heard. And finally, in terms of looking ahead, what are some improvements we could make in the future, and more around the recommendations. So a key piece to remember is this Water Street Pedestrian Zone Pilot is part of a broader program of work and investment in the neighborhood. So staff teams have also been working on near-term repairs to sidewalks, Maple Tree Square, and Trans Alley, which will be coming up next year. And the Water Street Pedestrian Zone is done as a key input into the Gastown Public Spaces Plan, which is looking at that vision for a pedestrian first Water Street and how that will work in the neighborhood. So What the key thing about the Water Street pedestrian zone for us is that it was a really big learning opportunity for the city. Not only was it one of Vancouver's first most significant pedestrian zones, it's going to inform a number of key pieces of work. So as I mentioned, the Gastown Public Spaces Plan, how can we learn about this specific experience in the neighborhood, and that will inform the future. But also our citywide programs around street use, so things like patios, event permitting, and any future pedestrian zones that the city wants to undertake. And what we were looking at in particular this summer was our approach to the pilot. So that had a number of components. So we were testing out the 2 car-free zones, the one in the Richards to Canby block, as well as Maple Tree Square, with those 2 car light blocks in between to figure out and see how that worked. We were looking at the broader impacts to the roadway network. We were testing the timing of the 2 months in July and August, a whole host of permitting changes to support businesses to really use the street, as well as communities to activate it in an easy fashion, as well as enhanced cleaning services and community partnerships to keep the area welcoming and safe. And to do this learning, we developed quite a comprehensive monitoring and engagement plan. So that involved multiple public surveys, pop-ups, workshops, business surveys, really in-depth meetings with kind of key stakeholder businesses and property owners. We're also doing public life observations. We had a survey randomly intercepting visitors to get a profile of who's visiting Gastown. We had an economic study, as well as various kinds of transportation counts. It's important to remember, as I mentioned earlier, that there's also other work and investment in the neighborhood. So the pilot in July and August was preceded by a construction period in March to June in the neighborhood. And that was really important work to repair pavers in Maple Tree Square. Although this was really important and beneficial, on the other hand, construction's really tough for the neighborhood, really tough on businesses. And so that's something to consider when we're looking at the feedback. In terms of what we did, this is just a small snapshot. Hopefully folks got down there and got to experience it themselves. But as a little reminder, we had seating out there, different kinds of seating for people to relax and enjoy. We had over 80 small community events, as well as a couple larger either community-led or city-led open street days. We permitted businesses to expand their patios, as well as do market stalls. There was business-supported movable furniture and seating. We enhanced cleaning services, and as well as peer supports throughout the neighborhood. And finally, we worked really closely with, in our partnership with the local nations around doing some early work around visibility in the neighborhood. So storyboards, artwork, including some fun planter wraps done by kids in Squamish. So I'm going to go through now what we learned and observed. So who's there? What we saw from our intercept surveys is that the majority of visitors to Gastown were adults, although we did see an increase in the number of families and seniors in the neighborhood during this time. Also, about 60% were locals on the street, mostly from all over Metro Van, and then 37% tourists. Visitors were getting to Gastown using sustainable boats, so that's walking, transit, cycling. And otherwise, how people were traveling to Gastown was pretty similar to previous years. We did see a significant increase of people visiting the neighborhood. So 30% increase of visitors walking along Water Street, and with an increase of 56% on weekdays, which was quite significant and brings us almost up to our weekend counts. The afternoons and evenings were the busiest, which isn't surprising, and it was, if you were down there, you could kind of really see the vibrancy. In terms of our public life observations, one of the things we look for is how people are using the space. Are they kind of beelining right through, or are they stopping to hang out, linger, and enjoy? By far, the busiest block was that Richards to Canby block, so folks hanging out at the steam clock and checking that out. But then the next busiest area was Maple Tree Square, so people wanted to hang out once they got there. They sat around and enjoyed the space. In terms of where people were not hanging out as much was that, not surprisingly, the Carlight block between Canby and Abbott, where we see the Easy Park access and a lot of the tour buses. And that area, we did hear from the public and businesses that it just didn't work quite as well. In terms of people cycling and rolling, we saw a significant increase of people cycling through the neighborhood. And again, not really a surprise. We have a number of key cycling routes and greenways connecting here with normally a gap through Gastown. And so the pedestrian pilot offered a safe route for folks, and so people used it. We also saw our new Moby station in Maple Tree Square quickly jump to one of the top third most used stations in the city. In terms of transportation network changes, again, what we would expect is most of the traffic distributed itself across the network, although we did see in peak hours some tangible increases on Hastings, Kiefer, and southbound on Main Street. And in response, we did a number of things in this summer. So we worked closely with the port because they were concerned about impacts on Waterfront Road, so implemented a checkpoint, and that helped decrease volumes there. We also implemented some bus priority measures to help with transit impacts. And in response to some businesses concerned particularly on Powell Street, we changed that to two-way to help improve circulation in the neighborhood. Next section here is around the public experience of the pilot. And in this section, most of the feedback you'll see comes from our public survey and that intercept survey of folks on the street. But I just wanted to touch on that we actually heard from people in a whole bunch of ways. So emails, 311s, we had community pop-ups, a lot of conversations inform our learnings. And overall, and this comes from our survey, 84% of people who visited the Water Street pedestrian zone had a positive or somewhat positive experience. This is also reflected by Gastown residents. So about 79% had a positive experience as well. And why did people like it? Well, it drew them because it seemed like a destination. It made it more appealing for them to shop and dine, with more than 80% of visitors planning to visit a business during their trip. And if we look at it, the types of businesses people were visiting were restaurants, bars, coffee shops, souvenir shops, and retail. Those were the top answers. And overall, there's very strong support for a pedestrian zone returning in future summers. And we can learn a lot from what people said they liked and didn't like and what they seem to improve. So these are the top answers from our survey. Folks said they really liked that it was lively, vibrant. They liked the car-free zones in particular, that there was places to rest and eat, that it made it safer to walk and cycle, and generally kind of lessen our cars and noise. What people didn't like, they found, again, as I mentioned, those two Carlight blocks felt confusing. Some folks mentioned traffic and circulation in the area, and some folks also mentioned that they were worried about the business impacts. And again, discomfort or sense of safety came up as well. In terms of areas for improvement, we heard make it permanent, go all car free, do more spaces like this, and then just kind of do more. So add more street furniture, add more programming. Turning now to the economic context. So it's important when we're looking at our feedback to around our economic data to really put that in the context of the national experience as well as the Vancouver experience. And so we know that the recovery from COVID-19 has been gradual and began to slow in 2023. And we know that most Canadians cut back on non-essential purchases, beginning again in 2023 and throughout 2024. And that in particular, this means that retail and food sectors are experiencing declines. And this is really in line with the Vancouver experience as well. If we zoom in on Gastown, again, what we see is the Gastown experience is reflecting that national experience. So year over year, sales have decreased in 2024, and this decline began in 2023. A few kind of key points to note here is that, of course, not all businesses or business sectors have the same experience. So it does vary by sector. And it's also a big challenge to kind of draw conclusions from our economic data about impacts of particular events like construction or a pedestrian zone. But with that in mind, this is again from our economic report, we know that in comparison to the earlier in the year, Gastown businesses had been doing worse off than businesses in the rest of downtown, so 7 to 8% worse. During the pilot, although they were still not doing well overall compared to the previous year, sales did improve quite significantly. And moving now to business feedback. So again, like with the public feedback, in this section, you'll see the stats are mostly from our business survey, but we really had a lot of conversation with businesses in the neighborhood. So we had weekly meetings with the Gastown Business Association. We also did a lot of door knocking, actually weekly door knocking of storefronts along Water Street. And then we also set up one-on-one interviews to really have that kind of deep experience or learn about that deep experience from key businesses and property owners. So overall, we have 59% of businesses who said they're interested in a pedestrian zone returning in future summers, with about 35% who are strongly opposed. In terms of businesses who participated in the pilot, we had 23 take us up on new and expanded opportunities. So 15 who participated in our extended patio program, including waived fees, added seats, and all the rest. Our open streets permitting enabled a couple businesses to set up market stalls and do vending who might not have that storefront directly on Water Street. And a few businesses also took advantage of the live music on patios. And one of the really successful things was public furniture, but stewarded by businesses that they could use instead of getting a small patio permit. And from the businesses who participated, 74% found that these opportunities were really valuable. And what we heard from them is that extend the pilot to make it easier and give us more incentive to participate. It's hard if we learn about things at the last minute. It's hard if the opportunity is short. And of course, make it easier for us to do all the permitting. And when we did this survey, you can see almost double the number of businesses would be interested in participating in the future. In terms of our feedback, as we've noted, there's quite divergent views by businesses and property owners in the neighborhood. And yet there were some common themes that most businesses appreciated about the pilot. And I've just listed these here. So a lot really liked the vibrancy, especially around that steam clock area. People appreciated the extended patios and additional seating. People liked the additional programming, and both of these really contributing to some positive visibility of the neighborhood, and also the levels of service, enhanced levels of service around cleaning. However, quite divergent views on whether businesses supported the pilot. So those who liked it tended to highlight the vibrancy of the pilot. They thought that the positive image of the pilot and that experience helped with the overall neighborhood image and would draw customers to the neighborhood. Although many of these businesses did see an increase in revenue, not all who supported it actually saw that increase. And in terms of what they'd like to see improved, again, it's certainty. Is the pilot happening? Tell us earlier. Extend the length of the pilot, and just do a bit more. Add more furniture, add more programming. For businesses and property owners who did not support the pilot, the key themes from them were, first, challenges in access. And that's both the practical challenges around loading and delivery, but also customers accessing the area. And again, perception here was as important as reality. So if a customer, for example, got dropped off by a taxi or rideshare in a strange location, they might choose not to come back. For some businesses, and in particular destination businesses that we heard from, there was concern that the pilot catered more to kind of tourism and not enough to local and regional visitors. And that this, we also heard that it might contribute to the negative neighborhood image. So sort of ongoing issues around safety and cleanliness, the pilot might exacerbate those. And of course, the decrease in revenue was a big concern. For those who didn't support the pilot, what we heard were as emphasis around, focusing on the basics such as safety, public washrooms. We heard interest in a weekend-only form of the pilot. And we also, again, heard this theme of it's so important. Yes, the steam block's successful, but how do we really draw people through the neighborhood to Maple Tree Square? So looking ahead. So based on the feedback that we've received in our analysis, staff are recommending to proceed with the summer 2025 pedestrian zone. And we've outlined a few areas for improvement for consideration. I'm going to go through each of these, and there's some additional slides here. So the three kind of key points for this one are, one, extending the length. So rather than a 2-month pilot, make it 3. And really that's in response to that business feedback of make it more worth our while to invest in expanded patios or the additional operations to run a market stall. Continue to make it easier for us to with streamlined permits and refined tools. And in terms of the kind of drawing in that local and regional base, let's think about a coordinated marketing and promotion strategy with our community partners to really make sure people know this is happening and know that it's easy to get to the neighborhood. So a little bit more on that second bullet there. Our approach would be to continue with a lot of the waived fees and hope for additional seats that we did last year. But what we would look to improve, in addition to some further streamlining, is extending the pilot boundaries to include more businesses within the Gastown area and doing a lot more early work with businesses about these opportunities to help them take advantage of them. The next area is around pedestrian experience and neighborhood access. The big move here is staff are recommending to address a lot of those issues around traffic in the neighborhood, an interim 2-way Cordova, and that would run from Richards to Gore, and I'll say more about that on the next slide. In combination with that, we would do a comprehensive access strategy, move tour buses off Water Street to Cordova with the intention of improving those car light blocks and drawing more tourists through the neighborhood, and then maintain the 2 car-free zones, but really work with our community partners and as well as our staff contacts at the Nations to improve the pedestrian experience along those car light blocks. So I'll get into a little bit more detail. So for that two-way Cordova, looking to run it from Richards to Gore, this would be an interim street design to really test out the implications both for local access and circulation, but also for vehicles and transit on surrounding streets. How does it work? What are the impacts? Does it address some of the challenges that we saw this summer? And this would also allow some key improvements on Powell Street to better connect that with the neighborhood. In combination with that, we would be introducing and working with our partners at creating an updated, comprehensive access strategy. And so that's around everything from taxi and ride-hailing drop-off locations to loading and delivery. Cordova opens up some new opportunities and makes a lot of things easier in the neighborhood. As I mentioned before, the other move here would be to move tour buses to Cordova. And what that allows for is more space for seating and placemaking on those car light blocks. We could include wayfinding and beautification at the tour bus stops, and that's really key to helping kind of draw people through the neighborhood so they don't just stop at the steam clock and turn around. And the next piece here is about working with our community partners to really explore what that improved experience would look like on the car light blocks. So with the aim of really better connecting all of Water Street so that you're drawn all the way to Maple Tree Square, and build our collaboration opportunities with local businesses and community organizations, the BIA, and nation staff. And this could look like additional seating, placemaking features, and even potentially further limiting vehicle access. The last area is around continuing to prioritize community safety and cleanliness. So our recommendation would be to keep the enhanced cleaning service that we had this summer, as well as that coordinated safety approach. The big move here is to explore a permanent public washroom on Water Street. We hear lots about the need for a public washroom in the area, and we're looking at a pilot initiative in the downtown east side to explore a few permanent washroom locations, and are suggesting that one could go on Water Street here. So if this motion passed, our next steps would be to confirm immediately the dates for the Water Street pedestrian zone. That, again, really helps with business planning. We'd work closely with the tour bus industry to find those locations for the pickup and drop-off on Cordova, and as well as engage Easy Park on access off Cordova. We'd work closely with our community partners and local businesses to, as I said, develop that approach to the car light blocks. And also that workshopping with local businesses about here's the programs we had last year, here's how you could take advantage of expanded patios or the market stalls, and what can we do to make it work for you. And if there are any additional bylaw updates, we would bring those early in the new year. If council is not interested in a pedestrian zone next summer, we've outlined here a number of ways we can continue to support the neighborhood. Key ones being community-led activations and programming. People really like that. We can keep doing that. And this movable furniture piece, rather than the small patios through business-led stewardship, that's a big opportunity. Otherwise, we could continue to support patios and street uses through our existing programs, continue the investment in the near-term work, including construction in Trounce Alley, and we would also still advance the permanent public washroom. The key thing here is that if for the Gastown Public Space Plan, we would recommend updating the scope so that we would focus in on a flexible design for Water Street rather than exploring a number of options for a pedestrian-first street. And this would allow us to advance more quickly towards needed repair. So again, just a reminder of our recommendation and alternative. And now I will wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Okay, We have some speakers, I'm sorry, we have, I just wanted, just before we continue on, I want to note the time. With the number of questions we have from council, we do have one person in chamber who has come in to speak in person. And I'm just wondering if we might get through our questions and the one speaker and then break for lunch. Okay, can I get a mover on that one? Councillor Bly, Councillor Joe, all in favor? So, the motion again is just to finish with, to allow our one in-person speaker to speak, and then we'll break, and we'll be back at 2 o'clock. Okay, with that, Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. And I'm going to just start with a few questions and then come back on should I need to. I'm sure there's lots of overlap with other questions. So I just want to actually zero in on one of your last slides. I was sort of focusing on the beginning, but now this is interesting here, where you have talked about this sort of weekend-only type option, flexible design that would accommodate motor vehicles and have the flexibility to adapt, and also car-free events and weekend or seasonal pedestrian zones. So, I think we're all trying to like put this vision into some tangible language, I guess you could say. To me, that is something that I think is a good middle road, and we're hearing lots of discourse about this pilot. So I guess my question is, why would we be needing to wait 2027 to 2030 capital plan investment to do something more sort of weekend only focused?
Yeah, so I can answer that. There's kind of two pieces here. So for the flexible design that was mentioned there around the public spaces plan, there are design changes that we could make that would make the street easier to close to vehicle traffic on a regular basis over the long term once we get around to that investment. In the shorter term, there's a lot of considerations around a weekend-only closure. Some things to think about are the costs of the traffic management today would be quite significant to close it. So we did some calculations. If you were closing it over 13 weekends, let's say, it would be about $900,000 to do that. And then the experience on the street would be different, most likely. It would be most likely more like an event or a car-free day kind of experience, rather than having the furniture or placemaking features or businesses able to expand their patios.
Okay, I take your point there. I trust some others will have questions on that as well. And yet we see car-free days, and what makes them so amazing are the people, right? And so then the other pieces kind of come with that. So I think there's more discussion there, but I'm going to just move us on because I do want to zero in on some of the connectivity pieces. In the report, there was some data that came back that there was a lot of, there was an upswing in cycling through Water Street, and I did venture down there on my Mobi, and it was really fun, and it was very busy, and there wasn't sort of designated bike lanes. There actually was just a lot of like working together and getting off your bike if it was too much pedestrian traffic, what have you. But regardless, it really was a very vibrant, positive experience on that particular venture down there. That being said, there's clearly a gap between cycling infrastructure on in and around Gastown. So whether it's Water Street or Cordova or what have you, to connect Richards, Carroll Street, Portside Greenway, all of these sort of cycling infrastructure that feeds into this, yet there is no sort of east-west connection. So I just, my question really is about what options there are and work being done in providing a safe two-way cycling route in and around Gastown. And is that something that would be considered in terms of the future of the Gastown pilot project and also just broader planning for the area that's happening right now with the public spaces?
Yeah, so it's certainly one of the key considerations in our Gastown public space plan to look for that safe and comfortable connection through the neighborhood. I don't know if any of my transportation colleagues want to say anything more about the, Chris?
Great. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Chris Darwin, Associate Director of our Transportation Design Group. And so for the pilot period that we have here, there is that space, shared space for the fire access that has to go through each of that. If we, for each block of the pilot area, if we were going to try and protect something through there, that may have some trade-offs in terms of pedestrian space available and patio space available. And so that's something we'd have to think about in the pilot scenario if we wanted to do something like that. In the longer term for the full build, I think definitely there'd be opportunity to try and build in a better cycling connection, whether it be on Cordova, on Water Street, and that's something we'll be looking at as part of that work.
Okay. Okay, I'll leave it there. That's my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks for the presentation and pulling off the pilot this past summer. Heard lots of feedback, lots of positive feedback, some concern from businesses as you outlined in the presentation. But I think Vancouverites were excited about it. I had a question around the Gastown Public Spaces consultants that are working on that future plan. I had heard from some of the stakeholders down there that they were a bit surprised that those consultants weren't involved in the design of the pilot. I was just wondering why that was, if that's in fact true.
It is true, and it was just a timing issue because we were moving really fast last year and our consultants weren't on board in time to help with the design. And we are hopeful about working with them next year.
Okay, so they are to be involved in the design of whatever we do next year?
Yes.
Okay, that's good to hear. Thank you for that. My other question, I have a lot of questions, but I'll try to focus on a few of them. Can you tell me about the feasibility of a weekend-only pilot versus what we did in 2024? Like, what are some of the challenges with that? I understand it's going to cost more, but maybe you could explain some of the challenges and opportunities.
Sure, absolutely. So one of the big challenges is the physical objects that we have out in the street. Some of them take a crane truck to put in and out. So they just don't become feasible to have a lot of big permanent features or furniture out in that space. You'd have to use it in the space that would, like sidewalks area, which then pinches opportunities for expanded patios and such. So practically, there would probably be less features out on the street. The other kind of key consideration is for businesses and most likely, even if we offered an opportunity for businesses to kind of bring their patios in and out on those weekend days, we've learned from them that the operational considerations might be too insurmountable and they might just stick with their current patio.
Okay, thanks for that. There was discussion about moving tour buses off of Water Street and then talking to Easy Park about access to the parkade off Water Street and maybe determining if they could use Cordova. If we were to do both those things, I'm just wondering why we would still have two car light blocks.
Yeah, so there's a few considerations that we could look. There's a few technical things that we have to sort out in order to make those car light blocks car-free, both around the north lane as well as Easy Park access off Water Street. Those are definitely potential opportunities, and we also know that we want to work with the businesses around the best solution, and so some of that access is important, and we're willing to kind of work with them and figure out what makes most sense.
Okay. To Councillor Bly's point around the connectivity of the cycling infrastructure, totally agree. I mean, there's a gap between Alexander Carroll and Richards bike lane. Has there been any thought to looking at, if we were to two-way Cordova, could there be separated bike lane on that street?
So it's something that we're looking at through the Gastown Public Space Plan right now, and the current plan would be to bring that work and thinking out to the community in the spring.
Okay, and then back to the consultants thing, because I don't mean to sound like rash here, but because we're still doing pilots and they weren't involved in the pilot of last year, I'm just wondering, like, what are they actively kind of working on right now?
Yeah, absolutely. So they're working quite closely on some options for thinking about Water Street in the future, as well as Cordova and that cycling network. We're also doing work with our partner nations around visibility opportunities in the longer term. And so they're heavily plugged in with that work.
Okay. Okay, thanks for that.
Yep.
That's it for me for now.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the overview. I have a few questions against zero in, and I'm going to start with sort of the notion of the two-way Cordova that was in the original motion to move forward with the pilot and adding in. And at that time, I know we thought that there would be some longer-term consideration. So it's great to see that we have the opportunity to pilot the two-way. What I'm interested in understanding first is around the sequencing and the timing of that, right? Because there's some preparation that has to be done. You mentioned things like signage, working with stakeholders for routing of tour buses. So what does that timing look like in terms of lining up with the potential summer pilot?
It would be done in advance, and it's a lot of work. So maybe I'll get Chris to come up and speak to more of those details.
Yeah, so I guess you mentioned there's sort of two streams there. There's the engagement side with members of the public, and there's also a pretty big technical lift as part of it. For the technical lift, we're really drawing upon our internal resources because this is, a quick, sort of rapid implementation that we probably couldn't get out to a contractor. So really focusing on our own crews to be able to deliver this. And then on the, I guess on the stakeholder side of things, we will have to limit sort of, we want to have like a 3-lane cross section through there and note where the available sort of curb space is that cars can be stopped in, and then that would be what we would be consulting on, just to see how that space is allocated out.
So for timing, to be explicit, how long do we think that would take? When do we anticipate that we would be able to go live, if you will call it that, on a two-way Cordova relative to the timing of when a pedestrian pilot might start as contemplated in this report?
So we would have it in place before the pedestrian pilot started.
Okay, and we feel confident around that timing?
Yes.
Okay. And then in terms of the two-way Cordova, in addition to sort of interested in the engagement with TransLink as well, but do we see that providing benefit in getting more people to and in the area? Because, what we hear a lot from stakeholders is people love Gastown when they get there, but it's also, you've got water on one side, it's kind of landlocked, right? In terms of with the road configuration on either side to get in. And so if we're moving towards a more pedestrianized Gastown over time, or flexibility to be able to do that, does that play an important role in having the two-way?
Yeah, certainly we think so, and I think that's a great reason we want to trial it out to see if that manifests itself on the street.
Okay. And then with respects to, assuming if that lined up and that's a positive to complement a continued pilot, if we had a pilot that was on weekends, for example, and it was more of a, car-free type of analogy, we would still be able to continue the work on the broader investment that Council's committed to for the public space planning and developing, as outlined in this report, the alternative that has flexible design so that you could have weekend closures, seasonal summer closures, event closures, depending and actually putting, I guess, the infrastructure in place that would enable that. And I don't know what that looks like, but whether it's, removable bollards, the ability to pop things up and down more easily so that it's not as costly and labor intensive.
Yes, we could definitely continue that public space plan work with that focus around a flexible design.
Okay. I want to hit on the economic piece because I think it's really important not to conflate. We've got a lot of folks that are nervous in the city with affordability challenges. We heard from different museums. We've heard from the restaurant sector. People are going out, but they're not going out and having a couple of courses for dinner and the wine in the full evening. They're going for happy hour. People are really feeling it. So just want to, if you can expand a bit on some of the economic results that I thought was really interesting, that once the construction was completed in that challenging time, that Gastown was actually down 1.6% versus 9% in the rest of the peninsula. Can you talk a bit more about that?
Absolutely. I might actually pass it to our economic consultant who's online, John Stover.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Yeah, so the question is, can we speak more broadly to is it kind of the current conditions and
I
potential
guess
impacts
did
of
the
yeah.
pilot, do we think that the reasonable conclusion from the data is that the pilot helped to buck the trend that a lot of the rest of the downtown peninsula was down 9% on spending on retail and restaurants, and yet Gastown was only down during the pedestrian pilot 1.9?
Yeah, it's certainly, there's a lot of data. It's all, it gets a little fuzzy, making too broad a generalization, but I think it can certainly be said that Gastown, relative to, how the rest of downtown fared, did significantly better over the course of the pilot activities. That said, it's still down from the prior year a little bit to date. But it was down even kind of further earlier on during the year, both during the construction period and before that. And for what it's worth, it seems like that kind of the early data that we have for early September seems to be an additional uptick, which is what we've seen in a lot of cities that we've worked with across the continent, where when you expose new visitors to places and to businesses that they might not have otherwise experienced, then they're more likely to come back in the near term after an event.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. We're at time there. Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for the report and the work on this pilot. And there's a lot of interesting stuff in here, but the most interesting thing that jumped out at me was the $300,000 standalone washrooms. What? Can we get more of those, like everywhere?
Yeah, so we're looking at a pilot initiative in the downtown east side for some Portland loos to address the critical need.
I mean, that has been a ongoing priority for this council, the previous council, and I think that really jumped out at me. So thank you for that, and I would love to hear more separate from this pilot. Curious. A lot of the feedback, obviously, we've been getting a lot of correspondence, as you know, and I'm just curious about the business feedback. And was there sort of distinctions within that feedback around who participated? Because what I'm hearing from some businesses is quite different, including from the BIA, from what's being presented in this report as far as feelings about this pilot.
Yeah, so we, as noted in the presentation, we've not only have these survey results, but we did a lot of door knocking, had a lot of conversations, definitely heard a huge mix of opinion. And really that's across the board of different sectors. So whether you're a property owner, there were a few property owners who were really supportive and some that were very much not. There were storefront businesses who were restaurants who were very supportive and those who were not. And so really saw that mix throughout. Some kind of key distinctions would be if your business tended to be kind of a destination business with a higher end clientele, tend to not be as interested in the pilot because of, again, those concerns around perceptions around access to the neighborhood and concern that that was going to affect their customer base. And businesses that tended to attract more kind of local kind of foot traffic tended to support the pilot more.
So we didn't see distinctions that were more geographically based, like car light versus car free, or east versus west, or
not in a big way, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What is the potentiality for like third way? Let's just imagining so I see the opportunity to take those sort of road stubs to the north of Water Street and activate them as possibly a bit more permanently car-free year-round or whatever through the duration of the pilot, and then potentially like more of a car light treatment that could that be a possibility that would incorporate as well, like separated bike infrastructure?
I think there's a lot, so through the Gastown Public Spaces Plan, we can look at a lot of different opportunities. Something with those north kind of stub areas is we do have to maintain access to that north lane, so they become tricky to kind of make completely car-free. But yeah, there's lots of opportunities for us to look at.
One of the things that I stress a little bit about, and I live really close by. I'm through there all the time. I cycle through the area a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Cordova Street as a two-way with BC Transit or with TransLink buses and tour buses. That seems like a massive impact for Cordova Street? There's a lot of residences there. There's a lot of people who use it. I mean, I cycle Cordova Street all the time, and it obviously won't be if it's a two-way with all the buses and stuff, but is that realistic to deliver that amount of volume on Cordova Street with the buses? I'm really curious about where the tour buses are going to go, to be honest, because that seems like a pretty big deal.
It is a big deal, and we've been looking at some places, but that's where the community engagement will be important. And then in terms of the transit impacts, Chris?
Yes, so for the pilot, for the transit impacts, given it's a relatively short trial period, we'd expect the transit to be moving in the same direction it is today. So not big changes to TransLink's routes for the pilot. For the longer term, of course, there's a lot more options out there to change routes. In terms of the tour buses going through there, we do have the proper lane widths and everything to make that happen through the area, curb space available, and we'll really be looking for that curb space that has minimal impact on sort of adjacent residents, because we know that's been a complaint that is.
I mean, just to tease that out, because when I go through Gastown, there's obviously tour buses park there and stay for, like, what kind of volume and what kind of duration of parking are we talking about for tour buses? Because I have no idea.
Let me try and recall from the report here. I think we had about 5 per hour to 7 per hour on Water Street. Typically, they don't stay too long, less than 15 minutes, but there are a couple that will stay much longer than that.
For Chris, I see I'm out of time, and I don't want to mess with Chair Klassen here, but thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor. Okay, Councillor Zhou.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, thanks for the presentation. Some of my questions were answered, but I just want to zero in on the feedback from the business community. So what I heard from them is, because this is new to the business, to the city, to the residents, they did see an increase in terms of the volume, but it never translated into revenue. So what they really expect is, if we want to do the pilot again, they want to see more business consulting support. In terms of the promotion, marketing, and if we're going to do that again next year, what are we planning to support them from that perspective, business consulting?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and something we've heard also from our economic consultant is, one, that it takes time for businesses to adjust to something like this, and two, it's really important to target that local and regional base, and so that's where we have recommended this marketing strategy, that to work with community partners to make sure that customers know that it's A, an awesome place to visit, but B, that it's easy to get there. And then we're thinking about working closely with local businesses around the opportunities for enhanced street use programs, or the ways that they can take advantage of the pilot, and do that work early with them to make it as easy as possible.
Okay, are we also thinking about some additional marketing or promotion tools or advertisement? Also think about that, right?
Yes, absolutely. Both with the BIA and Destination Vancouver and other partners.
Okay, great. Good to hear that. And also, we heard some concerns regarding the engagement with the business community. If we're going to do this pilot again, how can we do better in terms of the communication and engagement with our business?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the challenges just with rolling it out was our timing. We were moving really, really fast. And a lot of our tools were changing kind of live up until the last minute. And so what we're really hopeful for is if we can get clarity today, then we can move forward with that engagement with businesses and really work with them, including, as I mentioned in the presentation, around that experience of the car light blocks.
Okay, what kind of clarity you are looking for from council?
Sorry.
What kind of clarity you are looking from council?
Oh, just whether or not you want to do a pedestrian zone in 2025.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my last question is, if we are not going to do the pilot next year, giving all other priorities in the city and also maybe the other areas, they are also interested in the pedestrian only area. How likely or how realistic you think we're going to do this pedestrian only area again in the Gastown? Not sure if you can answer this question.
Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, we can always come back if council directs us to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Yeah, that's all the question. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the presentation and all the work that's gone into this, obviously a lot. I just have a couple of follow-up questions. A couple of my colleagues touched on accessibility in terms of active transportation and so on. Councillor Meisner and I had a recent meeting with a couple of businesses along the Carroll Street Greenway. And I'm just curious if you could comment a little bit about thinking around that, because some of the feedback that we received as we kind of walked down the blocks there, it's only a few short blocks, it really connects Gastown to Chinatown, was around community safety, public safety, lighting, tripping hazards because some of the stumps that have been cut down, and a variety of other things. But is that part and parcel of some of what you're looking at in terms of activation in that area? Because I know we've centered a lot of our conversation on about Water Street, but could you just talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure. So that connection on Carroll Street is a really important one. As you know, we already had that first section closed prior to the pedestrian, or it's still closed. And something that we didn't have time for last year, but we did hear interest in from all the BIAs, for example. Chinatown BIA, Hastings Crossing is really thinking about that connection between the pedestrian zone, and a lot of interest from those BIAs in drawing visitors once they've had the Gastown experience to go check out Chinatown and other neighborhoods. And so Carroll Street is a great connection there and something we were planning to look at this year.
Okay, that's great to hear. And I'm curious in that context, particularly centering around the evenings, not just Carroll Street, but Blood Alley, and just the lighting and visibility, because I know, I think that's really important to members of the public and as a woman walking down the street. Is that another part of some of the feedback that you received? Did you around like just lighting more in the evening hours?
I'm not sure I've
what you
heard
might
that
have heard in that
directly, but
regard.
it is a really important thing, and certainly that kind of wayfinding experience through the neighborhood is something we've heard.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then shifting gears back to the looking at piloting the two-way of Cordova, how long did you say that would be potentially again?
So our plan would be to put in this interim two-way design and do quite a significant monitoring. If it was working well, there could be an opportunity to leave it in place, or we could remove or we could extend.
Okay. Because I'm curious, and I don't know if you fielded feedback on this around experiences of gridlock in that area over the summer months, but it was very challenging at times between the Gastown closure, congestion on Hastings, the port closing the waterfront road because of the cruise ships, and I'm just, did you get a sense of how frequently that happened, where there was like absolutely intense gridlock into the sort of coming eastbound into the city? Because we still have to move goods and things like that. We still have, and so I'm curious, like what kind of feedback you received on that?
Yeah, I think whenever there was a significant change in the network is when we got the biggest gridlock happening. So when the port first implemented the checkpoint, that was sort of a gridlock time, and then it settles down, volumes sort of change and it balances out. Also, when we first did the pilot, there was some gridlock those days as well. But typically, yeah, it was right after a change when we would see that.
Okay. Okay. And then just going back to I should watch my time here, just around the washroom discussion. If council endorses the direction, the staff recommendation today, does that include piloting a washroom next summer? Or would it be prior, because you mentioned the downtown east side as well.
Mm-hmm.
Could you just expand on that again?
Yeah, good question. So in terms of timing, we're we're working towards ordering the washrooms now. There's a whole bunch of kind of technical pieces as well as engagement around the particular locations. So we'd be advancing that immediately. I'm not sure whether it would be ready, in fact, for next summer. It's just more an overall commitment to the neighborhood that we'd like to be able to add a washroom.
That's sort of triggering me a question for me is how long does it take if we're looking at the Portland loos as a model and getting maybe it's a handful of them, how long does it take to procure those and get them installed?
It's dependent on engagement and the utility connections that we need to do. But I would say anywhere between 8 months and a year and a half.
Is it largely because of the utilities? I'm just trying to drill down. So I'm sorry, I know the topic is in washrooms, but it's
Sure.
part of
So it depends. Some of the washrooms might need a different kind of electrical access, in which case we'd also have to go through BC Hydro. So we're working through a lot of those details, which that's what changes the timeline.
Sorry, we're at time.
Nope,
there.
that's all right.
Thanks
Thank you.
very
We can take it off.
Okay, I just wanted to note the time. The council supported hearing from one speaker who's been in chamber here. There are two speakers. The second speaker, remembering that they have up to 3 minutes to speak. I'm just going to see if council would be okay with having the two speakers that have come here, because there's quite a number that are on the phone after the first one. Okay, very good. All right, so we'll now hear from registered speakers, two registered speakers. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition to the recommendations and may only speak once. I ask the speakers if they are residents of Vancouver. It is not noted on the list. I won't have to do that because I already have. Our first speaker, first public speaker is Brent Constantine from the Executive Director of Little Mountain Gallery.
Hey, thanks a lot. Sorry, I'll wrap it up pretty quick because I know you need to go. Just wanted to come down and say that we're a live performance venue. We really enjoyed the pedestrianization of the street. I think a lot of our issues that we had, I think we're kind of timeline based, and really look forward to some of the things that we saw in the report and further investment into Gastown. I think there's some really great stuff in there, so thanks to staff for putting that together. We'd love to see council continue to invest in the area, and I think that this is a great way to do it, so thanks a lot.
Fantastic, thanks very much. I'm going to start here. Stop and reset timer. Is Gregory Samick? Gregory, I'm going to give you a chance to speak here, and then we'll break until 2.
Great, thank you. I'll try to be brief. My name is Greg Samick. I've been a resident of Gastown for 10 years. I'm in very strong support of the pedestrianization of Gastown. First of all, I just want to say thank you for the councillors and for the team. 84%, that's a huge feather in the cap. Thank you so much for that opportunity. So this summer I had an opportunity to work for many different social programs, one which was called Hello Yellow. It's 2 yellow benches, 2 yellow chairs, 1 yellow table, and we're trying to promote conversation within the Vancouver area. That was located outside of Lee's Donuts next to the steam clock, so needless to say, I met a lot of people. So the other one, I also took part in the Open Water Streets program. I did a 2-hour concert in Maple Leaf Square at the end of August. I met a lot of people there as well. And I went to the Gastown Design at the end of July and provided some feedback there. So there's been a lot of positive talk. I could sit here and say that Gastown, the pedestrianization, provides inclusivity. It gives people that third party, that third safe space that we're all looking for. But what I want to do is just read some comments that maybe haven't been touched on from social media. As a resident in the area, we absolutely love this pilot project and hope it returns again in the future. So sorry to see it leave. The single best change I've seen in any neighborhood in 24 years. I love this pilot project and spent more time in Gastown this summer than I have in the 4 years I've lived in the city. My partner and I sat here at 10 p.m. last weekend eating ice cream on one of the double-decker chairs. I felt like I was in Amsterdam. I work close by in Chinatown, and honestly, before the project, I barely hung out in Gastown unless it was a business lunch, but I found myself hanging out after work instead of going straight to waterfront. Currently up here visiting from Seattle, I was there last night and loved it. I even took a video and commented how it felt like I was in Europe. I thought this was the status quo. I didn't realize it was temporary. I hope you guys make it permanent. Gastown is for people. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Gregory. Okay, I'm going to indulge. I've had messages from a couple of the team members. Lucy Maloney, who is down the list a little bit, but has been sitting here. We'll get Lucy in here. Thanks, Brent and Gregory. You're very quick with your remarks. We'll just do Lucy, and then we'll break.
Thank you very much. My name's Lucy Maloney and I'm speaking on my own behalf. I'm a resident of Vancouver and I am in enthusiastic support of a pedestrianised Water Street for longer next year, for a longer pilot next year with fewer motor vehicles on Water Street and with a view to hopefully a permanent pedestrianisation of those 3 key blocks. I visited Water Street twice and cycled through it many times during the pilot, which created a quiet, vibrant destination supported by the majority of visitors and businesses. The traffic evaporation lasted several weeks after the pilot was removed when I cycled through. So the 3 blocks of Water Street closed a key gap in Vancouver's active transport network, which thank you for Councillors Bly and Meisner for asking questions about that topic. It links the Portside Greenway at Alexander with the Carroll, Canby and Richard Street cycling routes and would pave the way for better cycling access to the C bus at Waterfront Station on Cordova right through to Hornby Street sometime in the future. So the main problem for the cycling network with this is that Water Street is normally a one-way street. You can come into the city, but to go out, you have to, in the absence of a bi-directional active transport bike lane or access along Water Street, cyclists and scooter users need to either ride counterflow, use the sidewalk or take an inconvenient, dangerous and circuitous detour. So this discourages people from using active transport to commute. So these 3 blocks have the potential to enhance the city's investment in the Portside Greenway, the Wall Street section of which is under public consultation at the moment. The city's active mobility plan contains targets for mode shift to active transport and so year-round bi-directional active transport access along these 3 blocks would help increase mode shift and to reach that target. Also in May 2020, Council obviously directed staff to reallocate 11% of road space to people-focused public space throughout the city, and this obviously adds to that, which is a really important and valuable target for Vancouver to make it a really vibrant destination for tourists and locals alike. So I appreciate raising a separated bike lane on Cordova as an idea. That's definitely a good possible alternative to year-round access to Water Street, but we just need to be aware of the limits of redirecting tour buses and more traffic and how that all fit in. So I'm very enthusiastic. Congratulations on the pilot, and I really hope that you continue it next year and make it permanent. Thanks very much.
Okay, thanks very much. Okay, so we are now going to break we'll have lunch in camera and we'll be back at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Welcome to TELUS Conferencing. To join the conference,
Hi, Irina. Hi, Julie. Are you able to see and hear me?
I can hear you good on the TELUS line.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks.
Also, you're all good over WebEx.
Sounds great. Thank you so much.
Okay, it looks like we have quorum now. Yes, okay, we will continue hearing from our speakers. We have speakers on the phone. Clerk, can I just confirm that we have speaker number 2, Suraj Gupta, on the line?
I'm just checking, Chair, and it would appear that speaker number 2 is not yet on the line.
Okay.
But I hear we have speaker number 3.
All right, then we will go to Chris King. Chris, are you on the line? Chris King, are you on the line?
I'm there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do hear you. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Awesome. Thank you. Hi, my name is Chris King, Gastown resident of about 10 years. I live less than 1 block from Maple Tree Square. One of the social media comments read by the earlier speaker was me on Reddit. Firstly, I would like to say that immediately from the start of the trial and for the entire 2 months of it, Water Street was far and away the best neighborhood to be in the city. I would challenge council to name any street in Vancouver that was as nice to spend time in than Water Street was this summer. Not only should it return next summer, but it should be a permanent change. The benefits of having this improved neighborhood don't just disappear because it's not cruise ship season. Your data shows that most of the people coming here are local, and they will continue to come here all year round if you make it nice. The vast majority of car traffic on Water Street is going downtown and not stopping in Gastown. What benefit to the people who live and visit here is it to be dodging cars that are speeding through our neighborhood to get somewhere else? I would also suggest that you should use the success of this trial as a template for other neighborhoods that would have the same success. There are far too many streets in this city that are trying to be both cute shopping districts and also major vehicle arteries and are failing at both. I would expand on this if there was more time. For example, South Granville and the new SkyTrain Tower at the intersection of 2 highways. Furthermore, I would like to point out that a major missed opportunity with the Gastown pedestrian trial, and that is the cycling access. If you want people to come to Gastown and not drive, there need to be better options, especially cycling. As it is, the only fully protected cycling routes are from downtown, and they aren't very obvious routes. For the rest of the city, a cyclist heading to Gastown will likely end up on the seawall around False Creek or Science World and head up Carroll Street. The Carroll Street bike lane is a nightmare. It is not up to the city's current standards and is actively dangerous for cyclists. It has soft shoulders, which means delivery vehicles, taxis and Ubers, and police cars are constantly in the bike lane. Someone died in Toronto this summer because a bike lane was blocked and they got hit by a truck going around it. The right turn lanes are also incredibly dangerous and out of date. I've personally been right hooked more than once riding on Carroll Street. This is supposed to get people to start cycling to Gastown. I have submitted over 80 photos of vehicles parked in the bike lane to 311 and haven't even gotten a reply. I also made a video with Vision Zero Vancouver about the cycling routes to Gastown or lack thereof. I would highly suggest that the city, in addition to bringing back the pedestrian zone in Gastown, look at ways they can improve cycling access to the neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you for calling in. Our next speaker is actually, we're going to go back to number 2, Suraj Gupta. Suraj, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
I can. You go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, awesome. So my name is Suraj. I own 2 retail souvenir stores in the 300 block of Water Street, Hudson House Trading Company, and Suraj Fashions and Gifts. In addition, I own 2 properties, one located at 123 Cambie, known as the McClary Manufacturing Company, and the other 339 341 Water, also known as the Greenfield Building. This summer's pilot study had a devastating impact on our retail business. During the 2 months of the project, our business was down 24% over the same period last year. This is a substantial loss considering these 2 months are the busiest months of the year and encapsulate over 50% of our yearly income. In addition, we had to lay off 7 employees, which is 17% of our labor force, because business was so slow. Shoplifting increased substantially during those 2 months to about 12% of gross sales. Our cost of doing business was much higher because delivery accessibility into Gastown was limited, so we had to reschedule some of our deliveries to before 6 a.m. Overall, it was a terrible 2 months for our business, for our staff members, and the thought of another pilot study being considered for the next year is absolutely demoralizing. Back in February, I also spoke at the council meeting, and I told you all that this proposal to pedestrianize the 300 block of Water Street directly impacts our retail business as well as our commercial tenants. I am here again to say that we do not support this proposal and are extremely disappointed that our concerns have been again ignored and not addressed in this new council report. How can you say 59% of the businesses are in support of the pedestrian zone returning in the future? Our 2 retail stores represent 9,500 square feet of retail space on the north side of the 300 block of Water Street. We have over 40 employees that work in our 2 stores. Was the report based on retail square footprint or the number of staff working? How can you give every retail store the same weighting no matter what size they are when the city itself charges property taxes based on the size and location of the building? In my opinion, the fundamental basis on which this report is derived is inherently flawed and biased and does not fairly represent the impact of the closure on retail business in Gastown. Since this report does not include the September and October data, I would like to share some information to Council on how we transitioned back to normalcy after the pilot study. Our sales in September and October are consistent with last year's numbers. We were not down from last year. We are trending even. With the tour buses coming through, traffic flow has been much better, and customers are shopping throughout the day. Many of the tour buses have started to add Gastown back to the itinerary, and we are seeing a noticeable uptake in foreign student purchasing. Taxis and Uber drivers can drop off customers in front of our stores, and customers that have physical challenges and accessibility issues are now able to reach our stores. We have hired... Yeah,
Sorry.
am I done?
Thanks very much. Your
Okay.
time. Appreciate it. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, no problem.
Very good.
Thanks.
Okay. Do we have speaker number 4, Paraj Thackeray?
Thackeray.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I'm on the line.
Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Paroj. I live in downtown Vancouver. I'm a member of the Gastown Business Improvement Society Board and Public Realm Committee. I'm also a principal of the architecture firm that authored the Gastown Urban Design Study. Our office is located in Gastown, so I was able to frequently spend time and experience and observe the activities on Water Street during the 2024 summer pilot. So having reviewed the full report presented today, participated in the public workshops and discussions with city staff, it's clear that there are really divided opinions about the pedestrian zone pilot. And I believe this polarization is really fueled by how the public realm changes are being presented as a binary choice between cars or no cars on Water Street. I mean, it's a very false scenario that is unnecessarily creating division and impeding progress on much-needed infrastructure and improvements in Gastown. It is understood that local vehicular access is required for residents and businesses. Case in point, the pilot needed to allow vehicular traffic on 2 out of 3 of the blocks of Water Street. This created a strange and discontinuous experience. Each block had a different condition, and it was challenging to navigate the length of Water Street as a pedestrian, cyclist, or driver. The GBAS does not support the closure of Water Street, and we support a comprehensively designed public realm with public and patio seating areas and multimodal streets that provide for short-term strategic closures for planned events and activations such as Meet Me in Gastown, the Gastown Grand Prix bike races, car-free days, or weekends. And I believe it's entirely possible to put summer furnishing on the street on a thickened sidewalk condition and still on the weekends easily put lighter weight furniture where there might have been local access during the week. The GBAS does not support funding that's been committed to infrastructure in Gastown on the pilot projects or public activations when there's so many outstanding infrastructure deficiencies in this neighborhood. Take, for example, many sidewalk repairs. The poor condition of them are tripping hazards, and there's many more deficiencies that have been identified. The GBAS would be very interested in piloting a 2-way Cordova Street that would divert commuter traffic off Water Street while maintaining local vehicle access along the full length of Water Street from Powell to Cordova. A big part of the public appeal of Gastown is the vibrancy created by local businesses. And a public space plan for Gastown is not about cars versus people versus bikes. It's about creating a great public realm that provides both spaces for people and local access.
Thanks very
For
much.
these reasons, we'd
That's,
ask Council
sorry,
to support the alternate option.
thank you very much for calling in. That's your time.
Bye-bye.
Okay, speaker 5 is Wally Wargalet. Wally, are you there?
I am, yes. Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Great, thanks. Yes, I'm the executive director of the Gastown Business Improvement Society and appreciate the opportunity to speak today and to echo some of the things that you're hearing from our members, that we do not support the pilot as outlined in the report presented by the City of Vancouver. We're concerned about some of the data. I think when you look at some of the information that's been provided, we don't believe it's really statistically significant. Some of the data numbers are not large enough. And I think we just know, based off of comments provided to Council and the Mayor throughout this time period, that there is just a lot of concern about the economic viability of the pilot and the impact that it had really on our businesses. And as I think we all know, small businesses are in a very difficult time in survival mode in the city and in this province. And really concerned that we take a look at what we're doing here let's just take a look at it from a fiscal responsibility lens. I know that the Mayor has a blue ribbon panel he's putting together to look at how we can be more fiscally responsible. We know that we have a $500 million, that's a $500 million deficit in infrastructure. And this project that we're looking at here this last year all was started by very difficult and hard work in getting $10 million committed to the neighborhood's investment in infrastructure by Councillor Sarah Kirby-Young back in 2021, which we greatly appreciated. But now really disappointed that only 50% of those funds have actually found their way into infrastructure investment when we have so many great needs available. You know, small businesses and businesses constantly are forced to make very difficult choices. We can't have everything that we want at the same time. And we really need to start to take a look at priorities. And the priorities really are taking care of the infrastructure that we have. And the concern that we have is that many of the businesses negatively impacted are those folks that have been around for decades and trying to support and keep this neighborhood thriving. And that's the other real important thing I want to leave with today is, you know, we hear a lot of notion that this pilot really helped the neighborhood. I want to be very clear that this has been and always has been a very vibrant, thriving business district. And it isn't just the ground floor businesses. You know, there are over 300 businesses above ground, many of them who do rely on business meetings and access to the neighborhood through all different modes of transportation. And we have to take all of those folks into consideration with any plans in the future. Now, we are not adverse to change. We're not even against trying things. We have presented our thoughts to Council and to Mayor, and we encourage you to take a look at that. And I'll leave it there so we have others who have a chance to speak today. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, our next speaker is Elise Yurkowski.
Hi there. Yes, my name is Elise Yurkowski. I am the Director of Marketing for the Gastown Business Improvement Society, and I am speaking on behalf of the GBIS today and our membership. The Gastown Business Improvement Society does not support the recommended 2025 summer pilot program in its current form. As it stands right now, it is still unclear as to what the City of Vancouver is testing through the Water Street pedestrian zone pilot, as there is yet to be a comprehensive plan presented, and one that really considers locals residing in the Lower Mainland, who really are the core customers sustaining Gastown businesses year-round. As noted in the city's presentation, while the 2024 pilot program attracted significant tourism, it unfortunately failed to engage a lot of our local residents, and therefore had a large impact on destination retailers, services, and other Gastown businesses that rely on these customers. From a marketing perspective, the GBIS was extremely excited about the possibilities of the pilot, spending over $100,000 of our reserves to promote the summer event and reaching over 200,000 people through over 25 social media posts. 62% of our following residing in the Lower Mainland, with this following growing every day. Despite efforts made on local targeted marketing campaigns such as the free parking, transit, and bike valet campaigns, and the extremely high social media engagement that we saw, a main concern from businesses was the lack of local turnout, not to mention that the $100,000 that we invested is simply not sustainable long-term for the GBIS. We recognize tourism is very important for our economy and don't want to deter visitors from discovering Gastown, but locals really are the true lifeblood of Gastown businesses. We cannot overlook their importance. Accessibility issues, particularly for locals, need to be addressed in future planning to ensure the long-term economic health of the neighborhood. At this time, and as we wait for a more comprehensive plan from the city and hired consultants, the GBIS does support a modified pilot with flexible streets to allow for extended patios and public spaces, as well as partial closures limited to weekends, long weekends, and community-led special events. Our February 2024 membership survey showed 73% of members in support of the shorter closures. These businesses, some of whom are speaking today, are calling for a balanced approach that ensures the future success of our community and public realm. We hope our collective voice is heard and acted at this time. Thanks for your time today and for the continued support and efforts in the neighborhood. We look forward to continue working collaboratively with the City of Vancouver, the hired consultants, and other stakeholders on the Gastown Public Spaces plan moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling. Our next speaker is Peter Buckley. Peter, are you there?
Yes, thank you. Is the first slide up, please? Numbers?
Okay, we're working on that. Yeah, there you go.
Yes?
Slides are up, yep.
Yep, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Peter Buckley, and I'm the President, CEO, and majority owner of the Old Spaghetti Factory restaurant chain with 15 locations across Canada. I strongly oppose the report's recommendation to again close Water Street in the summer of 2025. The Gastown Old Spaghetti Factory is our original location and has operated at 53 Water Street for nearly 55 years. I believe it's fair to say we are one of Gastown's oldest businesses and largest employers with 140 staff at peak times of the year. Our head office for Canada is located at 55 Water Street, and as such, I personally walk Water Street 5 days a week for over 35 years. I'd like to quickly recap our guest counts, which are on the screen, as I believe it's critical that you see the actual impact of Water Street's closure on a major Gastown business. Pre-COVID, the Gastown location averaged 285,000 meals a year. In 2021, that number dropped to 105,000 with COVID closures. In 2022, we recovered 94,000 meals. In 2023, we recovered a further 48,000 meals, and we started 2024 up 9%. And in fact, the last period before Water Street closed, we were 523 meals over 2019. Gastown was in a very healthy spot and was leading our chain in recovery from COVID. You can see what happens once Water Street closes. The impact is immediate. As the closure extends, our numbers get progressively worse, and once the pilot takes effect, the numbers become devastating, clearly showing the impact of pedestrianizing Water Street. Put simply, we lost the local market as they gave up trying to access Gastown. Tourists stopped at the steam clock as the closed street had no vibrancy or energy that our wide sidewalks historically offered. When you close a street blocks away from the most challenged segment of our population, it's only natural that that migration to Water Street took place. The pilot project's furniture provided a convenient place to partake in open drug use and the homeless having a place to sleep. Safety issues became more prevalent with the carless streets, especially later at night. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Pop-up patios, for the most part, were cheaply made, lacking appeal, and sat empty at peak times of the day. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Rain was rare during the pilot, but when it happened, the streets became a ghost town, with no ability for cars to drop off or tour buses to drop people at their normal two spots on Water Street. Next slide, please.
Peter, I just want to let you know you're at your time right now.
Okay. Sorry, I'll just flip through my pictures and if that's okay. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide.
Hey, Peter.
Next slide. Yep.
Yeah, no, I think we've got a clear understanding of what you're communicating here. So I appreciate you calling in, but you're past your time, so we're just going to go on to the next. But thank you very much for calling in.
I hope council gets to look at all the pictures. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Manav Sharma. Manav, are you there?
Hi.
Go ahead.
Are you able to hear me? That's perfect. Yeah, my name is Manav Sharma. I'm a member of Strongtown Vancouver. But I'm here to talk about a very particular part of the pilot project. This was a 2-month pilot, a little bit more than that. But one day really stands out to me the most. That one day was the day that the city tested out having the entire Water Street pedestrian zone being completely car-free rather than having a car light section in between. This made a huge difference in the entire vibe of the place, and I have no better words to say than people were enjoying themselves. It was really easy for people to not only get to the steam clock from where Waterfront Station is, but also progress further. And one thing I noticed was, hey, in the section that's the car light zone, it's not just a parking lot, but there's also some small businesses that are here. They're tucked away. They're hard to see. You usually only see the places that are before the steam clock, but with the entire street closed, you're able to explore a little bit further. And the city was talking about doing wayfinding signage, and I thought that was great. But I would like to see, since it's a pilot project, I would like to see an actual opportunity for a fully car-free pilot pedestrian zone. I think that this was really helpful for people who are actually navigating the streets, like the public, using the public space. And it was very clear that was something that people actually enjoyed. And the data from the report from the city actually shows that. It shows that people are wanting to see a fully car-free pedestrian zone. And I think there's ways of achieving this. I would leave it up to the experts to be completely honest, but it's very clear that the public opinion is on that side. We're also seeing a lot of mixed opinions, I guess, from mainly businesses, but I'm gonna use that word a little bit reserved because it's a few businesses. It's mostly large chains and upscale retail stores. One of the things I learned in business school was if your business isn't doing so well, you do have to adapt. I'm so sorry, but it is one of those things. So, it's like getting mad at the internet for killing Blockbuster's business, right? It's you do need to adapt. And it was very clear to me the businesses that were in support were very happy and were also actually trying to do things to adapt to this change. And I didn't see that from some of the businesses that were already opposed to the project in the first place. So I'm going to coin a new term for council. This is probably the first time you've heard of this, but I'm going to call it the OSF effect. The OSF effect is essentially when you hear a lot of negative opinions from people who are having a bad time, and this is definitely overrepresentative of the whole, because when people are having a good time, they don't want to stop and talk to the city people in the middle of the street gathering opinions. They just want to enjoy themselves. You're going to hear those negative opinions more often, and I'm going to hand it back to you.
Thanks for your time today, man. Appreciate it. Okay, our next speaker is Nancy Benson. Nancy, are you on the line?
I understand the speaker has withdrawn, Chair.
Okay. The next speaker is Chris Kanuka.
Hi there.
Hi, go
Can
ahead.
you hear me?
Yeah, you got 3 minutes.
My name is Chris Kanuka. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of the Old Spaghetti Factory Canada franchise, which has had its office in Gastown for over 35 years. I am opposed to the proposed pilot in 2025. Our Gastown restaurant traffic decreased by 24% from historical results and was 10% off 2023, when prior to the closure and pilot, our restaurant was up by 9%. Our Gastown location hired 30 less staff than we would have hired regularly, and by the end of the pilot, we had lost another 20 due to lack of business. That's 50 less people employed in Vancouver. The 64-page report to Council contradicts my actual experiences with merchants in the Gastown neighborhood. The report misrepresents the actual impact on businesses in Gastown. Seeing our results, I reached out personally to other large merchants. When I shared that we were off 25 to 30%, I heard from the majority of merchants that they were off 30 to 40% or more. I heard another had closed for lunches as they could no longer staff given lack of sales. Others were hanging on payroll to payroll and considering closure. In all, I connected with 37 significant merchants in Gastown who were the owners. Of those, 27 were off significantly and worse than the old spaghetti factory. That's 73% of owners who were not in favor and would be opposed to a future pilot, directly contradicting the report. When I read the report, it became clear that the key findings section within the report had glaring omissions and misrepresentations, which I again heard today in the summary. I will highlight three. The first was public experience. The report states a 35% increase in visitors walking along Water Street compared to pre-pilot counts, and they referenced weekdays even better. At first, this seems positive, but the comparison is from the slowest part of the year. Even the economic impact assessment, Appendix D in the report, says the same, and I quote, visitation more than doubles during the summer. That suggests that to be even, it should have been a 100% increase instead of the 35%. This would match the old spaghetti factory experience and shows visitors walking in Gastown were significantly less than previous years. The second omission was the business experience property owners. The report only states, quote, a few felt like the pilot was promising. We know from further direct communication with the major property owners that they do not support another pilot, and yet this was not highlighted anywhere in the report. And the third omission was business support at 59% of businesses supporting. When you follow the report math, it turns out only 35 business owners' opinions were used. We don't know who those few were, but they don't match the 37 I spoke with, nor is it in keeping with the GBIS survey. Please question the report to Council. It is inexplicably misrepresentative of the experience. Please listen instead to the major stakeholders with decades of experience in the Gastown neighborhood and above all, oppose a future pilot. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Our next speaker is Sabda Nair. Sabda, are you there, please?
Hi, yes, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go right ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. You can go ahead.
Hi there, yes. My name is Subha Nair. I represent our company, Michelle's Import Plus Limited. We have 2 retail stores in Gastown, one on the 0 block, one on the 100 block, and 7 properties in Gastown, majority of which are on the 300 block. I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and while we welcome Council and the City's attention to Gastown, we do not support another pilot for summer of 2025. As a business, we experienced a reduction in sales of approximately 30% during the pilot compared to 2023, and we actually rebounded a fair bit in September, which historically is supposed to be a slower month for us, and that is because Water Streets operates successfully as a multimodal neighborhood, and it has done so until this summer. It's important to note that July and August have always been 2 of the busiest months for Gastown, so naturally visitor counts during the pilot period would have increased. We did not need a pilot to show us these numbers. The closure of the 0 block of Water Street in particular did not serve a real purpose, in my opinion. The vibrancy actually decreased, and so did the sense of safety, especially in the hours outside of normal business operation. It's the early hours of the morning and the late hours of the evening that need more attention, when the social issues are highly visible and affect our staff, our tenants, and our customers. And the city's report does not accurately represent this reality. We heard of business reduction from 4 of our ground floor tenants who operate in the 300 block of Water Street, the block that visually attracted more of the foot traffic, but it's clear there's a problem here. And the rebound in September that they experienced was actually because of increased accessibility to the neighborhood. The recommendation of two-way in Cordova may be good to think about on its own, but it doesn't actually solve for the accessibility issues that we experienced and our tenants experience, especially for deliveries, backlane servicing, and tenants relying on local business. And there's no real focus or solution in the city report to these issues. There are many ways the funding could be better spent, and as longstanding members of the community, we would welcome more collaboration on all of the things Gastown really needs, including infrastructure upgrades, increased sanitation, and definitely a focus on public washrooms. We understand we are not the only voice here, but we are the ones who have been directly impacted and suffered the losses. To those who think we fear change or we do not adapt, we don't just visit Gastown. We spend 5 to 6 days a week here, and we're speaking from experience and we're speaking from fact. Thank you for taking the time to listen to our concerns.
Thank you very much. Okay, our next speaker is Kenneth Santos. Kenneth, are you there?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Yes, my name is Kenneth Santos, and I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I support the Gastown pedestrian pilot for 2025. And I'm speaking on behalf of Strong Towns Vancouver, as well as Manav Sharma, a local chapter of the continent-wide nonprofit advocacy group, Strong Towns, which promotes safe, walkable neighborhoods that offer more livable communities instead of inefficient suburban sprawl. And Strong Towns Vancouver was one of the few speakers that spoke in favor of the Gastown pedestrian pilot back in February. And we're very, very glad that A, the pilot actually occurred, and B, the project included a comprehensive post-pilot survey showing the overall positive results from both locals and visitors alike. So the fact that just 1 out of the 7 speakers supporting the Gastown pedestrian pilot back in February is proof that the positive effect of this street intervention has once people physically experience the benefits of a car-street fleet, they have a positive experience. And it's a win-win-win scenario for pedestrians, safety, and Vancouver's urban fabric. So not only does Strong Towns Vancouver support a continuation of the Gastown pedestrian pilot into summer 2025 and beyond, but we also support additional summertime pedestrian pilots in other areas of the city. For example, Granville Street, Kitsilano, South Main, Olympic Village, or Commercial Drive would all be great pilot projects. So thanks again for your time.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Eli Brennan. Eli, are you there?
No, the speaker
Okay, we'll come back.
is not on the line.
Very good. Is Scott Hawthorne on the line?
No, we do not have speaker
Scott
number
Hawthorne.
17.
All right, I'll keep going. John Stavell. Is John on the line?
I am. Council, can you hear me?
Yeah, go right ahead, John. You've got 3 minutes.
Yeah. John Stavell, I'm president of Reliance Properties. Reliance Properties is one of the larger property owners in Gastown. We also have our corporate offices in Gastown since 1997. I've also in the past been the chair of the Gastown Business Improvement Society for multiple terms, as well as I've participated in the Gastown Historic Area Planning Committee. Reliance is host to numerous small and large tenants, including large format food and beverage, including the Old Spaghetti Factory, who we've heard from, large retail, including Michelle's Import Plus, who you heard from, and LiveWork Studios and rental residential apartments, along with smaller fashion and merchandise-related retailers. Throughout our long tenure in Gastown, we have seen many ups and downs, the buffeting from the severe social disorder in the adjacent downtown east side, severe economic cycles, and most recently the COVID pandemic, from which Gastown has been gradually recovering up to last year, which you heard from the Old Spaghetti Factory. Gastown has now had another severe setback due to the needed street repairs, which we do appreciate, and more so the unnecessary street closure pilot that occurred last summer. Gastown has many problems, but the presence of cars is not one of them. Gastown's real problems lie in the need for improved public realm, with many deferred repairs have not been completed, and the need for more cleanliness. Gastown is also increasingly, more than ever, suffering from the negative reality and perceptions related to ever-increasing street homelessness, open drug use, public disorder, and safety concerns. As you heard from many today, these problems and their negative impacts on business worsened substantially during the recent street closure pilot. We received very, very strong complaints from numbers of our retail tenants, including Old Spaghetti Factory and Michelle's. We request that Council not proceed with the street closure in 2025 and instead please support and invest in the Gastown neighborhood with enhancements such as street surface improvement and facilitation of restaurant patios and to retain the existing successful relationship of pedestrians, vehicles, and their drivers and passengers, and business, while being open to the occasional closure for special events that has been done in the past. We respect the efforts to be creative here, but the consequences of this experiment, at least at this juncture, are too severe. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Our next speaker is Shiv Dilawri. Shiv, are you there?
My name is Shiv Dilawri. I'm the owner of two properties, and I'm the tenant of one of the property in Gastown. And I do understand we're trying to balance everything between what public wants, what the business people want. End of the day, business people do provide enough property taxes to the city, and we need to balance this thing. And closing a street last year has affected our business, not only for me as a tenant, but for our retail people who are renting a place from us. And I'm completely opposed to this one. And we know we had a recently provincial election where it's divided between 50-50. And I still don't understand, if business is going to be affected, how do we employ more people? And how do we pay more property taxes? And I did hear a couple of people who are in favor of it. Of course, they are not the business owners. So, this is not, you heard from Sean, you heard from old Spaghetti House owner, and you heard from other people. But these are all the true facts. We have to learn to balance. If there's no business, I don't know, how do we employ more people in this, and people looking for jobs, how do we employ more people? So I'm completely opposed to this street closure for this year and moving forward. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling. Okay, our next speaker is Zahur Jessa. Zahur, I just want to check, are you a resident of the City of Vancouver?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, hi Zahur. Can I just check before you speak?
Yeah.
Are you a resident of the City of Vancouver?
No, I'm a resident of North Vancouver.
Sorry. Yeah, go right ahead.
Okay. So again, my name is Zahur Jessa, or Al Jessa. I own the local public eatery, Gastown, with my brother. And we, first of all, thank you, Mayor Sim and Council, for the opportunity to speak today. Thank you. At local public eatery, we strongly urge the City Council reconsider the continuation of the Water Street pedestrian zone pilot. This initiative has not only negatively impacted our business, but we believe it has also contributed to the decline of the overall well-being of the Gastown neighborhood. And from a business impact perspective, our guest count traffic, like Chris was saying, ours was 20% lower than last year during the pilot. And we also had an effect on delivery and takeout sales, which we really developed over COVID, but they dropped by 27% over that same period. So these numbers reflect a direct financial strain the pilot has imposed on our operations. So but the more concerning part for us is the safety of our employees and guests. So during the pilot, Mayor and Council, incidents involving drug use and vandalism and violent altercations and thefts escalated. 90% of our employees reported feeling extremely unsafe during this period. And this following incidents highlight the severity of the situation. We had a kitchen employee, only on his second shift, was mugged while waiting for a ride share, and he did not return to work after that incident. Our server quit to the rise of open drug use and frequent altercations during the pilot, and she since returned after the pilot ended, now that she can safely be picked up directly outside the restaurant. So numerous employees have faced altercations while walking the 2 blocks to meet their rides, and we were forced to hire additional security to manage the increased safety risk outside the restaurant during the pilot. So in a sample of some communications from our employees directly was, it's constantly feels like being unsafe, and it's scary to come to the restaurant. So that's people saying that to us directly. So our conclusion, Mayor and Council, is that you not proceed with the Water Street pedestrian zone pilot in 2025. The initiative not only has proven detrimental to our business, but exasperated concerns for safety for both employees and guests and diminished the vibrancy of Gastown neighborhood. So for the sake of the local businesses and the safety of our community, we urge the council to reconsider. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for calling in. Speaker 21 is Rudy Van der Rode. Rudy, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm on the line.
All right, go ahead.
1 second. So my name is Rudy Van der Rode. I'm the property manager for 305 and 339 Water Street. I live in Vancouver and I've been working in Gastown for 10 years. I'm opposed to continue with this project in this form. As someone who was born and raised in Germany, I have a personal affinity for car-free shopping streets. I've been to many of them all over in Europe. I love the concept, and technically it would suit Gastown, a place that always reminds me of Europe. Changes are never easy, and there will always be resistance. I firmly believe that structural integrity and honesty are required to persuade doubters and to succeed. Sadly, the Gastown Water Street pedestrian zone project is full of compromises and therefore will not prosper. In the survey, people were asked, what did you dislike about the Water Street pedestrian zone? The number one answer was car light areas felt confusing, unsafe, and disruptive. Another question was, what should the city do more of or improve on? The second highest answer was, make the entire street car-free and extend the pedestrian zone. These two aspects are the key to the success or failure of this project. A car-free zone from Water Street Block 300 to Maple Square would be the ultimate goal and justify further investment, but it's geographically impossible. There will always be a separation of the two pedestrian zones by a car light area. The buildings north of Water Street can only be reached by crossing Water Street. The Gastown Public Space Plan team used projects from Vienna, Seoul, San Sebastian, Brighton, Copenhagen, Montreal, and Calgary to sell the pilot project to the public. Still, they never revealed that there is a significant difference between these success stories and Gastown. The main difference is that the streets in all these cities could be fully isolated without sacrificing the supply chain, which is not given in Gastown. I attended the workshop on August 1st and mentioned that to Sophie, who presented one of the external planning firms. She confirmed that the city fully knows that the example they use to convince the public differ. According to her, there are no projects comparable to Gastown. We will never achieve the homogeneous atmosphere in which the project could thrive. The infrastructure barriers prevent the project from prevailing. The Gastown Public Space Plan team is dishonest to the public and themselves. The dishonesty also accounts for the unprecedented homeless and drug issue in our neighborhood, which are barely mentioned in any publication and reports. Furthermore, the soon-starting development project at 131 Water Street is not put in consideration at all. We should not continue to waste taxpayer money on projects that don't have legs. Let's investigate and solve the fundamental issues first. We'd like to see us on a level with cities like Copenhagen and Vienna, but in reality, Gastown is trending toward becoming a Detroit. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you for calling in. Our next speaker is Lee Haber. Lee?
Yes, I'm here.
Go right ahead.
So my name is Lee Haber, and I'll be speaking strongly in support of the pilot for 2025. I live near Gastown, and I'm the founder of Downtown for the People, a group advocating for a people-first downtown Vancouver. And to all the businesses who just spoke, I frequented your businesses a lot more during the pilot than I did because it's a lot more pleasant. Anyways, getting into it, last year's pedestrian pilot, I believe, was a good start, and I would like to see a bigger and better pilot next year with the eventual goal of permanently pedestrianizing Gastown. I've read the report, and I think there are some good ideas in there, such as making Cordova two-way, and then also providing support to help businesses adapt to this new circumstance. I think the city can and should make a bigger step in 2025 than what staff is proposing. First, the car light section, we seem to all agree, didn't really work. Having cars and tour buses created a physical and psychological barrier that discouraged people from wandering further into Gastown. The fact that it was car light instead of car free prevented the setting up of business stalls and recreational amenities that would have animated the space and encouraged visitors to wander further east. Service vehicles should still have access to Water Street, but this should be done temporally as is done elsewhere in the world, including places like Munich, where certain hours are set aside for vehicles to make deliveries and carry out other essential activities. This would enable the full pedestrianization of Water Street for most of the day. Second, only adding another month, in my opinion, is pretty timid. I understand the need for another pilot, but I believe it should be at least 4 months. The report states that businesses should have more time to take advantage of the pilot, yet staff only recommends adding 1 more month. To me, this doesn't make much sense. Let's provide more time for businesses to take advantage of the patios and to test out these new changes. My final point revolves around long-term considerations. When the city decides to permanently pedestrianize Water Street, it should consider adding a bidirectional bike lane on the north side of Cordova as a bypass for commuter cyclists who are heading downtown so they don't conflict with pedestrians. The city should also look at ways of storing garbage underground, similar to what we see in Europe, as a way of enhancing cleanliness and improving public safety in Gastown. Overall, some of my happiest days this past summer were spent walking through Gastown and not having to worry about being run over and hearing the sounds of like buskers and people performing and feet clattering instead of tires pounding pavement. The pilot was a good start, but only if it is just a start. Gastown can only achieve its full potential if it is truly a place for people, and that will only happen if this pilot someday becomes permanent. Thank you.
Thanks for calling in. Okay, our next speaker 23 is Alexis Cooper, and I just need to check. Alexis, are you a resident of the City of Vancouver?
I'm a resident of Metro Vancouver.
Okay, please carry on. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Alexis Cooper, and I'm part of the ownership team at Laboratoire Restaurant in Maple Tree Square in Gastown. I'm a former BIS board member and a resident of Metro Vancouver, and we oppose the recommendations put forth in the report on the pedestrianization pilot project in Gastown. We've been operating our restaurant since 2010 with an evening dinner service as well as private dining, which is booked for groups of up to 50 guests, 7 nights a week, both daytime and evenings, with our guests being both locals and tourists. I requested to call into this meeting because we don't feel that the Gastown pilot project team is hearing or using our feedback about the past summer based on the recommendations they put forward in the report that was shared late last week. Since the city began sharing details about the pedestrianization pilot project early last year, myself and my colleagues took every available opportunity to engage with the city and provide feedback, as well as try and understand the purpose of the project. While we appreciate that the city is trying to bring more traffic and tourism to the neighborhood, the pilot project, on the heels of a 3-month road closure for the roadwork at Maple Tree Square, resulted in our sales being down by up to 30 to 35% during what should be one of the busiest times of our year. Not only were our sales impacted, but we heard from our guests time and again that they couldn't find us, they couldn't find parking, they couldn't find Ubers or taxis, and mostly that they did not feel comfortable walking in Gastown at night. There's no denying that we're surrounded by social issues in our area of the city, and preventing our guests from being able to access our business in a way that made them feel safe resulted in many no-shows, less walk-in business, and less reservations throughout the summer. Since Water Street reopened, we found that our walk-in traffic and reservations, especially on Fridays and the weekend nights, increased again almost instantly. All of this is to say that while we appreciate that the City of Vancouver is willing to invest in our neighborhood, we're asking the city not to go ahead with a future pedestrianization pilot project again in 2025. In fact, we would love for the city to reconsider opening Carroll Street, which has been closed since the pandemic and does not serve our business well either. If the city has a budget set aside for a future pedestrianization project in Gastown, we would love to see these funds redirected to fixing some of the failing infrastructure in our neighborhood, which desperately needs to be fixed. Also put towards cleanliness and the safety of our streets without closing any roads. If making our neighborhood car light is the city's goal, we would encourage you to consider making Cordova a two-way street, which we feel would naturally make Water Street less busy with commuter traffic and ultimately help businesses, as the remaining traffic might be more people actually wanting to visit the neighborhood and the businesses.
Alexis?
Thank you for hearing our feedback.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for calling in. Okay. Our next speaker, 24, is Peter Dowdy. Peter, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right, go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Peter Dowdy, and I'm a resident of Vancouver. And I'm calling in to support the staff proposal to extend the Gastown pedestrianization pilot. I visited the pilot when it was happening and enjoyed it. It's much quieter and nicer without cars driving over cobbles. That is an extremely noisy experience. As somebody who commuted along that route for multiple years, it was never really very pleasant until the cars were removed from it. But echoing some of the staff report, there are things that I think the future pilot could do better. And one of those is commitment to businesses. I'm not going to name any names, but I noticed that some of the businesses in the area that didn't have daytime service before the pilot didn't have daytime service during the pilot. And I don't really blame them. Why should they retool or reinvent their businesses for a fly-by-night project that lasts a few months, 1 year, and then never returns? So I think that the future pilot needs to commit to businesses, to support them, and to be long-lasting. Businesses need to know that these changes are here to stay, or they're just going to add chaos. The other thing that I think that the future pilot could improve on is the use of car light areas, because I think that they disrupt the pedestrian experience and are probably responsible for why people seem to go to Maple Tree Square less than they went to the 300 block of Water Street. We're all paying a lot of attention, but put yourself in the shoes of somebody who doesn't know what's going on. When they reach the end of that first pedestrian area and see car traffic again, they logically conclude, this is the end of the pilot. Yeah, that was a pretty cool 300 block. I guess I'm going to turn around now. So I think that disconnecting pedestrian areas with car light areas creates a bad experience for most people, and especially for children. I can figure out when I need to transition from pedestrian to car light, but imagine a 5-year-old not realizing the difference in traffic patterns. It's particularly daunting for people who are maybe not paying as much attention as everybody else. So I hope that this continues with some improvements to support businesses and to improve the pedestrian experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in. Okay. Speaker 25 has withdrawn. Speaker 26 is Corleen Jarvis. Corleen, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
You bet. Go ahead. You got 3 minutes.
Okay, perfect. I'm Corleen Jarvis, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Gastown Residents Association, or the GRA. Now, having experienced the pilot 24/7 this past summer, the GRA has adopted the following positions. We do not support a permanent closure of Water Street to vehicle traffic, nor do we support a pilot like we saw last summer or an extended version thereof. Any additional long-term summer pilots would only delay the permanent work that needs to happen right now to restore Gastown. Our friends at the Gastown Business Improvement Society have already listed the infrastructure deficiencies that are most pressing, and we're in full agreement. However, we do support a more streamlined version of a pedestrian zone whereby Water Street would be closed to traffic for several times of the year for special events such as Gastown Days for 2 weeks or for other selected long weekend special events. Installations such as retractable bollards at the entrance points would help make the conversion of these events smoother and less disruptive to residents and businesses. As to the changing Cordova into a two-way street, we are very concerned that the congestion that this would create has never been fully addressed. For example, we are concerned that traffic, including buses, could be brought to a standstill by vehicles simply needing to turn left. We're also concerned that the city-owned Easy Park, Lot 31, whose entrance and exit ramps were designed to only be accessed by eastbound traffic, won't be accessible to residents or visitors who would now be traveling west. For these and other reasons, we believe that prior to any action, a feasibility study is needed, along with a detailed traffic modeling, which includes omnipresent construction zones, service vehicles, road repairs, etc., that are already daily challenges along this corridor. In closing, we all want the same thing, a return to the vibrancy which made Gastown a world-famous destination. Although opinions on how exactly to get there may differ, the GRA again thanks the city for making us a priority. Thank you.
Thanks very much for calling in. Speaker 27 is Nin Rai. Nin, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
You bet. Go right ahead.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Nin Rai. I'm a past resident and current business owner in Gastown. I'd like to thank the council for allowing me to share my views with you. I appreciate the efforts by the city to create a car-free zones for the public. Unfortunately, Gastown is not the right location for this type of project at this time. Gastown's issues predate the current administration with the neglect of the last administration of the area. Since then, we know that Gastown has suffered more than any other area from the pandemic, inflation, and high interest rates. Gastown has a unique and vulnerable community makeup that needs to be handled with care and thought. Things that may work in other neighborhoods may not work in Gastown. Gastown is in need of it. Yes, Gastown is in need of attention. I'm sure the council will lead the area in the right direction. Car-free zone is not the attention Gastown needs at this time. Our current needs are investment in basic infrastructure, policing, and sanitation of alleys, and safety of the residents and the businesses of the area. I feel Robson Street would be the right location for a car-free zone for the public currently. Closing of streets in Gastown has been a disaster for many businesses and visitors, as access to the area has been greatly reduced with the closure of Carroll Street, which was totally unnecessary and should be reopened immediately, as it provides access to the alleys for businesses and visitors and keeps the alleys safe with movement. I find the process and implementation of the car-free zone and now reporting on its results highly controversial. It seems like certain departments in the city have a hidden agenda towards this project, as feedback was taken and created in a biased way towards approving the car-free zone once again. A report put forward here by the planning department is very short-sighted. What is being proposed here is an inefficient way to deal with the issues in Gastown. I repeat that the tax dollars must be spent in Gastown to address the most basic of issues, like safety and infrastructure, not to address some sort of hidden agenda or justification on the validity of a certain city department. If the car-free zone is approved once again for 2025, I'm sure you will see more closures of businesses in Gastown, and businesses have suffered enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you for calling in. Our speaker 28 is Kim Briscoe. Kim, are you there?
I am. My name is Kim Briscoe. I'm from Kim Prince, which is in the Europe Hotel in Gastown. I am a picture framing store who carries larger items and requires on many occasions a car, as these frames can be heavy and bulky. I have had great difficulty getting my clients to pick up and drop off because of the lack of parking, and therefore my business declined on average 30-35%. The drop was immediate, and it did not have an upturn when the construction ceased and became pedestrian only. It's a significant number, which is not sustainable. If you close Water Street, you may see a substantial turnover in businesses. I've been here for 40 years. I have seen a lot of changes. Those bricks used to be fixed in 2 to 3 weeks. I have been and remain to be opposed to the closure of Water Street. I'm actually quite surprised we're still having a conversation about closing Water Street. This has had such a detrimental effect on my business, which took me by surprise. I know walk-by isn't important, but it showed me how important it is to have drive-by as well. When I don't have customers dropping off their artwork to be framed because they can't find parking, it is too far to walk, my business suffers. Now, if the result was the other way and we were up in business, we would be fine for the closure. Stats show street closures have mostly failed and have had a reduction in revenue. We have 10 to 15-foot sidewalks in Gastown. We don't need to close the street as well. We did have 2 lanes of traffic. It's been reduced to 1 lane, which seems to work well, and it's allowed for an increase in parking. Water Street is a major artery into the city. It bypasses the main core of the city and gets you over the Lions Gate or West End quite quickly. So let's list some of the effects for the closure, and I'm speaking to some customers, but mostly business operators in Gastown. One of the biggest and the reasons we're fighting to keep it open, decrease in revenue. It's just not sustainable. Increase in loitering, especially at night. Delivery drivers getting tickets for trying to drop off supplies, and no parking, the thorn in my side. And finally, public safety. I don't need to explain that one. Some pros, the street remained cleaner. There were more people walking around, but not buying. I think most cases they were trying to figure out what all the hype was about. Safer for the kids at night to wander around when the bars closed. Some residents in the area did like the closure. It's less noise of traffic, but again, they won't if retail stores do not remain open. My hope is that you listen to the businesses in Gastown. We're not trying to be difficult, but we are experiencing a decline in sales. It's not fun to work hard, be stressed, and not get a return for our efforts. Please do not close Water Street. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for calling in. Speaker 29 is Eric Sinclair. Eric, are you there? Eric Sinclair? Are you there? Hello? Eric Sinclair, are you there? All right, maybe we'll move on to Speaker 30. Speaker 30 is George Spiritus. George, are you there?
Speaker 30 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 31, Marty McGrath.
Again, not on the line.
Okay. And Speaker 32, Daniela Smith.
And not on the line.
Okay, I'll go back to Speaker 14. Eli Brennan.
We seem to be having, Chair, sorry for the interruption. I'm just reading this as it's coming through. We seem to be having a slight technical issue with the line.
Okay. Should we take a couple minutes to...
I think, yes, we may have to redial in. Oh, okay. Hang on, it's happening as I speak. Okay, everything seems to be fine now. Not sure what the issue was. We can proceed. Perhaps you might want to try those speakers again.
Okay, I'll try. Speaker 14, Eli Brennan. There? Okay. How about Speaker 17, Scott Hawthorne?
Okay, so there was no 14. I believe we do.
Hello?
Yes, we have Speaker 17.
Hi, Scott. Is that you?
Yeah. Yes, it is. I'm here.
Okay, you bet. Go right ahead. You've got 3 minutes.
3 minutes? Great. Thank you for the time and the offering to present here today. My name is Scott Hawthorne. I've been a resident of Gastown for 20 years, and I now raise my family down here. My daughter was born in our home about a year ago. I also own some commercial property, and I'm a past business owner down here through Native Shoes and a long time ago through Salt Tasting Room. The closure, as you've heard so far, the closure for many of the businesses has been pretty devastating. 30 to 40% down in sales is pretty devastating, and due to that, I do not support the closure going forward. And I won't repeat some of the stuff that people have said already, but I think the thing that really needs some attention right now is that what you've heard from people today of the negative impact on their business being down so much has been shared with staff through megaphones over the last 2 to 3 months or so. So it comes quite shocking to many of us to see it not represented in the report that's before you. And it really makes us question, it makes me question about the efficacy or the relevance of any of the other data that's in that report and how you're doing public consultation. I mean, it's shocking. It blows my mind that we've yelled through megaphones how negatively affected a lot of the businesses that have been down here. and for that to be completely ignored. We could be your biggest partners down here, but for the data to be not included when it's been shared with you so much is a problem that I think really needs to be looked into. And there's going to have to be the elephant in the room is that no one feels like they're listened to down here on the business side of things, and there's going to have to be a reset in the relationship going forward if we're going to feel that our voice is considered at the table for any future plans that goes on down here. So I really ask you to question the staff of why this data was not included in the report and why we're having to spend all this time on it right now because of that, and what you're going to do to rebuild the trust with the community down here so that we don't have to spend as much time on this as we needed to today, and we can talk about increasing the pedestrian experiences down here. There were some wonderful things that happened here in the summer. It was great to have more patios. A lot of the things that were done down here this year that could be repeated in the future, you don't need to close the streets to do that. This isn't a neighborhood that suffered from too many people on a tiny little sidewalk. We have expansive sidewalks, and when the cars came back in early September, vibrancy came back to the neighborhood. Some of the businesses wanted to keep their patios open that were told that they couldn't do that. So I think the question really needs to be is, like, what can you do for the neighborhood down here for the pedestrian experience to be vibrant while still maintaining cars down here? Thank you.
All right, thank you for calling in. Go back down to the list. Speaker 29, Eric Sinclair.
Yes.
Go right ahead. You've got 3 minutes.
Committee members, chair, and mayor, thank you for our time to speak. My name is Eric Sinclair. I'm a Vancouver resident. I am opposed to the Gastown proposal. I'm involved in tourism in Vancouver. I have more than 2 decades in tourism, bringing tourists to our popular areas in Vancouver, one of them Gastown. Gastown is mandatory on the tour for a few reasons, but the main one for me is because this was the starting point of the city of Vancouver. Personally, my opinion is the city of Vancouver should be embracing Gastown's history rather than banning vehicles from entering Gastown. Example, it's unfortunate the Gassy Jack statue had to be removed, but a wise choice in the city hall, realizing times aren't what they used to be, and replacing the statue was not realistic. We can embrace the history of Gastown in different ways, but the banning of vehicles serves no purpose in feeding tourism. Perhaps enhancing the steam boiler Jack Dayton brought in, it still operates to this day, and we might provide a viewing platform for this history of Gastown. The steam clock in Gastown is the most photographed object in Vancouver. Not all these photographers walk into Gastown. Personally, I bring them in a tour bus, park on the corner of one of the parking spots designated for tour buses and loading, and disembark the guests to photograph the clock. This way, they only need to travel the distance of a crosswalk and back. I think I'm qualified to say that the number of tourists that I bring into Gastown, approximately 65% of them are unable to walk from their hotels to Gastown, unable to walk because of their age and physical restrictions. The same percentage of physical limited tourists can be applied to the cruise ships as well. If we prevent vehicles from entering Gastown, we are preventing these types of tourists from entering Gastown. Let's not erect a sign that says, "Welcome to Gastown, but only if you can walk," or "Seniors not welcome." Gastown, Granville Island, and Chinatown all have tourists and vehicles flowing through them. It's been working for decades. It's part of the character of these areas to intermingle pedestrians and vehicles together. The proposal for Gastown has no plus side. I don't know where the idea was born, but it should have been killed at the board table. I implore you, please let the traffic be in our tourism locations. Once again, thank you for my time to speak.
Thank you for calling in. Okay, going back to speaker number 30, George Spiritus.
Hello?
Hi, is this George?
Yes, it is.
George, can you just confirm if you're a resident of the city of Vancouver?
I'm not a resident in the city of Vancouver, but I'm a business owner in the city, in Gastown.
Perfect. Go ahead. You've got 3 minutes.
Okay. My name is George Spirides. I'm the owner and CEO of Marigold's Cannabis, located at 231 Abbott Street. I'm not a resident, but we have been operating in Gastown since 2020 and strongly oppose repeating this project in the future. For us, there was no benefit gained from the project, and in fact, we've been harmed by it. We serve a dedicated client base visiting Marigolds both locally and throughout the greater Vancouver area. Many of these customers visit us when coming to Gastown for dining and entertainment. With road closures and loss of street parking in proximity to us, our business with those customers collapsed. Simply put, residents from other parts of greater Vancouver largely stopped coming to Gastown. Over the course of the project and during our typically strongest months, we lost roughly $150,000 in sales, making it our slowest of the year. The conclusion of the project has seen sales begin to recover, but the missed sales are revenues that can never be recovered. Our experience is like that of the old spaghetti factory. This impacted our business, our customers, and our employees. The reduced sales meant fewer shifts for employees and lost income for them. The project resulted in large commercial vehicles being unable to access many businesses for the purpose of making deliveries. This led those vehicles being double parked on the street, parked illegally blocking laneways, and often blocking access to underground parking for us and local residents. Blocked passageways are both a huge inconvenience and a major safety concern. Trucks were abandoned while workers manually transported supplies and multiple blocks into the pedestrian zone. This is a safety issue which stands to lead to death if emergency services cannot have clear passage. I further point out that much of the harm could have been mitigated if Maple Tree Square had not been closed off. That one area of closure led to the multiple blocks of Powell and Water Streets being inaccessible, and businesses in that area saw no benefit, according to the report. The fact is, the project failed in its intended goals for the broader Gastown area and its businesses. Any benefits the project delivered to some businesses were entirely outweighed by the costs borne by the other businesses in the surrounding areas. The road closures reduced accessibility into and out of Gastown and severely limited parking. This had the effect of concentrating visitors to primarily the 300 block of Water Street. This was both unfair and of no benefit. The city's report was completed on September 25th, but the city only saw fit to distribute it in the afternoon, Friday, October the 18th, and cut off registration to speak 2 business days later on October 22nd. This can hardly be seen as good faith on the part of the city. It creates a clear perception of attempt to deprive interested parties of the opportunity to properly express their views. If there is a genuine intention to obtain those views, I respectfully suggest that the city defer any decision and provide all parties a real opportunity to have their voices heard. I just want to add, is Gastown just Water Street? You know, we've heard from advocacy groups and some residents speaking in favor of pedestrianising Water Street. But Gastown is more than just Water Street. The statistics in the report do not reflect reality. Without taking into account the impacts on all businesses, Council must reject this project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for calling in. So we'll go to speaker 31, Marty McGrath. Marty, are you there?
No.
Okay, so we'll move on to speaker 32, Daniela Smith.
Also no.
Okay, all right. That completes our, that is the end of our speakers list, and thank you for everyone for speaking to this item. Okay, when moving the report recommendations, please specify whether you're moving the recommendations or the alternative. When somebody like to move a motion? Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'd actually like to move an alternate recommendation that instead of option A or B that's outlined in the report. And so I've sent that in to the clerk if they'd like to bring that up.
Okay, very good. I'm going to put you, just add you to the main queue here. Go ahead.
Okay, great, thank you. I want to thank all the speakers that came out and all the feedback that we heard. Been listening very intently, not just today, but attending multiple times during the summertime, participating and enjoying the pilot as a member of the public at different days, different times of the day, different days of the week. And I think what we're hearing here, I'm going to make a few observations before I speak specifically to the amendment, but is that we're hearing a lot of confounding factors in terms of that construction had a very real impact. We have contributing economic and affordability challenges that were also impacting Gastown, not unique to Gastown, where they're being felt in other neighborhoods and other areas across the city. We did see, we heard from some businesses that liked it. We heard from some that felt that the way it was implemented was very challenging for them. We had some results that said that Gastown, after the construction period, was down significantly less than the rest of the downtown peninsula in terms of retail and restaurant sales. We're also heard a lot about sequencing, and we've heard around the desire to continue the long-term investment in public space planning in Gastown, which is something that we had was really the intention of the last term of setting aside the significant funding envelope, or the initial tranche of it, I should say, the $10 million, with an intention that there would be an additional allocation in the 2027 to 2030 capital plan. So what I'm proposing is an attempt to thread the needle here and be responsive to marrying the feedback that we're hearing from the Gastown Business Improvement Society, from the different members and stakeholders, and the feedback from the public, who also really enjoyed this and are craving more public space. And so I'm going to go through the amendment and just touch on some of the key pieces here and provide some perspective on why it's crafted the way it is. And the first part is that council directs staff to proceed with an interim two-way street design on Cordova from Richards to Gore Avenue to improve access for visitors, residents, and service providers, and test the implications for motor vehicles and transit getting to and from Gastown and on surrounding streets. And so one of the things that we heard in a lot of ongoing conversations, and again, I think I want to stress this not just today, but I think we've been listening a lot throughout the summer and before that, is that Gastown is very unique in terms of it's sort of landlocked with the rail lines to the north and getting in and out, and that any sort of long-term space planning efforts really need to consider how people get to and from the area in order to be able to enjoy it. And we do have an opportunity to test this one now. I think that's really important. That's why I asked the questions earlier around if staff felt that the Cordova testing phase and changes can be put in place prior to having any type of summer pedestrian pilot. The second part of the amendment is that staff report back to council to confirm the above changes to a two-way Cordova can be in place, as I mentioned, and operational prior to commencing with the summer 2025 pedestrian zone, and that the pedestrian zone be in effect on weekends, Saturdays, Sundays, and for special events, with key enhancements as makes sense for that. We heard that might be a bit more like car-free days, for example, so that you don't necessarily have the same level of heavy furniture, you have more flexibility. But we do have, I think, a willingness with the partners and the conversations we've had with the Gastown BIS and other stakeholders that can see, I think, as I said, threading the needle and a happy medium here in terms of phasing and sequencing all of these elements that need to come together can contribute for success, and doing a weekend and event-based pilot. And then I think the piece that's really important here is what is needed is that long-term investment, and council affirming its support for that in the Gastown neighborhood. And we've heard things about the needed repairs of the Maple Tree Square. While it came with a bit of pain during construction, it's something the community had long asked for. But they were marrying that investment with completion of a public space design plan, and led by a consultant that can provide input into really lives in that space of public space plan. We heard that from our staff for timing issues. They didn't participate in the summer pilot this time, but they certainly can for next year, but also in that longer term plan. And so that plan can be married with that expertise on public space planning and balancing the public space, the pedestrian experience, the public experience, smart public design with its impact and how people interact, and the economic piece. So we keep that moving concurrently. And I think that, and that would allow for flexibility in the future. So I think I'm going to run out of time shortly, but I think that that's the attempt here, to strike a balance that we can keep moving the neighborhood forward in a way that we address the concerns, but we're also building and growing the vibrancy of the area. So there you go. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. All right, question to the clerk. We have essentially strike and replace here, and we're in the main queue right now. Are we just going to take it to a vote, or there?
Yes, I believe it was put forward as the main motion. So it's not really a strike and replace. It's just a motion that's been put forward.
All right.
Okay. By council and seconded. So it's perfectly fine procedurally.
Okay.
And so we would proceed as normal with a main motion.
Okay, very good. All right, then moving forward, then Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Chair. So I have an amendment to this motion that's been moved
We'll
by
go to
Councillor
an
Kirby.
amendment queue then, and I'll add you there. Go ahead.
And I'll just be brief. We've got lots on our agenda today. The amendment reads further that council directs staff to report back on options for a multimodal water street, which creates better walking and cycling connections between Richard Street, Portside Greenway, and Carroll Street while retaining local access, but not arterial motor vehicle traffic. And I just want to share just very high level context we heard during the presentation and also from speakers related to the lack of connectivity between the east and west that enables active transportation, both pedestrianizing more so and also cycling infrastructure. And in the spirit of what Gastown could be, really encouraging that east-west connection with thoughtful and not disruptive, but thoughtful cycling infrastructure could really help the businesses in this area continue to attract folks, especially if the motion that Councillor Kirby-Young has put forward passes. There's going to be a little bit more nuance in terms of how this is set up over weekends, and particularly in the consideration as well of Cordova. And so recognizing that this is not to be prescriptive, that it must be on Water Street, it's looking at the whole area as directed through this amendment that's on the table now, and the amendment that I put forward, or the motion, I should say, is just to be entirely inclusive of what those options could look like so that council can make an informed decision, noting that part of that broader work is underway. But this just puts a finer point on it in the context of the pilot. And I can't reiterate enough how great it was to be down in Gastown on weekends when it was really busy and see the amount of people who were using many modes of transportation, and just really creating a really exciting and vibrant hub in the city during those weekend summer days. So I'll leave it there.
Thanks very much. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. If I may ask a question through you to the mover of the amendment.
Go ahead.
Thanks. Councillor Bly, I was just wondering, are you intending this to be in place for the 2025 pilot, or is this a longer-term vision for the Gastown Public Spaces Plan?
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's intentional not to be prescriptive at this stage. I have looked at both options, and of course as well talked to staff about the different timing of things, and if there is time to bring back something that creates more of this connectivity in a thoughtful way in time for the pilot, that could be an opportunity, but also happy just to continue to underscore how important this is. So if it's in the broader plan beyond the pilot, I think in the long term, that prioritizing this work is important for us to continue to build out the cycling infrastructure. So really either way is the short answer.
Oh, sorry.
Seem to turn on. Thank you very much for that. Also another question through you, Chair, to staff. Just wondering, when you're reading this amendment, it does say multimodal Water Street. Councillor Bly mentioned that she didn't want it to be restrictive. Is it your interpretation that you would just be looking at Water Street, or would you be able to look at Cordova Street, for example, as well? Or would the language need to be modified, in your opinion?
Great, thank you for the question. Paul Storer, Director of Transportation. This asks us to report back, so we can report back on what we could do both on Water Street or on Cordova Streets. It was part of our thinking around the public spaces plan to be looking at what those options are. This would help us kind of understand, to be looking at kind of those key options, as well as looking at what Water Street could be, more without arterial traffic, but with more local traffic.
Okay, so it's not restrictive?
No.
Yeah, okay, thanks for that clarification. Oh, one more question, actually. Is Water Street currently an arterial? I'm not clear on that.
Yes, Water Street currently operates as an arterial.
Okay. Okay, thanks a lot for that clarification. There is certainly a gap in the cycling network. I acknowledge that as well. Coming along Portside Greenway, heading west, you are dumped onto Carroll Street if you want to connect to, say, the Richard Street bike lane, which is fantastic. It is hard to get there currently. So given that this amendment is not, it's pretty open and it's not very restrictive and already in line with some of the Gastown Public Spaces Plan work that's happening, I will support it.
Okay, and I just need to point out that the amendment needs a seconder. Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I'm excited by the exploration of this as a regular cyclist in the area. Water Street westbound and Cordova eastbound is very hairy on a bicycle, you know, and so contemplating it as a two-way with additional tour buses and stuff does seem a bit daunting from a cycling perspective. So I think this might propose an opportunity to explore a possible solution. I will also add that during the pedestrian pilots, it was complicated riding a bike through there. I mean, I did slow my roll. I read the signs. I was slowing my roll, but there's a lot of people, there's a lot of things going on. And so maybe some kind of thoughtful intention as we're looking at how we're improving that kind of multimodal transportation, how we're looking at cycling as a throughput and stuff. And I think it's a much better cycling route to contemplate than trying to squeeze it into Cordova on a two-way as well. Just so I'm happy to see this exploration. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you. Well, my heart is with car free, and I still think that that's a possible long-term solution, although I'm sympathetic with the businesses like those who do picture framing, big, heavy, bulky items around the need to allow cars there. But I think that both, in this case, I'll focus on the amendment. The multimodal that emphasizes better walking and cycling connections, it's what's needed now to get us to possibly a car-free in the future. But I think it's important to do that at this point, and I really, really think it's critical, the phrasing around retaining local but not arterial traffic, because it is those people who run their way through on Water Street to get from the east to the downtown core, you know, that are creating the big problem. And you can see it. I mean, I've had a store down there and office down there, and it really is a place that begs for that pedestrian, that vibrant public involvement experience for sure. And the cars disrupt that, but the cars, I'm hearing the speakers clearly, are at this point still needed. But I think that we're looking to a future, honestly, where we will be more car-free in this city and in most cities.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dominato.
Yes, thanks, Chair. And happy to support this amendment. I do agree with my colleagues on the merit of looking at some of those connections, as was noted from Portside over to Richards, but also throughout the Gastown neighborhood. And as I noted earlier in my comments, we had met with a number of businesses along the Carroll Street existing greenway and some of the challenges there. But I think this is a great addition and look forward to a report back from staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Montague.
Thanks, Chair. I realize that the amendment is for a report back. I'm hoping staff can sort of put my mind at ease a little bit here. I worry that the amendment is a little bit of putting the cart before the horse here, because we don't know what we're doing in Gastown. We're still really tweaking what's going on there, and I don't want to start pushing forward on. While I'm super supportive of bridging that gap in cycling and multimodal transportation, I worry that we're going to start pushing ahead on something that could totally change in the next year or two.
So from my perspective, what we can do, if council moves this ahead, we can send some information to council on how we plan to proceed with kind of a number of items around the direction council gives us today, and that would be kind of what this work would look like for clarification. This is a report back, so this would be kind of around how we might make that connection. Some of that is work that's kind of already started in terms of starting to look at what the options are for better cycling in particular across the northern part of the neck of the Downtown Peninsula. But we can give council some information on how we would proceed with that work.
And would that include like multiple options? So like if Gastown was to remain, whether it's totally car-free or car-free on weekends or car-free for certain weeks or months, or whether it doesn't go car-free at all, whether Cordova is one way, two way, will it provide us with all the options depending on what the outcome is of Gastown?
Yeah, the goal would be to let council know what the considerations are and what the analysis is to let you make a decision on how to proceed.
Okay. Thanks, Paul. I appreciate that. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Show?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I also want to ask a question to staff through you, Chair.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, so I realize there's no timeline specified in this amendment. So I'm just wondering, what is the timeline staff think for all the planning work here?
Great, thank you. So we can get back to council with what the timelines would look like, kind of depending on the direction the council gives us today. Our plan to complete the full public space plan was early 2026. But we would give council information before that about what the timelines will be for all of the planning work.
Okay, so I realize in the Councilor Kirbyang's amendment, there will be a pretty significant amount of planning work, including the two-way Cordova Street. So would this amendment slow down the other work? No?
No.
Okay.
This is helpful in terms of giving us some ideas about what to look at in terms of maybe local street, but not arterial traffic, for example. But that would all be brought into the public space planning work that we'd be moving ahead with if council approves the motion amendment.
Okay, thanks, Paul. That's all my question. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much. I'm just going to get to see the chair briefly to Vice Chair Meisner. Just a similar line of questioning here. And it only is that I'm looking at the scale and the scope of what we're trying to do. I've felt for quite a long time that Gastown is extraordinarily complicated. It was not really tailor-made for easy amendments and changes just because of the way the streets are configured, the flow of traffic that comes from the east and the one-way street. And I'm just looking at the motion, the main motion, which is a bit of a different look at this with the two-waying involved, and also the weekend access for closing the street, and then adding. I realize that this is more of a study than an actual action, but the additional work on top of it with regards to the active transportation laning. Is this a case where we might be biting off more than we can chew in the moment? And that's my basic question. And I know that you are often able of making miracles happen, but I just wanted to just be really clear what we're asking you to do.
Thanks for that. Lisa Parker, Director of Public Space and Street Use. I appreciate the questions around what we're going to be considering, the timelines for this, and just really like kind of overall, what are we going to be able to accomplish long-term and also for next summer. I'd just like to say that we will be able to report back to council with an understanding of exactly what we'll be looking at, what will be the timelines for that, and we can have something to back to council before Christmas, let's say, just so that we can really have time to understand here and everything. I think there's some nuance in here that we'd want to spend some time with and not overcommit, but we can ensure that we have the proper information back to council.
Okay, that's comforting. Thanks very much. I'll take the chair back from Councillor Meisner. All right. Then seeing no other people on the queue, let's go to a vote on the amendment. Just waiting for, there we go. Okay, so that passes unanimously. It's getting late in the afternoon. Very good. Okay, so we'll go back to the main motion. Councillor Bly, you're still on the queue.
I can go off for now, thanks.
Thanks very much. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks. I'll speak to the overall motion as amended. Just some comments. I'm really proud that this council and the businesses and residents of Gastown were willing to take what I think is a big leap of faith last year to be part of our city's first car-free and car-light neighborhood on a large scale. Despite some of the concerns that we heard today, the experience of the pilot, I think really reinforced how much demand there is in Vancouver by residents and visitors who want to experience an area like this that puts priority on pedestrians and active transportation and creates those new urban experiences for Vancouverites to enjoy. I did end up spending a fair amount of time down there as I live close and really enjoyed it. I definitely saw some areas for improvement, but I'm really glad that we had the pilot last year. And I think we can make it better for 2025. All that said, we need to listen to the businesses in the neighborhood. I know we're doing that, but we've heard a lot of feedback today, and myself and several councillors have been engaging with businesses on the ground down there for several months. They really need to be on board. They are the lifeblood of the neighborhood, and if their livelihoods are threatened or they're going to shut down due to drops in businesses, that is going to obviously impact the neighborhood and people's desire to spend time there. So they're a critical part of this, and we need them to be on board. But we also have to take, big decisions and bold decisions, and that's why we're here at council. So I'll continue to support and advocate here at council to create more pedestrian-friendly areas around the city for everyone to enjoy. And some of those will include streets that we can convert to car light or pedestrian priority. But we also have to be nimble and listen to feedback, as I was mentioning. So I think we're striking a really good balance here of continuing with a modified pilot for 2025 that's more flexible and responsive, building on some of the assets and learnings of 2024, and giving residents and visitors all of the great experience of the car-free, car-light days of 2024 next summer, every single weekend, while staff continue to work on that longer-term multimodal vision for Gastown and the upcoming improvements which are desperately needed. And that's what I've heard a lot from the business community and residents in Gastown. And as a former Gastown resident, can tell you, new sidewalks, new road surfaces, new lighting, new street furniture, all those things are so desperately needed. And I really believe that those improvements are going to make a really big difference in the success of future pilots. Once we have those things in place, I really feel like we'll be at a better place to start looking at a more comprehensive car light version of Gastown. But in this pilot phase, before that work happens, I think that we're striking a good balance here moving ahead and working on a brighter future for Gastown. And I can commit to continuing to do what I can to make that happen. So thanks to staff for all your hard work on this and to all the speakers who passionately spoke today.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. I just want to echo a lot of what Councillor Meisner just stated. Thanks to staff for continuing to work through this very complex project and continuously keeping council engaged and updated and going back to the community even in difficult conversations and making sure that their voices are heard. And while there may be some interpretation of different facts and data, and that always comes up. We're still here. We're still at the table. We want to reflect the voices of those who have felt particularly challenged over this time. And I noted from the presentation that while there has been economic impacts of this pilot, it's felt more broadly. But what I thought about right after that was this is exactly the conversation we were having last February is this the right time? Because there are broader economic impacts that they had to face this summer. Now, even as of today, things are looking a little bit brighter. And so with interest rates coming down even a little bit more, and so hopefully we're going to continue in that trajectory and find ourselves in a very different place economically speaking next summer. I think the weekends is a no-brainer. And even just some of the testimony around how much weather impacts. And so we can guarantee some really nice weather, hopefully, over the July and August months, and really make this a win-win for the community. And I just want to say thanks for the speakers that spoke to some of the more nitty-gritty around the infrastructure, the bike infrastructure, and just for council support on that amendment, because I think at the end of the day, every tweak, everything we can do to drive more activity down into Gastown, that's a real net positive for the community is good. And so this is another piece of it that's really missing. So appreciate all the work. And again, to the businesses and residents and all the folks that called in and took the time to share their perspective. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, appreciate the comments so far. I'm okay with this general amendment. Of course, I'm disappointed that we weren't able to achieve the sort of full ongoing pedestrian pilot as has been kind of contemplated. But I think as Councillor Meisner alluded to, we have to listen to the businesses, and the best pedestrian realm for Gastown will be meaningless if we don't have vibrant businesses to attend. And when the businesses say that it's not working for them, and I think they mostly came into this in good faith and wanted to see this work, and they're saying it's not working for them. And I think that it obviously requires a little bit more finessing. But I think it's a great opportunity. I think one of my favorite realizations recently was that Gastown only kind of recently became brick cobblestones and stuff, and that it was a kind of asphalt street before, and then they kind of re-engineered it with bricks and made it look quaint and cool and took these old warehouses and really kind of jazzed it up in the 70s. And I think that's the kind of like bold moves that have really created Gastown. And I think we're still embarking upon those bold moves. And this is an opportunity to kind of finesse it. And the one piece that I just really want to highlight, and not to eat up too much time, is that connectivity with some of the other streets. And I know the Gastown BIA really talked about that. And I think, I recognize that Cordova is going to change significantly, and I think that's going to have to be a thoughtful conversation. But the big one for me is how we connect Carroll Street and getting Carroll Street right, so that Carroll Street and so Gastown and Chinatown and Hastings Crossings are all kind of connecting in a nice throughway that's comfortable for pedestrians, and that we can really engage folks as they're going through Gastown to just hop over to Chinatown and vice versa. Because Carroll's a wonderful street, and it could use a little love as well. And I think that this is a great maybe opportunity as we revisit this, that we can see how we can, give a little love to Carroll Street and make it a nice street as well. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dominato.
Yes, thanks, Chair, and happy to speak to the amended recommendations. And I think you'll hear similar reflections from me as has been reflected by my colleagues in chambers there. And is first off, thank you to the businesses and community members who have shared their feedback both today, but also in advance of today, meeting with our staff, but also meeting with councillors and members of the BIAs, both Hastings Crossings and Gastown. I think the input was really valuable. And as I was listening to the comments, particularly from the business owners and operators, that indeed this was a pilot, and the whole idea of undertaking a pilot is to see how it works and what works, what doesn't, what's sticky, what should change, or if it should be abandoned entirely. And so in that regard, it has fulfilled itself. And I appreciate it was a difficult time for a number of businesses over the summer months, and there's some learnings, but certainly the takeaway for me in everything that's been presented, including the amended recommendations from Councillor Kirby-Young, is that we really do need to listen to those businesses because, as was noted by my colleagues, there will be no neighborhood to visit, no thriving neighborhood if we don't have community amenities, or if we don't have businesses and restaurants and retail for people to come and enjoy as part of this historic part of our neighborhood. And so I think it is really important that we pivot, and obviously we're prepared to do that with the the recommendation that's been tabled. I am interested in seeing the outcome, impact and outcome of the two-waying of Cordova. I think that may alleviate having some of the vehicles on Water Street to make it a little bit more car light. And see how that works for commuter traffic coming in and out of the city. I also appreciate the considerations that have been raised around multimodal connections throughout the neighborhood. And again, back to that conversation we've been having for months and since last term is the interconnectedness of the downtown waterfront, historic Gastown, Hastings Crossing, Chinatown, and also Railtown, and the opportunity that this presents to support all of the neighborhoods. But while we're focused on Gastown today, I'm happy to support the amended recommendation and thank our staff and for all of their work on this, and all of my colleagues who I know have really invested a lot of time to understand the issues from all sides and to really come to a bit of middle ground here and pragmatism so that we can support the business community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Happy to close. I really appreciate the engagement that we've had with all the stakeholders in Gastown over 2 terms now. I've been championing for investment in this neighborhood, and it was, I think, a huge recognition of the efforts of the Gastown folks that are standing up, calling for investment in their neighborhood, that we're able to put, as I said, the $10 million into this capital plan, recognizing that we need another top up in the upcoming capital plan. And I'm a huge proponent and a fan of public space, as others have stated. It's really important in our city. You look at the different plazas and the BIAs and how popular they are, how people love to gather. Our city is densifying and increasingly, and people need spaces to be, right? They need places that you can take a respite and you can feel the sun on your face and you can sit down or have a cup of coffee or feel like you're part of community. And have an opportunity to do there and to be that. I think Gastown has incredible potential. As I said earlier, I think that there are a lot of confounding factors coming out of a pandemic. I was really interested in the economists or the economic advisors comment earlier. It's always, I think, interesting to hear from some of our advisors. It'd be great to hear from the public space planner as well as we move forward on this work. But sort of saying that when people were commenting, some of my September, October numbers were better, that sometimes that's residual. They see that, right? Because people that maybe didn't go to a neighborhood in the past, but came because of the pedestrian pilot, go back again, right? So it's sort of like encouraging people to come back and visit that may not have for a while and that have lapsed. And so I think that holds a lot of potential. I do recognize there's a bigger space planning exercise here. I think that there's another conversation to have really around Gastown as a planning neighborhood and treating it as its own unique area and planning district, because it's not just about sort of a two-way Cordova or the pedestrian pilot or the public space plan, which is incredibly important, but it's also really about what we enable and encourage to be developed in the area, how we're keeping it fresh and having new residents coming in and new customers and all of those things and pieces that work together. So I think that there's a recognition here that we can do a lot of positive things with a summer pilot and keep this work going. But I think one of the things the neighborhood said, and we need to keep our foot on the gas, is around driving forward on this public space planning effort, which really puts the investment into developing the quality and upping the quality of those spaces. We've heard about Blood Alley doing the work on Maple Tree Square. If you create great spaces and places, people will come to them, right? It's kind of like Field of Dreams, right? Build it and they will come, they will flock to them and they love them. And so I think that that's what we really need to do here, is really drive forward on that public space planning piece while we're doing the other components in parallel. And so I do appreciate all the work. I appreciate staff flexing to respond to this. I'm interested to see the public space planning exercise pump up. And thank you for the ongoing conversations that we continue to have and working together. It's important that we do that with all the stakeholders, but I'll say that people love these spaces. And I think that if we keep on doing this work and sequencing all of the different pieces correctly, we're going to end up with a thriving neighborhood that is great for business and that people also love. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, seeing no other people on the queue, clerk, can we take it to the voting panel, please? Voting on the main motion as amended. Okay, so that passes unanimously. All right. Thank you very much. That completes item number 2. 2? Okay. So we adopted item 3 on consent. So we're now on to, item 4. Yes, item 4, which was pulled by Councillor Fry. First of all, does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? This item does not have a staff presentation. So Councillor Fry, you held this item. You have 5 minutes to ask questions to team members. Yes, the team. Sorry. We'll just... Oh, did you weren't on the queue, were you, Councillor Kirby-Young? Okay, no, Councillor Fry, go right
I mean, I was hoping to ask questions of the mayor, since it's his report.
Oh.
Unless...
Take a 2-minute recess. mic back on. Oh, you should be on. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. And this feels almost conversational because I have questions for the mayor.
Oh,
and
awesome.
because it's like sitting right here. So, Mayor, I noted that the omission from some of these perfunctory statutory roles that have long been sort of rotated roles, so acting mayor, deputy mayor, duty counselor, and I'm wondering why you chose to omit Councillor Carr, Councillor Boyle, and myself. Obviously, Councillor Boyle.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
relevant.
Yeah, thank you for the question. At the end of the day, what I found, so I'll speak for myself, was, when I don't show up to events, deputy mayor, acting mayor shows up, people were expecting either the mayor or someone that represents, ABC. So,
because do you feel that it is a partisan role for us? Because so my understanding, especially with duty counselor, as duty counselor, it's, we're defined as a rotating schedule of counselors that are representing council, not the mayor or a partisan party. And certainly I don't bring that. And have you heard reports that I'm bringing a partisan lens when I attend in an official city capacity?
I don't track every conversation. There have been partisan. I actually kind of find it funny because, I actually find the experience here quite partisan, even though I don't want it to be partisan. But that's okay. Look, the answer is, asked and answered. Basically, just made a change.
Well, so you've implied that people were expecting ABC representatives when they were seeking somebody to come and cut a ribbon or what have you as an official city capacity. And is that an expectation of a partisan? Because I certainly don't bring a partisan role to it, and I don't believe I've had any, and I'd be curious if you have had complaints that we're not representing ABC, and, obviously we could FOI it, I suppose, but have you had complaints to the effect that we're not representing ABC?
No, I don't expect you to represent ABC. Look, the answer is, made a decision, good with it.
Okay, so, because this does represent, it is an othering and it is a financial penalty that you're effectively imposing upon non-ABC counselors. Do you have any, I hate to bring it here, but are you aware of any code of conduct complaints involving yourself and us that might inform this decision?
Well, I can't, hold on a sec. The reality, I think you're very familiar with the rules. If there is any code of conduct complaint, no one's allowed to bring it up. Those don't get discussed. So,
well, I'm just asking if you're aware of any active.
So if you want to bring that up for political theater, it's kind of inappropriate.
No, but I think that is okay. Well, I'm bringing it up because you're asking all of your council colleagues to vote for your report. Are you familiar with item 6.42 of the Code of Conduct?
Well, you know what? I'd have to look that up.
Would you like me to read it for you? It's
sure
about reprisals and obstruction. And no member of this or city employee will threaten or undertake any act of reprisal against a complaint or against a person who provides information to the Integrity Commissioner in the context of an investigation. I feel that's an important context to lend to this report that you're asking all of council to now vote in favor of, effectively censuring Councillor Carr and I.
Yeah, so question through the chair to city manager. I feel like I can't answer a question based on process that isn't really even relevant. I was wondering if the city manager can give me some guidance on how I answer these questions.
So through the chair, I think there's probably limited guidance here that we can provide. Certainly in terms of any specific reference to specific code of conduct complaints, as you mentioned, there are expectations in the code of conduct bylaw around that. I think though other questions that don't specifically pertain to specific complaints, it would be your call. I think through the chair that it would be your call as to how you want to respond to those. The code of conduct wouldn't specifically complain or preclude responses to general questions.
Okay, and we are over time on that one, so I'll advance to Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I want to just start by saying that it is the mayor's prerogative to put forward recommendations regarding who should fill appointments as council representatives, and I accept that that's been the process. I just want to make it clear that I hope that it has had nothing to do with my performance in the roles that I've taken on, because I feel that in, for example, being the liaison to Metro or to the Metro Van Zero Emissions Innovation Center, two things very dear to my heart, that I feel that I have done everything I can to perform in those roles and to the best of my abilities, and thinking about the city at large and what is good for the city, but in the case of Metro, also what is really good for the region at large. I've always held those goals, so I just want to make sure, I'm not asking for a response to that, I just want to make sure that there is, that all of you at this council table who will vote on this reflect on the fact that I feel I have done a good job in representing the city. I also just want to let you know that when I was first elected in 2011, Vision did have, again, that rotating councillor thing. In fact, when they decided to not do it, which they did in the second term I was on council, a media report on it said that it had been an ongoing tradition for decades. So this city has tended to, despite the fact that it's one of the only cities that has parties, all the other cities are nonpartisan, where there is sort of an equal sort of rotation. It had been an established tradition. And as a new councillor in particular, it was so incredibly thrilling to be representing the city at events. I did due diligence, learned about whoever it was. In fact, I accepted every invitation I possibly could just to know about the city. And I think you should, I hope, all of you, Mayor, you in particular, because you do make the appointments, recognize that in building a collegial team of equally elected councillors, especially introducing new councillors to that role of feeling that representation of the city is part of the job of being an elected councillor, that you would consider that. I'm no longer, as you know, newly elected, but it sure was an incredibly wonderful learning experience, as I'm sure it is for all of you that are first time to councillors. So I particularly want to just say that it has been an honor to serve at Metro and on Metro Van Zero Emissions Innovation Center. I think that reflecting especially on Zeke, which just started, the role that it has played in bringing together people within industry, in the building industry, obviously in specific, learning best practices, being at the forefront of the kind of change that is absolutely essential as we recognize the impacts of a changing climate, especially in our city. I'm not there.
Councillor Carr, this is kind of the question you right now, so.
Oh, well, then fine. I can just do questions.
All right. Okay. Very much. Okay, Councillor Montague.
Thanks, Chair. And I just want to clarify something through the city manager, I guess, through you, Chair. While the last 2 years we have had a rotating deputy mayor and acting mayor schedule, it's not always been that way, correct? I mean, my understanding is that and Councillor Carr briefly touched on this, was that there was a time when a single person actually was in that role for well over a year. Is that not correct?
Yeah, through the chair, there was a period in a previous council where there was a single individual appointed as acting mayor. That's correct.
Okay, so it's not unusual. This is the mayor's prerogative, and I'm not sure what's being insinuated here, but it's a decision by the mayor. He has the right to do that, and it's something that is not out of the norm from what has happened in the past. So that's all I have, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Sim.
Yeah, I had not so much a question, but a comment. Sir, Councillor Carr, thank you for your service. You know, while we may not disagree or agree on some things, you've represented our city very well. And I do want to say thank you. And it does tie into, you know, another comment. And, you know, whereas, you know, people play politics, I think we've showed a track record of not. When we first started here, you know, we had non-ABC members filling those roles. And to your point, Councillor Carr, and I thank you. Like I say this with a lot of respect and kindness. You know, that feeling you had being a new councillor, how it was thrilling representing our city. We have other councillors in this room, you know, that we're newbies. You are still in their first term, and I think it's healthy to have, you know, other individuals, you know, step up and, you know, when they're in a position where they can actually represent our city, and also experience that thrill that you did when you were first on as well. And so there's no energy around this. I just want to say thank you for your service, and you know, you've represented the city well. So thank you.
Okay, so I'm just going to move sort of the main queue and ask for a mover and a seconder. Sorry, you did move? Okay, Councillor Montague has moved it, and second, Councillor Zhou. Okay, all right. Councillor Fry?
Thanks. This is where I'll pull out my prop and just remind you all that that the ABC majority back in this book did promise to limit the partisan activity of the mayor's office, and I do think this is a partisan move. And
Chair, I'd like to call a point of order. It's 6.1 C. That a council member must not question the motives of another council member. And I see Councillor Fry questioning the mayor's motives right now.
that's a statement of fact, but okay, I'll allow the chair to rule on that.
Moment.
Would you like to read it?
Well, I don't know what you're insinuating there, Councillor Fry, but
Councillor Fry, I'll just ask to caution you just in the use of language that would suggest a motive here in your remarks.
Sure. I'm just going to read the line from here. I don't think this suggests motive. It's just a statement of fact that was written in the platform that an ABC majority will limit partisan activity from mayoral office staff. So I will leave that there. That is a statement of fact from the platform. I'd also offer a slight correction to Councillor Montague's earlier comment. It's not a decision of the mayor, it's a recommendation from the mayor. The decision is of council. And your decision includes a recommendation that effectively, and particularly for the role of duty councillor, this has nothing to do with representing the mayor, it's the representation of council. And the decision before you is to effectively say, at least on that one item, that you do not feel your non-ABC councillor colleagues, Carr, Boyle, and myself, are suitable to represent council. And, you know, I'm just going to name that I think that's not very collegial. And I'll leave it at that. I certainly wouldn't want to ascribe motive, but I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you very much. So council, there are no other speakers, so we will take this to a vote. To the voting panel, please, clerk. Dominato is not on the line. She's oh, Councillor Dominato. Oh, very good. Okay, so that passes with Councillors Carr and Fry in opposition. All right, so that completes that item. We are now moving on to council member motion number 1, requesting the provincial government oversee a City of Vancouver Lobbyist Registry. This was presented by Councillor Jo. So I will give you 2 minutes to present your motion.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I'm introducing a motion that reflects our commitment to transparency, accountability, and good governance. This motion asks the provincial government to oversee a lobbyist registry for the City of Vancouver. This is a key and long-standing commitment of the ABC platform that we promise to deliver. So it is always my intention to bring this motion forward because of accountability is always dear to my heart. There's already a provincial lobbyist registry in place with standard process, so it could be very much easier to expand at the municipal level. By requesting the provincial oversight, we ensure a consistent standard across all municipalities in BC, making the compliance easier for lobbyists who are already familiar with the provincial regulation. This oversight guarantees the highest levels of transparency, accountability, and consistency, which will help build public trust in our local government. The UBCM has twice called for a municipal lobbyist registry in the past. In the response from the province about the previous UBCM motion, the province did did express their interest, but they would like to see clear goals and objectives. So this motion does exactly that. There is a 2025 UBCM motion attached to this motion, which will explore to create a working group to develop a set of clear goals to meet the requirements from the province. This demonstrates a proactive approach to engage with the provincial government and other municipalities across the province to ensure the lobbyist registry becomes a reality. Ultimately, this is about giving Vancouverites a clear picture of who is lobbying the elected officials, senior staff, and ensuring that our decisions are made in the public best interest. So I'm asking for your support to set a new standard of transparency in Vancouver. Thanks, Chair. That's all my motion.
Okay, thank you very much. Got a seconder. Thank you very much. All right. First of all, I just want to make sure that that no member of the committee has a, if any member of the committee wants to declare a conflict of interest on this item. Okay, seeing none. All right, is there any discussion on this motion? Okay. No, the speaker withdrew. Sorry, I should have said that right off the top. Yeah. Yeah, there's one speaker that's withdrawn. All right. Okay, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I appreciate this motion coming forward. Obviously, we have, Councillor Jo and I both have coincidental interests in pursuing a more vigorous lobbyist registration and accountability. I think this it would be fantastic to see a provincial lobbyist registry. Unfortunately, provincial lobbyist registries are few and far between, and many municipalities across Canada have been faced to come up with their own solutions, and we'll get to that later, I suppose, with my municipal registry. Only to say that I do think that there's a great deal of work going on to arrive at this. It's been an ask for many, many years, over a decade. And obviously we're in a very complicated time with the provincial government. Through my 6 years on UBCM, I can also suggest that sometimes these kind of interventions from the provincial government as far as municipal governance goes aren't always well received, and it may be a complicated thing to get a universal municipal registry. I think back to the Auditor General for local government and how poorly received that was by local governments in British Columbia, to the effect that it was removed almost as quickly as it was introduced. So, but I think that on the whole, it would be a fantastic addition, and I am hopeful that it is something that we will see certainly, within the next few years. And I just want to also commit to Councillor Joe and Council, should they choose to approve this, that I will be most assuredly committed to advancing this interest at UBCM as best I can.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Joe?
Yeah, I just want to respond to the Councillor Fry's question or comments. So I do understand there's some UBCM motion in the past, 2017 and 2019, but I think the province did express the interest. And, they just want to know very clear goals and objectives. So that's why, this motion will work with UBCM and other municipality to create a working group to set up this very clear goals and objective. I think, it's much more consistent for the province to oversee this registry, because those lobbyists, they are not only lobbying for City of Vancouver, they are also doing it for Richmond, for Burnaby, all other municipalities. So if we have a very standard regulation across the province, it will be much easier for the lobbyists to follow, and it will be, it'll be good for the compliance rate. So I think to create an interim city registry is a patchwork. I mean, I think we should do the right thing here to take the leadership as the City of Vancouver to ask the province to oversee this provincial registry instead of just doing the patchwork on a temporary basis.
Thank you, Councillor Joe. I'll just cede the chair for a moment to Vice Chair Meisner and make a few remarks of my own. Just really briefly, I do actually have a little context with regards to the comment about the municipal auditor general that the Christy Clark government brought in I think 2013. That was actually not strongly endorsed by UBCM at the time. In fact, there was quite a bit of opposition from local government broadly on that. So it didn't have quite the same sort of platform to build upon that was supported by local government. At the end of the day, there were unfortunately numerous issues, many changes of leadership of that office, and that's why I think it ultimately was stood down later on by the BC NDP government. With regard, I actually have been both a provincially and federally registered lobbyist, as both as a consulting lobbyist and as well as an in-house lobbyist. Those are the two categories that exist, and attended many sessions with the Commission Chair Michael McAvoy in terms of the building of the present system we have for lobbyist registry. I'm fairly familiar with it, and I think that there was an enormous amount of stakeholder work to build that registry and make it an effective tool for accountability, and it is one that I think would transfer very well to the local government to provide it. And I do think, and I commend the members of the delegates of UBCM for supporting this previously. obviously, I think that we'll just have to continue through you, Councillor Fry, as representative, and Councillor Kirby-Yung, keep our voice on this and make sure that we're really supporting the development of this provincial expansion into local government for a lobbyist registry. And with that, I will take the chair back and hear from Councillor Carr.
Thank you. We all know that there's a second motion that's coming up. But in the context of that, I think it's important that that we send a message to the provincial government that if they proceed with a provincial registry, it is a good idea. Certainly, I've seen through my work at both the provincial and federal levels previously to being elected here, that those registries are important for determining who is lobbying who in the federal and the provincial government. So I will support this, but I'm not very hopeful that it's going to happen anytime soon because of my experience on council when it hasn't happened. The motions have come forward, it has seemed like there was interest, and then nothing happens. So I'll leave my remarks around the second motion that we have coming in front of us today till later, but just to say that in this case, I think the key thing is a lobbyist registry is a really important facet of democracy.
Thanks very much. Councillor Fry.
Just to close some of the loop on a little bit of this, just because I have been on UBCM for 6 years, I've been chairing the resolutions committee for most of that. And so in fact, the Auditor General for local government just specifically was actually endorsed by the membership in 2015. So an item getting endorsed at UBCM does not necessarily indicate buy-in with all local governments, and I think that's an important distinction because it was endorsed at convention. But as you know, or as most of us know who attend, not everybody's in the room for resolutions. People are other places, they have meetings with ministers, they have all that kind of stuff. So in and of itself, an endorsement at UBCM is not a carte blanche. And what we've discovered with the Auditor General for local government was that there was a lot of pushback from local governments who felt that it was overstepping the autonomy of local governments, and there was a resentment. And I will add that we are in an interesting political context now with an unsure future with the provincial government, and many pundits would suggest that much of the blowback on the NDP government was because they were overreaching onto local governments. Now, whether or not you agree with that, that was one of the narratives out there. And I just want to reflect, I support this motion, but I just also want to give some context that we've been asking for this since 2008. It may be a long time yet, and I will certainly work on it, but I just don't want people to be under this false assumption that this is necessarily a slam dunk because we're approving it today and we're sending it to UBCM and we want to see a workshop to work on it and so forth. So leaving it at that.
Okay, we've got dueling history lessons happening here today in the chamber. Thanks very much, Councillor Fry. Councillor Zhou.
Yeah, I'll just make some closing remark. I think as what we have discussed today, this motion reflects a core value of our council. Also myself, strengthening the transparency, accountability, and good governance in City of Vancouver. As public servants, we should ensure that the decision-making process are as transparent as possible. And this motion is about doing just that, providing the public with a clear understanding of who is engaging with their elected officials, senior staff, and key decision makers. As you all know, asking the provincial government to oversee a City of Vancouver lobbyist registry is something we promised to Vancouverites, and today I'm asking for your support to move forward with this commitment. I think with a few very important reasons. First, it ensures a consistent standard across all municipalities in BC, not just Vancouver. As I just mentioned, these lobbyists, they lobby every single municipality across the province. So if we have different regulations with different municipalities, it will be very, very confusing. And it is not good for the compliance at the end. Compliance is what we are trying to achieve at the end. It's very important. So second, the lobbyists, they are already familiar with the provincial standard process by the Office of the Register of Lobbyists. This will maximize the compliance and help us creating a more efficient and more effective process. And also, we know that the third-party oversight handled independently by the province offers the highest level of transparency and accountability. This keeps the registry objective and fair for everyone. We don't want a patchwork model. We want an ultimate solution for this issue, very important issue. I know some people, you probably, you are not very hopeful, but regardless who will be the next provincial government, I will strongly advocate to have other municipality on board to get their endorsement at UBCM so we can push together to ensure the new provincial government prioritize this important work. Last but not least, I think as the largest city in the province, City of Vancouver, we should take the leadership at a time that public trust in government is more critical than ever. So other municipalities will follow us. So what does this mean to Vancouver residents? So a full picture of who is lobbying their local elected officials is about ensuring that public decisions are made in the public interest, not due to the undue influence by private interest. This will increase accountability and strengthen the public trust in city's governance. I'm really proud of bringing this motion forward, and this is about setting a new standard of transparency for City of Vancouver. I believe it is the right step toward ensuring a government that works for its people with full accountability. So I really ask for your support for this motion. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Councillor. All right. Seeing no other speakers, we will take this to the voting panel, please, Clerk. Okay. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, that completes council member motion 1. All right. We will now move on to council member motion 2, enhancing public safety through real-time access to the city's traffic camera network. Councillor Montague, this is your motion. I will put you onto the queue to present the motion for us. Is that okay? Very good.
Thanks, Chair. People worry about their public safety. They worry about public safety. They worry about their safety. I hear it all the time from individuals. I hear it from businesses who are worried about their employees. Public safety remains a top issue for people all over the province, especially here in Vancouver. This is a complex issue, and solutions are not always within the capabilities of or under the control of municipal governments. What is in our control, however, is our emergency first responders, Vancouver Fire Rescue Services and the Vancouver Police Department. It is our job as municipal elected officials to do what we can to increase public safety, to make people feel safe. And we can do our part by providing our first responders with the tools and the support that allow them to do their job effectively, efficiently, and safely. The VPD deal with hundreds of calls every day. About 50 of those will be calls that are considered priority 1, which means that they require an emergency response. These are serious, in-progress life safety calls. And access to city traffic cameras will provide real-time visual information to help police in managing resources when responding. So this motion, it asks for staff to report back to council, and that report back would include a privacy assessment to provide the VPD with access to live feed from the city traffic cameras and to record them so that the footage could be later requested for investigative purposes. Live feed and any recordings would be on an as-needed basis and generally restricted to the operational command center and the emergency operations planning section, not to the general membership at large. Live feed would assist in dealing with weapons calls, crimes in progress, missing persons, major events, natural disasters, and of course the recorded footage would help with investigations such as homicides, assaults, robberies, and motor vehicle collisions. So I'm hoping that council supports my motion.
Second. Okay. Thanks very much. So seconded by Councillor Meisner. Thanks very much. Okay. And I believe I may have asked it, but just want to make sure that if any councillor member wishes to declare a conflict of interest. We should have done that earlier, but hearing none. Okay. So we now will hear from registered speakers to this motion. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver, if it is not noted on the speakers list. And our first
Chair, could I just, sorry to interrupt, I just want to, looking ahead and recognizing we may very well have speakers to other items that might be on the line, signal some intent, just so that they're not waiting only to be sort of cut off at 5 o'clock for our dinner break. So I just wonder if we, given that we're just starting this item, it's 4:37, we may get to completing this item, hopefully, then we'll have a dinner break at 5. We can indicate that to our speakers who may be waiting on the line.
I'm happy to, but can we get through the initial speakers and then make that decision in terms of our timing? Whether
Well, it'll probably be close to 5 o'clock by that point. So I don't know that that would make any difference at that point, but I appreciate your consideration.
Okay. All right. Do we want to make a decision as to going past 5 o'clock to complete this item? Okay. All right.
Second.
Second? Okay. All in favor? All right. So we will complete this item before breaking. All right. The
So
first.
just to be clear for any speakers on the line. Well, I did call a point.
Sure.
Okay, no one was on the queue, so I am trying to get on the queue, but my WebEx is not
You were on there and
responding.
I thought.
Great, thank you. So since I'm on the queue, I just want to call a point of procedure that completing this item clear, and then we'll break for 1 hour, and then any speakers for items after this item can plan to dial back in shortly around 6.
Okay.
I just want to make that clear to those speakers. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Kirby-Young.
So we have a motion to extend on the floor, is that correct?
I think we passed it, but.
Well, actually, I was waiting for the queue to speak to it because it is a debatable motion, but I would just say on a
Okay,
point of
sure,
privilege,
then
since
we
I
have-
have, I'll just say on a point of
Please go
privilege,
ahead.
if I might, Chair, since I have the floor, that I may not be staying, and there is a procedure to allow councillors to comment on it, so we can't just whip in whenever we feel like it, throw it out there without taking the cue, and councillors do have a right to debate motions, so if we could not dispense with procedure and councillors could follow that out of respect for their colleagues, so colleagues have a chance to weigh in to decide or to advise if they're able to stay, I would appreciate that. This is not the Wild West of fucking procedure, and I apologize for
Oh my
that.
gosh, I'm going to call a point of order because
call a
that
point of order, and I will
language is
retract.
highly inappropriate, and I
I
just
will-
like to state.
I was in the middle
that we
of speaking.
Folks, please. Okay, we're going to just recess for a moment.
Wow. Wow.
Chair, can I move a 10-minute recess, please?
We will recess for a moment.
10 minutes, please.
Okay, we are going to come back. There is a motion on the floor to hear from our speakers for item Council Member Motion 2 and to complete that item before we take a break. So I am just going to see if Councillor, is there any discussion? Councillor Bly, would you like to speak? I'll put you on the queue. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So just to appreciate you clarifying what we're discussing, happy to support that motion. Of course, I will note that we've got 4 people in the chambers who are looking to speak to the next item. One who will not be able to stay, but is offered to circulate remarks. But in the event that council would be willing to hear from that speaker, that one speaker has identified themselves. So I'm just offering that into the discussion, not as a separate motion, but adding that to the discussion of supporting the motion that's on the floor, which is to extend. And once we've dealt with this, I will raise that as a consideration.
So we do make accommodations for speakers in their schedule. So the request is that we hear from one speaker in addition to the other speakers that we have on the phone before taking the break. So that's what I'm hearing from right now. Is there any discussion on that change from council? Councillor Carr, put you on here.
Councillor Dominato.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So, Chair, I just want to clarify, given that I'm not there in person at this moment, the motion on the floor is to hear the speakers to motion number 2, item number 2 on our agenda.
Yes.
Do debate and decision on that motion, and then to recess for dinner for a half hour or an hour. Could I get a little bit more detail, just given that I haven't been part of the discussions in the last number of minutes?
Thank you for asking. One moment. It has to be longer than 30 minutes for our staff. So just we will probably go the full 60 minutes. Okay. Is that clear, Councillor Dominato?
So, yes, and then I understand Councillor Bly will raise at the end of this item the consideration of hearing the speaker who is in person for item number 3. Is that correct?
Correct. Now, again, we have speakers right now. I think we have about a half dozen speakers waiting on the phone right now to speak to this item. And then we have one speaker in chamber who cannot come later, and Councillor Bly is asked whether we can hear from that person before we do this break as well. So I'm just putting that to the council here, so they're aware of that. And if they have any concerns, they are quite welcome to discuss them now.
Okay. No, thank you. I'm fine with that. I just wanted to be really clear on what we were debating and deciding at this time. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay,
Appreciate the
thanks
clarity.
very much. I'd like to get to our speakers. Okay, I'll put Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I would just like to take this opportunity to apologize unreservedly for that comment. While I was frustrated, that was not appropriate, and I will apologize to all of council, and I deeply regret that. It's not reflective of the decorum that we should have in our chambers, and I'm sorry for that.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, so we will now hear from speakers. So I will go through the speakers on the phone line. Thank you very much. So can I just get hands up for supporting this extension of the meeting? All in favor, please say yay. Okay, any opposed?
Yay.
Okay, very good. So we will complete this item and hear from the speakers as well. All right, thanks very much. All right, so our first speaker on the line is Peter Walkrich. Peter, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Okay, very good. You've got 3 minutes.
Great, thank you. So my name is Peter Walkrich. I am a Vancouver resident, and I oppose this motion. On its face, it does not give sufficient weight and thought to the privacy implications. There's only one brief mention of privacy, and critically, zero reference to consultation with the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner, who ought to be a key stakeholder in this process. That should have been done before this motion was even brought, because it is clear this motion has significant privacy implications, but it also has cost implications. Adding recording ability to these cameras and just the staff time to prepare all this will have costs associated with it. And so giving thought to the privacy implications should have been done at the very outset. I also have to note that if this is passed, it will set a clear contrast in the manner in which this council is treating this motion and that dealing with automated road safety enforcement. This council voted against installing additional automated road safety cameras, primarily on the basis of an alleged lack of evidence that it would increase road safety, despite a mountain of evidence from around the world that automated enforcement is effective at lowering speeds and saving lives. This motion, however, does not cite any evidence that warrantless access to traffic cameras would deter crime or improve public safety. My understanding is that there is at best mixed evidence on the deterrence effect of CCTV cameras in places like London that use them, and that at best it sort of shifts crime around. So it looks like there is a double standard here. To save lives by enforcing road rules, this council demands unrealistically high levels of evidence. But to give warrantless surveillance tools to the police, no evidence at all is required. This motion points to no evidence or studies that this motion would improve public safety, so there's a double standard. And that double standard is not based on public safety. It's not based on a commitment to evidence-based decision-making. It's not based on cost. So I urge you, send this back to the drawing board. Reach out to the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner first. Put in the work to think about the privacy implications before advancing it. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Sorry, Jane Talbot is speaker number 2. Are you in the line, Jane?
I am, Councillor Klassen. Thank you.
Please go right ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Jane Talbot, and I'm the President and CEO of the Downtown Vancouver Business Improvement Association, known as Downtown VAN. I'm calling today to express our support for the motion put forward by Councillors Brian Montague and Peter Meisner to grant Vancouver Police Department with real-time access to the city's traffic camera network. At Downtown VAN, we are deeply committed to the safety and security of all who live, work, and visit downtown Vancouver. With over 8,000 businesses in our district, we recognize that safety is the foundation of a vibrant community and a strong local economy. The proposed access to real-time camera data aligns directly with our efforts to improve public safety and enhance the VPD's capacity to respond to critical incidents. Integrating real-time camera access is a timely and essential measure that will support the VPD in responding more quickly and effectively to incidents while providing the situational awareness needed to better deploy resources, investigate and prevent crimes, and respond to emergencies. We also recognize the importance of balancing enhanced law enforcement strategies with the protection of individual privacy. The emphasis on creating clear guidelines and a formal agreement between the city and VPD is critical. Transparency and accountability will ensure this technology is used responsibly while maintaining public trust and enhancing safety. Downtown VAN believes that real-time access to the city's traffic camera network, coupled with thoughtful privacy safeguards, will be an important step forward in improving public safety. We encourage Council to support this motion and the necessary steps to ensure a successful implementation that benefits everyone in our community. Thank you for your time and attention to this important matter. We look forward to continuing our partnership with Mayor and Council, the City, and VPD to build a safer and more secure Vancouver for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, our next speaker, speaker 4, is Nina Tagadosi. Nina, are you there?
Hi, I'm here, yes.
Yeah, go right ahead. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you and good afternoon, Council. My name is Nina Tagadosi. I'm a registered social worker in the province of BC, and I am a resident of Vancouver as well. I work at Pivot Legal Society, and I'm calling in today to voice our opposition to this motion. The city's website notes that traffic CCTV cameras are placed at street intersections in Vancouver to collect data for traffic counts or to monitor traffic patterns and don't collect personal information. Providing the police with access to traffic footage would inherently alter the intention and purpose of traffic cameras, from a tool that's used to provide information on road and traffic conditions to a tool that's used to surveil and criminalize individuals. We also want to point out that CCTV cameras have not been found to be effective in deterring or reducing violent crime. A 2019 research article from the Criminology and Public Policy Journal, whose researchers conducted a 40-year systematic review with meta-analysis, found that CCTV was associated with no significant effects observed for violent crime. With the perpetuation of a moral panic that's being used by decision makers to scapegoat people who are unhoused, experiencing addictions, or in a mental health crisis as the cause of an unevidenced public safety crisis in Vancouver, our concerns rest with people who rely on public space for survival. When people are in public space, we still have a fundamental and constitutional right to privacy. Police powers to search people are limited to certain situations, and especially by the need to obtain a warrant from a judge. We're very concerned that it's unconstitutional to provide the police with unlimited and unsupervised access to the city's video surveillance network. For decades, human rights organizations in Vancouver have been pointing out that CCTV cameras endanger people living and working in public space, particularly in the downtown east side, where gentrification has resulted in abysmally low availability of safe and affordable housing and shelter options. In practice, this means that privacy is a right afforded only to those of us with the economic means to compete in the housing market for a private residence. We have to acknowledge the high level of stigma and criminalization towards people who rely on public space for their survival when we consider that increasing police's access to public surveillance tools increases the likelihood that people's constitutionally protected rights to privacy will be violated, particularly if the motion for a community policing center in Gastown is approved, because it would effectively be doubling the surveillance tools in Vancouver, with community policing centers patrolling on the ground and the cameras watching from above. Real solutions for increasing public safety and security for Vancouverites would require City Council to work with local anti-violence organizations to better understand the relevant factors in instances of harm, as well as advocating on behalf of Vancouverites to the provincial and federal governments for increases in income assistance rates and the lowering of the costs of housing, public transportation, and food so that the material needs of Vancouverites are met. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in. Okay, speaker number 5 is Corleen Jarvis. Corleen, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
You bet. Go right ahead.
Hi, everyone. I'm Corleen Jarvis, speaking on behalf of the Gastown Residents Association. The GRA is in favor of Councillor Montague's motion of enhancing public safety through real-time access to the city's traffic cameras. When we first read this motion, we were surprised to learn that the VPD didn't already have access to the city traffic cameras, as it seems like such a valuable tool for public safety. One such traffic camera is located at the very entrance to Gastown, where Richards, Water, and Cordova streets converge. This camera is also very near the area where a female tourist was violently attacked by a random assailant recently. This incident should serve as a reminder that if any traffic camera could help prevent such attacks from happening in the future, then it is our collective responsibility to use them. The GRA's top priority is the fight against crime and social disorder in the neighborhood, so we will always support motions that can aid the VPD in that battle. Thank you, Councillor Montague, for putting forward this motion. The GRA fully supports it.
Thank you very much. Okay. Speaker 6 is Brendan James McDonald. Brendan, are you there?
Yes, I am. Hi, I'm Brendan. I live in Vancouver. If I support motion 2, safety and rush hour concern me most. I have epilepsy and schizophrenia. I never drive for my own and public safety, so I walk everywhere. Many pedestrians have anxiety and move at different velocities in order to survive. The sound from massive traffic radiates on the scale of seismic power, and this energy will shake us in our sleep before we even step out the door. Not everyone agrees whose right to turn left it is or when to slow down, but we should all treat each other with dignity and respect. Violence, hatred, and intimidation have no place here. We don't want more sirens. I've heard a lot about random stranger attacks with fear of people affected by mental health and inadequate social support. I've read a lot of mean comments online about locking people up forever in mental health prisons for acting a bit too strangely. I am concerned about random driver dangers. There are examples in Canadian news of road hate and rage leading to harm. Some of the public may feel threatened enough that sometimes we force ourselves to be noticed. We must slow down because unsafe driving is becoming too normalized. Discriminating types wrongly call me psychopath when I am not inside a heavy vehicle but appearing on the road in obvious poverty, just too visible. When I wave my arms and stand still, drivers start honking. I might cause fear, imploring the immediacy for my own and public safety. An elderly or disabled person crossing the street thanks me for their safety when I help calm traffic. Honking, shouting, they could have made it without minding their own consequences of rush and self-prioritization. The overall grid grinds due to each avoidable jam. Threats of danger grow and cause accidents, including delay for emergency responders, pressurizing the rage between drivers and pedestrians, police, and marginalized groups. Having a process for intelligently discovering and handling complaints by the public with the VPD, ICBC, Road Safety BC, Ministry of Public Safety sharing the interest to improve public safety, I want to see an aggressive imposing of any and all fines that go along with diminishing standards of order around safety. All drivers should be held accountable for increasing the potential of direct harm, resulting merely from a sense of being inconvenienced. So the camera system could lead to an upsurge in fines that the education about safety is not doing. I don't feel safe often. That's my comment. And so if I support motion 2, I want these considerations. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in today. Okay, so we have speaker 7, Aislinn Jackson. Aislinn, are you on the line?
I am.
All right, please
Good
go ahead.
afternoon. My name is Ashlyn Jackson, and I'm both a Vancouver resident and a policy staff lawyer for the BC Civil Liberties Association, which is headquartered in Vancouver's Chinatown. As a staff lawyer for the BC CLA, I focus on issues of privacy and technology law, and I'm appearing today to convey our organization's strong opposition to this motion. Privacy is a psychological need and a foundational right that many other key rights rest upon. It allows us to shape and discover our identities, to explore new ideas for ourselves and make up our own minds, and to enjoy deep and intimate relationships with our friends and family, all without concern for public perception or the judgment of strangers. Privacy, therefore, undergirds the fundamental freedoms protected by Section 2 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, those freedoms of conscience, religion, thought, belief, opinion, and expression that lie at the very heart of liberal democracies like ours, as well as the liberty rights enshrined in Section 7 of that same constitutional document. The Supreme Court of Canada has repeatedly remarked on the importance of the protection of personal privacy, which it recently described as, quote, a basic prerequisite to the flourishing of a free and healthy democracy, end quote. The threat that generalized surveillance, in the absence of any judicial oversight or specific crime that's being investigated, poses to privacy rights was considered by the Supreme Court of Canada in a 1990 case called Wong. That decision invoked George Orwell and said the notion that the agencies of the state should be at liberty to train hidden cameras on members of society wherever and whenever they wish is fundamentally irreconcilable with what we perceive to be acceptable behavior on the part of the government. As in the case of audio surveillance, to permit unrestricted video surveillance by agents of the state would seriously diminish the degree of privacy we can reasonably expect to enjoy in a free society. These concerns have only heightened in the 34 years since this decision with the advance of technology. The BC CLA urges this council to abandon this exercise and to expend no more public resources on it. If this council wishes to proceed with the study contemplated by this motion, A fulsome consultation with the public and with domain experts like the Information and Privacy Commissioner would be appropriate. In that case, we strongly recommend that the timeline for the study be expanded, as such weighty and consequential matters cannot be fully explored in the less than 2 quarters that it currently allows, and that the city staff further be required to undertake a broad public consultation, accept written submissions from the public, and confer with the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner as a part of the study process. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in. Okay, that completes the speakers list on this item. So we earlier on discussed having one in-person speaker speak to the item 3, and so I just don't want to confuse things, but I want to, the committee just to let me know if they would prefer just to hear from the speaker who's been here for much of the day, or go into discussion debate on this item and then wait for that speaker.
Chair, it's Councilor Dominato. My preference would be to just dispense with debate and decision on this item and then hear the speaker
Okay.
right immediately afterwards.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we will do, I think that's good advice, is all, if everybody's, I hear no objections to that, so we will just continue to work on this item. All right, so that completes our speakers, council members. We're in the main queue here. Is there any discussion? Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I was appreciated reading this motion, and I was surprised to learn that we had 221 traffic cameras installed throughout the city of Vancouver, and that we didn't store any of the data that we picked up off those traffic cameras. That was a shock to me, and I do see it as a potential tool. Now, that being said, I do have significant concerns around our charter rights and a surveillance state that may result from some of the material presented here. You know, as Canadians, we're all guaranteed rights under the Charter, and those rights include what's known as our fundamental freedoms, which includes freedom of peaceful assembly and freedom of association. And Section 8 of the Charter very explicitly protects our rights against unreasonable search and seizure. Everybody has the right to be secure against unreasonable search and seizure. That means we have reasonable rights to privacy, including from unwarranted state surveillance. And when I say unwarranted, I'm literally talking about the violation of our Section 8 charter rights without a warrant or reasonable grounds. And, you know, we can look to other countries where there's heavy surveillance that's often criticized for violating privacy rights, limiting civil and political rights and freedoms, and has led to the development of totalitarian surveillance states. We look to the folks in Hong Kong fighting against a totalitarian government there where surveillance is used to target individuals, and an electronic police state where civil liberties are infringed and political dissent is undermined. So I've submitted an amendment that I'm hoping will be received within the spirit that it's intended. And it's certainly not to undermine this motion, it's just to give a little bit of a sober thought to it. So if we want to jump to an amendment queue, I guess. Or do we even, oh, no chair. But
thanks very much, Councillor Carr, for seconding that. All right, so we will go to the amendment queue with the amendments presented by Councillor Fry. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, thanks for putting me back on to walk through the gist of it. So in enactment A, rather than council confirm its interest, really requesting staff report back with considerations, because there are significant charter right implications of this motion, and then striking all the examples, because I think where it's helpful to kind of add these examples, what it omits, and I appreciate that it's including but not limited to, but of course one of the big things that would be under surveillance, of course, is our right to, our freedom of assembly and right to protest. And I think that's an important consideration, especially given the context we find ourselves in today, where there are a lot of protests and increasingly direct police involvement and oversight. Further that, and just adding the word charter rights, because I think that's an important consideration. I realize legal implications might broadly be considered charter rights, but I think it's important to articulate our charter rights, and specifically our Section 8 charter rights of rights without a of unreasonable search and seizure. On item B, again, asking for the insertion of charter rights. And most critically, this is the piece where it's talking about, so item A was obviously talking about unfettered access to real-time cameras, which I think is a very significant precedent. So I do hope everybody recognizes we need a sober second thought on that one. Item B talks about the recording of video capture. Now, I do support that as a concept. I think that's a good idea. I can't believe that we don't record and capture the video. But I do believe that rather to make those available on a VPD request, I believe that it would be more appropriate for those to be available under a warrant or emergency authorization. And I cite section 184.4 of the criminal code, which basically authorizes that kind of collection without a warrant because it's an exigent emergency situation. And lastly, I ask that the report back consider the establishment of clear legally binding, and the word legally binding and charter rights informed guidelines, so that we do actually have like a thoughtful guidelines that are protecting those liberties that we do value and our rights and freedoms as Canadians. And I hope that, I mean, I realize it's been a highly kind of fraught day, but I do hope that everybody receives these amendments in the spirit that they're which directed. It's not to derail this initiative, but it is to add some important context that would make me comfortable supporting it. Otherwise, I do think it's an erosion of our civil liberties.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague on the amendment.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I won't be supporting the amendment, and there's a number of reasons why. Part of it is a lot of it is kind of wordsmithing what I believe is already in the motion. It takes out a portion that talks about, one of the things that I think people are concerned about is that, and Councillor Fry, you use this, and I think it's a totally over-the-top statement, this surveillance state or totalitarian police state. I mean, we're not even close to reaching what China is doing. We're actually so far behind what other cities in Canada are doing. We are not we're not leading the charge here. Other cities in Canada are doing this without any sort of issues. But you cross out the on a needs basis. The whole point is that the VPD don't want to use these traffic cameras to sit there and do surveillance on people. It's on a needs basis, as needed. They want to be able to, when that 911 call comes in, to have the ability to bring up a traffic camera and see what's happening at that location. They don't want to sit. They don't want to sit in front. They have no desire to sit in front of a bunch of TV screens and watch. They don't have the resources to do it. So taking out the fact that it's a needs basis, you talk about charter rights. Well, the police are bound to follow the Canadian rights, Charter of Rights and Freedoms. This is just, it's inherent that the police are going to be following the charter. And I think it's captured in the term legal implications. What's also captured in legal implications is the references to privacy. And that would include, and in wording this with staff, that would include a privacy assessment. So the warrant portion, there's police often obtain video without the need for judicial authorization. And to handcuff the police in this situation, I think this is where the motion talks specifically about clear guidelines and through a formal agreement. If they decide that that's what the formal guideline is, well, then let them decide that between the city with the privacy assessment done and the VPD. But in many cases, and I can tell you, I've obtained video from all kinds of places, including government institutions and city institutions, without a warrant. It's not a requirement. And to put it in as a specific requirement, I think is problematic. If the VPD and the city end up there, that's fine. But I don't want to be prescriptive. And again, the legally binding charter, I think it's already encompassed in the term legal implications when staff are going to report back. So I get the concept behind your amendment, but I don't think it's necessary. I think there's some redundancies in it. And I actually think it takes out a very important portion of it that is, this is on an as needed basis, not for police officers to sit there and do surveillance. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. And I have a question to the mover of the amendments, and it is specifically to the, I believe it's the amendments in Section B around the requirement for a warrant and or emergency authorization. And I'm raising the question about the necessity for that because when I was working provincially and we were dealing with serious time-sensitive emergencies in the school system, we did have obligations around information sharing. But what we did is we put in place frameworks so that there was an understanding of that information sharing. Because if we had to do an authorization every time there was an incident, it would take too long. And so what I'm curious about is that the intent is that there would, every time there was some incident, that a form would have to be filled out, it become bureaucratic versus having an overarching framework that articulates the agreements and the bounds of how that information is used or that is accessed. So I need some clarity around that because that's the one concern I have on that section. I'm so happy to support the amendments, but I am concerned that there could be some serious implications around quick response. If I had some assurance from the mover that that's not the intent and that maybe something could be developed so that covered emergency situations so that it doesn't become bureaucratic paperwork exercise, that would help. Maybe some additional context. Thank you.
Turn your mic on. You have to turn your own mic on, Councillor.
Working. Oh, there we go. Yeah, thanks for the question, and I appreciate that. The example I cited, 184.4, is from the criminal code. It's called immediate interception, imminent harm. Sorry. And it's in the criminal code, and it allows the use of wiretapping without court authorization where there is imminent harm. So effectively, it doesn't require a warrant. It's an emergency situation where immediate interception is necessitated by imminent harm. So the intent is not to tie people up in red tape. It is to recognize that otherwise there should be a warrant for that kind of information gathering, unless, of course, there is imminent harm and an immediacy. So I hope that's helpful.
Okay, yeah, I think that does help, Chair. Just clarify the matter for me. And I had another question, but I've lost my train of thought, so I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Zhou.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Well, I'm still thinking about this amendment. I just want to address Councillor Fry's comments regarding the surveillance state. So I do think I have some experience and knowledge of what happened in China. There are 2 billion surveillance in China on 1.4 billion population. So that's about surveillance state. But now we're talking about 221 surveillance or cameras on 700,000 people. So I think it's not accurate to describe this as a surveillance state. So in fact, I think it's a bit of fear-mongering in terms of the comments. But I just want to address that while I'm still thinking about this amendment. Just want to see that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fry again.
Just jumping on to address a couple of the comments made, and I appreciate that perhaps the comparison to China was a bit hyperbolic, but of course, China didn't start off with 20 million surveillance cameras. You got to start somewhere. And indeed, you know, we have to protect our civil liberties now, or else, you know, it's a slippery slope. And I just to address Councillor Montague's concerns with the bit that I struck, which was the last half of A. The reason I struck that is because I felt actually the as needs basis, including but not, or such as but not limited to, was overly broad. And so as needs in the case of, say, a protest, and we wanted to identify protesters for whatever reason, I think that infringes upon civil liberties. So, and at the end of the day, what you're asking for is real-time access to video captured by the City of Vancouver's camera network, full stop. As needs could be really as needs. So it's such a vague sort of definition in and of itself. And it's certainly not an exhaustive list that's been provided here. I just didn't think it was helpful. I thought it was almost unintentionally, of course, a misdirection of the potentiality of that. So just to add a little clarification. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Carr?
Yeah, thanks. Yes, I'm supportive of the amendment, and and I think in just responding to Councillor Montague's comments that he made, just in response also to the amendment, I think that in A, requesting a staff report back with considerations for those details, I think that I would love to see the details that are struck coming back to us from staff. Maybe there are some things that are not in that list. Maybe there's some other considerations that they want to ask us to consider as a basis for real-time access. So I think the staff report back will be thorough and provide those examples, which will then inform my decision. I think number two, it's really important to include the words charter rights, because that is the concern of many people. I would assume, and I think all of us should assume, that charter rights would be protected, but I think to make it open and transparent and clear is just that, an important clarity for the public who might be otherwise nervous. I really appreciate the specification, or at least the clarity around not just a request, which is very general, this is in Part B, but that it is much more clear to me. A warrant or emergency authorization gives me that comfort that there is a circumstance under which this information would be extremely useful. So I think it does. And in fact, Councillor Montague himself did say, well, he is assuming that those things would be there. So if it's an assumption anyway, putting it into words, I think is reassuring for the public.
Councillor Montague again.
Yeah, I think if the amendment had just been the issue around the wording of charter rights in there, I'd be fine with adding those. I don't think it makes a difference. I think it's already covered under the legal implications. It's everything else that I think is problematic. And instead of amending the amendment to the amendment, and I think the charter rights is, like I said, the police are obligated to follow the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I think it's redundant. I think it's already covered. It's the rest of it that I have an issue with, and I don't see the point of amending the amendment just to leave in a couple of small words that I think are already covered. The warrant, I want to address Councillor Don Manano's question a little bit. The warrant issue, there are other legal avenues to request, officially request things like video from organizations without going through a very onerous warrant judicial authorization process. And Councillor Fry, you mentioned wiretaps. I mean, to do things like wiretaps, these are huge, high expectations of privacy when it comes to things like that. I think people realize that when you're walking around the streets of downtown Vancouver, the expectation of privacy you have is very, very low. So we're not talking, these are apples and oranges. To get a warrant for something where there is a very low expectation of privacy is completely different to getting a warrant or exigent circumstances for tapping into someone's telephone conversation. Two totally different conversations here.
Councillor Montague, just thank you for your time. But thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Meisner?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I had a question through you to City Manager, if I may. Yeah. Just wondering, has the city ever received a request or a warrant or judicial authorization for video footage from city cameras? Your knowledge.
So there is a process for to provide third parties with access to, and there are only a limited number of cameras that currently record. It's a very small number out of the 221. So in most cases, we don't actually record the video. So there's nothing to request.
Yeah.
In some cases, we do have recorded video, or for example, of any CCTV cameras in our buildings. There is a mechanism under the Freedom of Information Act for parties, including the police, to seek those. So
Okay.
that does happen routinely.
Okay, so there is already a mechanism under the
Freedom of information, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for that. I understand where Councillor Fry is coming from, but I do feel that this additional language is a bit redundant and unnecessary. We just heard from the city manager, there already is a mechanism, for example, for the very few City of Vancouver cameras that are recording for that footage to be accessed through the Freedom of Information and Privacy Act. I just also want to mention that, and this was mentioned by Councillor Montague, which is an important point, that police are already bound by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and the City of Vancouver is bound by the Freedom of Information and Privacy Act. And just to remind everybody, these are City of Vancouver assets, these cameras. This is proposing that the video footage would be stored at the City of Vancouver, and there would be an agreement between the VPD and the City of Vancouver governing privacy, governing access to that footage with all the necessary guardrails around privacy, et cetera. I also think there's a few misunderstandings about which cameras we're talking about here. We're talking about cameras that are already streamed online on the city website. Anyone can go and look at them. But the issue right now is that they're delayed 15 minutes. They're 15 minutes behind. And also, there's no recording of them. But to some of the other comments from councillors, I take privacy very seriously. I'm a very private person in my public life. But there are cameras all over our city. I don't necessarily feel like my charter rights are being infringed when I walk into the grocery store and there's a camera recording me, or in my building's elevator, or in my building's hallway, or in my car. These are, again, intersection cameras that are mounted on streetlights 20 to 30 feet above an intersection. That's what we're talking about here. We're not talking about close-up shots of people. Also, if you're walking around downtown Vancouver, or anywhere, frankly, a mall, shopping center, restaurants, there's cameras everywhere. You are being filmed as you walk past many businesses, residential buildings, rental buildings, strata buildings all over the city. So I really think this original motion strikes a balance. And I do worry that the amendment is redundant, so I won't be supporting it.
Councillor Dominato again.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I have a question to the mover of the motion. And it is just to clarify, Councillor Fry, can you clarify why you've struck a language in the first resolution clause around the intent of aiding police in support of any kind of missing persons investigations, natural disasters investigations, why that language is proposed to be struck?
I mean, I did address that earlier because it was as need and including but not limited to, and I felt that it imparted a false sense of limitation where it didn't mention other opportunities where it might be utilized. For instance, in the course of people exercising their democratic right to protest, for instance.
Okay. I appreciate that clarity. Chair, I will move to ask for severing for all 4 sections, please.
Okay. Thanks very much. We will sever the sections on this one, and we will go to a vote. Clerk, please take us to the voting panel. And so we're going to be voting on.
We're voting on the amendment.
On the amendment. So A for each paragraph. That's what I heard.
Yes, each paragraph, please. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So everyone, we have a vote on the floor for paragraph 1 of the amendment. So, okay.
Chair, I'll take a vote. Is this in opposition to that first paragraph?
Okay. Okay. All right. So we will now, that does not pass with Councillors Klassen, Kirby, Young, Dominato, Bly, Montague, Mayor Sim, and Councillor Meisner and Joe in opposition. Okay, so we will go to paragraph 2.
Chair, I'll take a vote assist in favor.
Okay, I'm just waiting for the. Here we go. Okay, oh, sorry, we're just waiting for, okay. There we go. So that passes with Councillors Clausen, Montague, and Mayor Sim in opposition. Okay. We're going to paragraph 3.
Chair, I'll seek an abstention on paragraph B. Thank you.
Okay. And just waiting for Councillor Kirby-Young if she's voting. So Councillor, okay. So that fails with Councillors Clausen, Kirby-Young, Lai, Montague, Mayor Sim, Meisner, and Joe in opposition. All right, so now for paragraph 4.
Chair, I'll seek a vote in favor, please, for paragraph 4.
Okay, so that passes with Councillors Clausen, Montague, Mayor Sim, and Councillor Joe in opposition. All right, so we will go back to the main queue. Councillor Fry?
Oh, no, that's good for me. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Councillor Montague?
Yeah, I'll just close, I guess, by saying that I guess I'll give 2 examples. One, I will give, when I was in the collision investigation unit, I got a phone call from a homicide investigator who, not a Vancouver homicide investigator, from an outside agency. They explained the circumstances of a homicide they were investigating and told me that they believed that their victim had been followed away from a place in downtown Vancouver and killed. They were asking for guidelines or guidance on how to obtain the video footage from the city traffic cameras to assist in their investigation. They felt it would be extremely valuable. I unfortunately had to tell them that that evidence doesn't exist because the city doesn't record their traffic cameras. I think the city's cameras are an incredible asset that are totally underutilized. When you look at cities across the city, I looked at Richmond and Surrey, Calgary, Ottawa, Peel, York, the OPP, they're all using this technology without any privacy issues, without any concerns from the public, to varying degrees, depending on their capabilities. I'll give you another example. Again, as a collision investigator, one of the things we relied on heavily to determine the cause of a crash at an intersection in the city of Vancouver, and we only investigated serious life-altering injury and fatal crashes, was determining simple things like light cycle. We would hope that we could find a local business that had video footage. Best case scenario, there was a transit bus sitting nearby because the transit video was spectacular and we could actually determine a lot from the video. You constantly hear police making appeals to the public for dash cam video, for when we could have that quite easily through city infrastructure that already exists. Not only to determine the cause of a crash, to determine who's at fault, to determine whether or not we could lay a criminal charge for the person who's at fault, but also potentially to look at the intersection and identify engineering issues changes that we can make to those intersections so that we could make them safer for people in their cars, people on their bikes, and pedestrians. So that's just two examples that I'll mention. This is about using infrastructure that is, for the most part, not intrusive at all. The police have tools at their disposal that are far more intrusive than what we're asking them to be allowed to use here. So I think that we should be providing our police department with the tools it needs to do the job that they need to do in order to make our streets safer for everybody. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Montague. Councillor Dominato.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I just wanted to reiterate some comments around this motion. And appreciate Councillor Montague elaborating and offering some of those examples in which this could be used. And that's why I wasn't supportive of striking the intent and the references in the motion as to why we want to enable and support access to these traffic cameras. I appreciate that the public has concerns around privacy, but like others have commented, yes, you are entitled to privacy, but we do have video cameras in a whole range of places on public transit, on people's public homes and streets. And the intent of this motion, as Councillor Montague very articulately explained, is really to support police in their efforts to keep the public safe and to respond to critical incidents, to deal with investigations. And we do have, I think was a very good point, is an underutilized infrastructure. And again, there always has to be some guardrails and boundaries around the use of that. But I think on balance, this should be infrastructure that can be accessed as needed, and to the points that were made in the motion. So I'm happy to support it in that vein, and I know that our staff will provide us with a fulsome overview of all the different considerations in implementing this measure. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. All right. Seeing no other speakers, we will vote on the motion as amended.
Chair, I'll take a vote assistant in favor, please. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So that passes with Councillor Fry in opposition. All right. I believe the speaker that we had waiting has left, so we will recess this meeting until 6:30 p.m. for a dinner break. We'll come back and move on to item 4. Thank you.
Your call cannot be completed as done. Welcome to TELUS Conferencing. To join the conference,
Hi, Rowena. Can you hear me?
Hi, can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. We have quorum. We're back from our break. And we are on to motion 3. The next item is motion 3, unlocking community potential, collaborating with faith-based groups for affordable housing and social impact in Vancouver. And this is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Bly. Councillor Bly, I would love to give you the floor to introduce your motion, and I will put you on there right now.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I'm very happy to introduce this motion today. It is a motion that has come together actually over quite a long time, and I'll just use my 2 minutes to share where this motion came from. And it's a public hearing in 2019 where a church, a piece of land that was sold by a church to a private developer was brought to public hearing, as they are. And it was quite clear in that process how the community felt about this community amenity where they had piano recitals and they gathered in the space. They had a childcare. They really felt that loss of what that community benefit was in that church. And it became clear to me in a conversation with one of the speakers where I said, you know, the city of Vancouver doesn't necessarily have decision-making power once the land is transferred to a new owner. And as I say, it was a market developer. Now, that's not a bad thing. It just struck me as an opportunity for us as a city to be working more proactively with faith-based groups who would like to develop their land and provide social good, which is often the mandate of a faith-based group, in whatever form that looks like, as well as retaining ownership of the land potentially, as well as having maybe a reduced footprint in their space where they can gather and use for community engagement, but also perhaps affordable housing for seniors in their congregations or other groups that need a different kind of housing option than market rental. And so it's not to be prescriptive or to cut people out of the process, it's to bring groups together. I have a list of properties owned by faith-based groups, and I think it's upwards of 285 that I managed to get from city staff. That's a lot of opportunity peppered right across the city to build social housing. So that's really the ethos of where this motion came to be. The rest, of course, is very clearly outlined in the motion, and look forward to hearing the debate and also the speakers who have come to speak today.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bly. Okay, we have speakers to this motion. And so, sorry, Councillor Meisner is just seconding this motion. Thank you very much. Just a moment. I just want to make sure that, does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Okay, seeing none. All right, we will now hear from registered speakers. I'll just repeat that public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of the Vancouver if it is not noted on the speakers list. And our first speaker is Lindsay Marie Hills, rector from St. Mary's Kerrisdale Anglican Church. And she's on the phone.
Good evening.
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Yes, yes. So I am a Vancouver resident. I'm one of 21 Anglican parishes here in Vancouver that form part of the Anglican Diocese of New Westminster. I'm a Vancouver resident, like I said, who works and lives on the unceded ancestral lands of the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish peoples. And it is in the spirit of continually working towards reconciliation, a deeper understanding of the theology of the land, and our stewardship of it that I wish to speak in favor of the motion presented by Councillor Bly. 40 years ago, my congregation felt a deep call to provide housing for seniors in their community. With the support of BC Housing, they managed to build a 3-story building housing 18 units of independent living senior bachelor units. For the past 8 years, this same congregation has spent significant time and volunteer energy investigating redevelopment of this aged site. It is clear from the minutes of the 1980s, from before I was born, that the redevelopment process is quite different today than it was 40 years ago. The motion before you seeks to address several of the ongoing challenges we as faith leaders face while navigating affordable housing redevelopment. St. Mary's takes pride in being not only builders of community, but also sustainers of community, having served as a backbone in our neighborhood for over 100 years. As a large parish in our denomination, our facilities are home to a preschool as well as several community partners. Throughout the course of the week, we easily have over 1,000 people using our building for recovery groups, social groups, children's community groups, singing lessons, and the like. For over 20 years, we've fed people in our community meal, a hot lunch every Tuesday, and in collaboration with local high school and other community partners, we've recently expanded our feeding ministry to meet the growing food insecurity that we've noted in our neighborhood post-COVID. 2 years ago, we reached out to the city to see how we could serve as a warming center as we saw an increased need for this life-saving measure. Yes, even in the West Side. Our commitment to redevelopment includes figuring out how to provide both affordable housing for the many people in desperate need of housing in our neighborhood and finding ways to continue to cultivate a sense of community and belonging by those who access our spaces, whether it be for a hot meal, a warm place to sleep, or a meeting. One of the barriers we continue to face is the limitations of current government financing programs, which seem to fall short, identifying the community spaces and public spaces as integral to affordable housing developments. Faith communities want desperately to foster community and places of connection. We want to work with the city to do more than provide affordable housing. We want to provide a home. With additional support and guidance that would be directed through this motion, my hope is that we can continue to work together in order to create more accessible avenues for churches interested in investing in their communities via affordable housing, so we can ensure these projects are successful from the very beginning. Confession time. I went to seminary. I am not an urban planner, a developer builder, or an architect, but I am a community builder, and I'm passionate about connecting people and making people belong. And if faith-based community builders like myself are invited to be a part of the ongoing conversations around affordable housing and supported in their efforts, transformation of our cherished communities would be inevitable. Together, we can create a more affordable, inclusive, and sustainable city while also upholding our commitment to reconciliation. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I urge you to vote in favor of this motion.
Thank you very much. Okay, our next speaker is Nicole Mucci, and she is also on the line. And Nicole, I just want to double check whether you are a resident of the city of Vancouver.
Hi. No, I live in North Bend, but I work in Vancouver.
Yes, that's fine. Okay, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here to speak on behalf of Union Gospel Mission in support of the motion Unlocking Community Potential, collaborating with faith-based groups for affordable housing and social good in Vancouver. The Unlocking Community Potential motion calls for a framework to engage faith-based organizations in addressing a fundamentally important issue that our city is tackling: the need for continuous development of affordable housing and community hubs. Faith-based groups are vital community anchors, offering unique insights into our city's challenges. By fostering this engagement, we can enhance collaboration and support community needs. However, we must also recognize the barriers that prevent faith-based groups from effectively interfacing with the city, particularly in creating purpose-built infrastructure that serves the community beyond market housing. This framework aims to break down those barriers. Importantly, the framework emphasizes applying a reconciliation lens, aligning with the goals of many faith communities in Vancouver. We are hopeful that this approach will help us all honor the diverse narratives within our city and work towards equitable solutions. Additionally, the development of this framework encompasses all faith-based groups, not just Christian churches, to reflect the diversity of Vancouver's many faith-based communities. Lastly, preserving purpose-built social spaces is essential. When community hubs disappear, people can feel disconnected and unmoored. Maintaining these spaces fosters belonging and connection. UGM strongly encourages Council to take this opportunity to direct staff to start developing a framework that will enable faith-based organizations, in partnership with the city, to unlock opportunities to develop more affordable housing and to ensure the continuity of community hubs within our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Okay, our next Next speaker on the phone is Reverend Heather Joy James. Reverend, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Very
Can you
good.
hear me?
You bet. Go ahead.
Hello?
Hi, yeah, you go right ahead. You've got 3 minutes.
Hello?
Heather, can you hear us?
Hello? I can't. Oh,
Hi,
hello?
I'm the city moderator. I can hear you, so just remain on the line.
Okay, sorry. Can they respond and hear me if I say that?
Heather, we can hear you. Can you hear us? Tell her to speak. Hello? Okay, we're just trying to connect through our moderator.
Reverend Heather Joy James, can you hear us now?
Yes, I can.
Perfect. You may go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Reverend Heather Joy James. I am a resident of Vancouver and I am a minister at Oak Ridge United Church in the Oak Ridge neighborhood. This is a United Church that has been developed. It was a historic building and knocked down and redeveloped into a 6-story residential condo building. There are a number of United Churches that have been slated to have similar projects, whether they were social housing or affordable housing or market rental rates happen. I'm speaking to express my strong support for the proposed motion regarding collaborative approach between the City of Vancouver and any faith-based groups to address this pressing need for affordable housing and enhance social impact in our community. As the housing crisis continues, we know that this is an issue, especially for vulnerable groups such as low-income families and seniors and individuals experiencing homelessness. And so for faith-based organizations who feel strongly called to make a difference in this areas in our city and community, we'd like to support this initiative. I'd like to highlight that there are already opportunities of development that have been within the City of Vancouver that have been either sunk or mismanaged, I would say. There's a United Church called Lakeview Multicultural United Church that had their developer contractor go bankrupt, and the project is still on hold. Having a streamlined process could have helped in some of these scenarios. I also have been the minister of another church called Wilson Heights United Church that's on 41st, just before Victoria. And this community of faith has recently had to leave their building, and it's been sold to another church now. But they had been looking at creating housing opportunities and redeveloping their space and didn't feel or didn't have the potential. Every developer that they spoke with and all of the assessments came that it wasn't a viable project because it wasn't worth enough money for developers, and it didn't happen. So there were a lot of things that could have been helped with streamlining a process where mutual benefits could happen from these resources and land assets. So there's a lot of great stories where this has already happened. We need to hear more of those because a lot of these small communities of faith would like to do something, but they're flailing, and some of them have had to close and have these assets and properties sold for other reasons, and we're losing those opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. The next speaker is in person. Amanda Burrows. Amanda? Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. Good evening. Thank you. Hello, my name is Amanda Burrows. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I am the Executive Director of First United Church in the downtown east side. I am a resident of Vancouver, which is on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, and I stand here speaking in support of this motion. Certainly in principle, any type of motion that aims to collaborate and convene groups like BC Housing, faith-based groups all levels of government to advance a conversation about land and building affordable housing and community amenities, we will support. However, as we know, as a city of Vancouver, a city of reconciliation, no conversations about land, certainly not church land, the use of land, the reuse of land can happen without Indigenous voices at the table. Also stand in support of a motion as long as we're focused on safe, secure, and affordable housing and community amenities. You probably are aware of our project, which I believe is an amazing example of using church space, redeveloping it for social impact. You know, we're embarking on an ambitious project, 11 stories, 7 floors of Indigenous social housing, and 4 floors of non-residential space, community amenity space with social services meant to serve the residents above and the greater community in the downtown east side. This is a project that is about social impact, social good, that centers healing and reconciliation, about rejuvenation and not displacement. I stand here in support of a motion that aims to make it easier for people to redevelop. We started our project in May of 2018. It is done in November 2025. We are so excited. Homestretch. That took 7 years. We had community backing. We have had public-private support. We even had some money to do it, and it still took 7 years. Projects like ours that are a direct intervention into the complexities of a neighborhood like downtown East Side that provide housing and community amenities should never take 7 years. I stand here in support of a motion that talks about the potential of land, but I have to underscore that potential cannot be in profit, certainly not financial profit. That profit has to be in social profit. Now is the time to actually imagine what our communities could look like when we're talking about social return on investment. This is not the time to lick our chops and think of another opportunity to make investments to continue the conversation that land and housing is a commodity. At First United, our main aim is to break cycles of poverty. And we do this by creating the projects that we're doing in the downtown east side right now and advocating for more of this. With over 3,000 homeless people in Vancouver and more growing every day, our main aim is to create space and advocate for space for this population. I will always stand in support of motions like this as long as they remain values aligned, center inclusion, reconciliation, and it's about social profit and not profiteering. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. We have another speaker, I think, in the chamber, Ernest Lang. Ernest, and when you come up, can you just clarify whether you're a resident of the City of Vancouver?
Resident of the North Shore.
Okay, that's fine. That's just, we just need to identify.
But I'm speaking on behalf of 10th Church, which is just a few blocks away from City Hall. I'm on the Board of Elders. My name is Ernest Lang, and I'm accompanied here by the Senior Pastor of 10th Church, Ken Shigematsu. Unfortunately, Pastor Ken, due to he was busy looking after congregation and doing his work, he missed the time to register to speak. So I'm prepared to read a letter that is signed by him on behalf of the church, but I'm hoping the council will make an exception and allow Pastor Ken to read the letter. But you don't have to just, I don't know what the right protocol is, but I'm prepared to read the letter. Would that be possible to have Pastor Ken read the letter that he signed?
Sure, yeah, please.
Yeah, okay. But before we read the letter, I was just going to make some general comments. I've actually been involved with a number of different faith communities for decades. And one of the things I've noticed that's a little bit different, there are a lot of good organizations that care for people and serve the community. But one of the things that I think differs sometimes with some faith communities, and I suspect some of my comments apply to all faith communities, is that when you have a certain faith and you believe that ultimately you're called to be accountable to your Creator, the way you approach living your life can change. And I'll speak more about the Christian faith, which is what I'm most familiar with. But I think my comments will apply to other faith traditions as well. So you could really distill the Christian gospel to a very simple phrase: love God and treat thy neighbor as thyself. So if you have, if you forge your life around that kind of ethos, everything you do should be done with love.
So I'm going to just pause, just because we are a little tight on time.
Yep.
I would suggest that if you're going to read a bit of the letter, you've got about, I'm going to give you 2 minutes.
Okay. So that's just one, I just wanted to make that comment when you're considering this motion. And if it's not clear enough, we are here in support of the motion. And then I'm going to ask Pastor Ken, and thank you for the indulgence to allow Pastor Ken to read the letter on behalf of 10 Church.
So this is addressed to Mayor Sim and you, the honorable members of Vancouver City Council. On behalf of 10th Church, we would like to express our gratitude for your vision and efforts in facilitating collaboration with faith-based organizations who are navigating the complexities of development and affordable housing. As our church confronts deferred maintenance issues, we have begun exploring the potential for redevelopment on our 1-acre property at the corner of Ontario Street and West 10th Avenue, so not far from here, as Ernest mentioned, here in Mount Pleasant. Since the 1930s, we have been privileged to serve the community through various outreach ministries. Presently, this includes daycare services, the Oasis Cafe and community food market, providing meals and food to marginalized individuals. So last year, we served about 11,500 meals through this one cafe alone. An overnight winter shelter that was opened 152 nights last year, and support for about 400 international refugees. If we are fortunate enough to move forward with redevelopment, we aim to continue these ministries and explore opportunities for growth, aligning with the city's goals for inclusivity, sustainability, and reconciliation. We have established an internal committee to guide our redevelopment journey and look forward to collaborating with the city. As a charitable organization, our financial capacity is limited compared to private developers, so any support from the city would be greatly appreciated. We fully support the concepts outlined in the draft motion by Councillor Bly, which we have had the privilege of reviewing in mid-October of 2024. And so, as the letter indicates, we've got a 1-acre property. We've opened up our building on the coldest nights of the year to house the homeless. That began because back in 1997 or 1998, when I was a new pastor, we had a homeless man die outside the building, and I and our leadership felt we should open up our building on the coldest nights of the year to provide a warm place of shelter for the homeless, meals. And we would like to do something similar with our property, offer it for redevelopment, potentially for affordable and social housing.
Sorry.
And so, yeah.
We're coming right down to we've just extended this.
Sure. So I'll just conclude by saying any motion like Councillor Bly's to help facilitate the ease of redevelopment would be welcomed, and we would be more inclined to pursue this vision.
Very good. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. The speaker that unfortunately had to leave, Duncan Etches, has submitted to Council a written form of his remarks. So we'll go to speaker number 7 on the phone, Alexander Ray. Alexander, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
You bet. Please go ahead. You got 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Alex Ray, and I'm a resident and business owner in the City of Vancouver. I'm calling today to express my support of the motion put forward by Councillor Bly. I'm representing Frame Properties, a Vancouver-based home builder specializing in missing middle housing and purpose-built rental. At Frame Properties, we pride ourselves on community focus. In addition to our development work, my partners and I are involved with various nonprofit organizations, including the Jewish Community Center, Entre Nous Femmes, Tikva Housing Society, the Kollel Vancouver Resource Society, and the Masonic Association. For the past 7 years, we've been working closely with the congregation of the South Vancouver Killarney Lutheran Church, who owns an entire city block and has an aspiration to build over 100 rental units alongside a new facility for their church. This project has been a labor of love for both the church and our team. Its visions align with the Vancouver's goals for providing much-needed rental housing and revitalizing community space. However, throughout these 7 years, the project has faced significant delays due to the evolving city policies like Rental 100, MERP, SRP, which have shifted the goalposts, creating uncertainty around rezoning approvals. Coupled with rising interest rates and construction costs, the church, which has small congregations and limited resources, is at serious risk of being unable to move forward. This is why I believe this motion is so critical. Faith-based organizations like the South Vancouver Killarney Lutheran Church do not have the same financial or organizational resources as large developers, yet they offer immense value to the community, both through their service and large land holdings. What they need is a clear and supportive path forward for the city to bring these projects to fruition without being bogged down by uncertainty and delays. The congregation has deep roots in the neighborhood, serving a wide range of residents. Their goal is to continue this essential community work in a modernized facility while also addressing Vancouver's housing crisis by adding secured rental housing. I urge Council to recognize the unique position that faith-based organizations hold and the challenges they face. Passing this motion would be a step in the right direction to help move them forward with their visions for both community service and housing. By supporting these groups, you're not only facilitating much-needed housing, but also supporting the preservation and growth of invaluable community assets. At Frame Properties, we are committed to helping make this vision a reality. We welcome the opportunity to work with staff and council to ensure this project and others like it succeed. Thank you for your time, and I hope this motion passes so we can continue our work to serve the community and Vancouver's housing needs.
Thank you very much. Okay, so that concludes speakers for this item. We have the motion is moved and has a seconder. So we will see if there's any discussion on this motion from councillors. Councillor Meisner?
Yeah, thanks. I just want to offer some comments. I'd like to thank Councillor Bly for this motion and the extensive consultation that she did with the community when putting this together, as well as the speakers that spoke this evening. I think this is a win-win for Vancouverites and also for, excuse me, for churches and congregations. But mostly, or not mostly, but for Vancouverites that desperately need affordable housing and churches that are in aging buildings that often face large deferred maintenance issues and a shrinking congregation. As you've heard from speakers tonight, churches are some of the largest landowners in the city. And apart from giving people an important place for spirituality and belonging, they also offer vital supports for the community, especially for those who are vulnerable or experiencing homelessness, from free hot meals to clothing to shelters and many more, too many to mention. But as I mentioned, they need to modernize often their churches. They're on large pieces of property and in older buildings that they can't afford to upgrade. So anything that we can do on the city side to make that easier, as well as providing desperately needed affordable housing for Vancouverites, is something that has my full support. So thanks again, Councillor Bly, for bringing this forward.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair. And echoing the comments of my colleague, also happy to support this motion. In my, now this is my second term on council, I similarly heard interest from a number of faith-based groups in wanting to preserve their place of worship while also adding public benefit to the community and the neighborhoods they were in terms of affordable housing. And actually, since the motion was released publicly, I ran into a member of the Jewish community the other night who was saying they're very interested in the motion and the work and the framework. And I know that members of the Sikh community have also expressed interest. And so I think there is an enormous opportunity to make it easier to undertake affordable housing. And it harkens back to a development project I was consulting on in terms of the public engagement in another municipality long ago. And it was a church that wanted to redevelop their land. They wanted to include childcare. They wanted to include housing. And one of the biggest hurdles they had was, one was with the city and the other was with the public and a bit of NIMBYism. And I think they were proposing 4 stories in their community. And so I think we can, as a city, enable and support these faith-based groups. And I think it was really well put by Councillor Bly yesterday in terms of they already have a mandate from their membership to be supporting the social good. And so I think I found that quite poignant and well stated, and so happy to support the motion.
Thanks very much, Councillor. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you to the speakers. Thank you to Council for putting this forward. And, excuse me. And just to reiterate that for a while, this conversation has been happening around the fact that as a city, we do not have enough housing at the affordable level to meet people's real needs. And one of the biggest costs is land and the availability of land. And so if churches and religious institutions have land, which we know they do in the city, and are looking to redevelop that land, there could be a very good, fruitful partnership that can move forward. So appreciate the offer to work collaboratively around this. And I think that that's what the motion points at, is really a collaboration of people who share the same goal of wanting to see people housed in good housing at an affordable level in the city. So thanks for that.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to cede the chair to Vice Chair Meissner for a moment, just for a few concluding remarks from me. I just want to express my full support for, the strong support for this motion. I have thought many times about the untapped potential of properties operated and owned by church groups in my community on Fraser Street. I can think of a row of them that are all on the east side of Fraser Street that go on for several blocks, including right near my home. I know that the churches themselves, in the case of one that's near my home, it's over 100 years old. And they have outbuildings and they have residences around it. And at one time, I had the temerity to go and actually meet with the board members of that church and suggest, they might want to do some interesting things, make it a nice little public play area outside. And they sort of nodded and thanked me for my comments and ideas. But I just think that in some of the groups that I've met since being in this role as a counselor, I've also heard how important this is and what an opportunity this is. So I thought this is a very good idea, and I'm really looking forward to seeing where this goes, because I think it'll support a lot of public good and a lot of help a lot of people and provide housing opportunities for a lot of people as well. And with that, I will retain the chair and pass it over to Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. And I'll just be brief in closing comments, just to say thank you so much to the speakers that really did hang on all day, especially those that are here in person. But I know folks that called in were here all day and went home probably to their families and kids. So thank you very much for taking the time. There was a tremendous, there was engagement on this, but the engagement really happens after this motion. So I just want, while we couldn't convene a larger group, because that's what this motion is set to do, there were really meaningful conversations with multidisciplinary faiths in one room, face to face. And when asked, what's the one thing that you'd like to come from this collaborative approach and these discussions, is really transformation, not transactions. And that was really poignant to me, and I've taken that away, that there is an opportunity here to look at the city as a whole and increase much needed affordable housing in partnership across the entire city, which is what we know is actually what we need. We need to keep people in their communities, where their neighbors are, where their friends are, where their congregations are, where they have the supports that they need. And so that is really the goal. That's really the mission of this motion. The one thing I think I need to make clear is this isn't about the city of Vancouver investing capital money, capital dollars right out of the gate, or going down the pathway of funding projects. And we're not in a position to do that. But there are very good programs through CMHC and BC Housing and others that currently fund these projects. The challenge is that the process is complex, as was stated by one of our speakers, and that congregations and faith-based groups don't always have the bench strength in their volunteer boards to understand what it would take to actually realize a project like this. So there are a number of developers, and there's also a number of conveners that work with faith-based groups that are currently doing that work out there. So what we're looking to do is bring all of those voices to the table. We have existing programs. The SHORT program is one that actually fast-tracks development when there is an affordable housing, significant affordable housing component. There are things we can do. So if we do this in a way that really is meaningful with common goals, I believe we'll overcome the hurdles that we do and that we face. It's not to overpromise. This is a long-term plan, but the holdings on these sites have been held for a very, very long time. So we might as well start now in trying to reimagine what they could be for the future. So really happy to have the support of council and those that spoke. So thank you. And also just a thank you to Carla Guerrera from Purpose Driven. She had the she came and helped facilitate the roundtable conversation, which was very helpful, and has done quite great work with Seroptimus, just right near City Hall here, in a project that was very similar and had to navigate that difficult process. So again, I'll leave it there, and we'll see where this goes. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay, seeing no other speakers on the queue, we'll take this to a vote. Please bring up the voting panel. Okay, that passes with Councillor Kirby-Young abstaining. All right. So we will now move on to Councillor motion number 4, a lobbyist registry for Vancouver. Councillor Fry, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
All right, thanks, Chair. Motion before you for, I just lost the thing.
Sorry, what happened there? Oh, I think we went back to the question queue.
Yeah, so the motion before you is obviously quite similar to Councillor Joe's earlier motion. This is a voluntary lobbyist registry for the City of Vancouver. The details are all before you. It's this would be a relatively quick implementation. I talked to the folks over in Surrey. It's a relatively minor clerical function that doesn't come with a significant cost, and it's really a voluntary function, so it allows us to display for the public that we are interested in transparency and accountability. I was happy to support Councillor Joe's call for a larger provincial municipal registry, but need to be realistic in the context that that won't happen in this term. You know, assuming that Councillor Joe's motion passes at LMLGA and then subsequently passes at UBCM and next September, and then it's conveyed to the province, there won't be a decision from the province until spring of 2026. So I think being realistic about our intention to be transparent and to be accountable to the public on matters of who's lobbying and what kind of influence is being suggested at City Hall, this is an appropriate action for us to take, one that's been proven in the field via Surrey and cities across Canada who have also been waiting for, somewhat futilely I would suggest, for provincial oversight. We can display it now, and in the spirit of transparency and accountability, as much as we're interested in doing so, I think we can show that display for the public here and do it a lot quicker than waiting for a province.
I'm not. We have a speaker. Is Brendan James McDonald on the phone?
In keeping with Councillor Fry's remarks about process and decisions and time, student of philosophy, I watch and hope the paths of words like voluntary approach meanings with stronger roots. From Wiktionary, a definition is done, given, or acting of one's own free will. Another is of or relating to volunteerism, which feels like more, volunteering for cooperative and open goals for collective good work. In an article from yesterday on Business in Vancouver about the withdrawn Motion 6, reporter Mark Howell shared words of Chris Hill, president of B Collective Homes Incorporated. If you think of social housing, affordable housing, rental housing, those are assets that someone has to maintain into the future, or it's a consumer building their own house. The biggest opposition for these kinds of changes is coming from entities that are not going to own that asset in the near future, which would be speculation developers. They don't care about the long-term benefits of these moves. Those were the words of Hill. Likewise, wealthy, well-placed, and waiting corporations, coalitions, and citizens privately wish to extract or sustain extraction of value until it is dried up. Their lobbyists, the public, and climate scientists rightfully fear. Many hidden interests paying for polarizing false ads that newspapers rely on for revenue may be directly involved with industry lobbyists shaping social futures. More access to power than citizens have is concerning. Companies move taxpayer costs or stranded assets and damaged socio-ecosystems. The gas costs on our bills get negotiated by investors and locality disrespecting lobbyists. Sounds like secret hikes and online TV subscriptions, but unfriendly infrastructure and climate consequences. While investment shrinks now and financial arguments seem crystal clear, future social costs calculate as soaring, circular, and field demeaning. To monitor what I consider strange possibilities of anti-public decision-making, our elected officials should hold to good sense and accountability. Eventually, I wonder about making it mandatory to volunteer to really be able to lobby. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much. Okay, so that concludes our speakers list. Just going to see if there's any discussion here. Councillor Carr?
Yes, thanks very much. I wonder if I could ask a point of information through you to the mover of the motion?
Sure, go ahead.
Great, thank you. I wonder, Councillor Fry, if you could let us know how fast it was for Surrey or any other municipality that you might know of to actually develop their own lobbyist registry and implement it, and whether you've had any conversations with them or have any intelligence around whether they would be willing to share the details around the process and the actual format of the registry.
Nobody I spoke to was on council in 2008 when the lobbyist registry was first initiated. So I only have their sort of contemporary accountings and of course the report that was prepared by then Deputy City Manager Mokri on the efficacy and the development of the Surrey Lobbyist Registry. But my understanding is it wasn't a lot to initiate. It did start off a little bit slow because it is a voluntary registry, but now it's quite robust in its reporting. And it's sort of de rigueur and everybody just sort of does it and it's fine.
And it works well. Yeah. And as far as, sorry, through you, Chair, another point of information to the mover? Chair?
Sorry.
Through you, another point of information to the, thank you. Do you, having reviewed it, which I'm assuming you have, is the template of what they're doing easily transferable? I mean, in other words, could it be quite a simple process for Vancouver to implement, the same kind of process that they have for their registry?
Yes, and I provided some additional suggested language for sort of adjusting it to our specificity and including our staff, so i.e. council or mayor staff.
Right. And further to that, Do you have any thoughts as to whether, if a provincial registry does come into effect, what would happen to local municipal registries like Surrey's, or if we pursue one here, do they still stay in existence, or are they sort of replaced by?
I mean, I would assume that they would be redundant and there would be no need for them. I would say that the big distinction with a provincial registry is that it has enforcement. So there's more legal enforcement attached to it,
right?
Which creates a whole other set of additional considerations when it comes forward. So, but there are sanctions and enforcement, and it's also operated through the Freedom of Information and Privacy Office at the legislature. So it's a big office.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But okay, that's good information for me. Well, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Zhou.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So can I ask a point of order through you, Chair, to the perhaps city manager? Because I saw that based on the procedure bylaw 8.7, section D, if there's a conflict with a resolution previously passed and still enforced, this would be considered as out of order. And we just passed the motion I put forward regarding this lobbyist registry. So I just wondering if this is a point out of order.
So Chair, through you, the points of order need to be directed to the Chair.
Okay, so I'll direct to you, Chair, so maybe you can let us know.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look things up here, if you don't mind. One moment.
Yeah, it's procedure bylaw 8.7 C and D. Yeah, also C because of conflicts with present substantially the same question as a motion council previously decided at the same meeting.
Sorry, Councillor Zhou, I had your timer going. I will not be ruling this out of order. There is a way for the two motions, which have sort of distinctive goals, to both be put forward. So in this case, I will not be ruling this motion out of order. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so if that's the case, can I ask refer this motion pending to the motion we just passed regarding the provincial advocacy? Because without knowing what is the outcome from the provincial advocacy, I think we should refer this motion until we know a concrete answer from the provincial advocacy.
Okay.
So I would like to refer this motion pending on that results.
Okay, just one moment. Councillor Zhou, if you are intending to refer this motion to a later date, you'll need a seconder, and as part of the referral. Okay, so Councillor Bly has seconded that.
Okay, so do I need to send anything in writing or?
Just one moment.
Yeah, can you stop my timer, please?
Okay, so we have a motion to refer to a later date, subject to hearing back from the provincial government, the office of the, I think it's the Privacy Commissioner that handles all matters related to the Lobbyist Registry. And so we are able to have a debate about this right now. So if anybody wishes to speak to the referral motion, they are able to do that. And so, Councillor Zhou, I'll restart your timer. Oh, sorry, we're going to go to the amendment queue, and we'll just have people come onto the queue there. Okay, Councillor Zhou.
Yeah, so thanks, Chair. I just circulated the amendment regarding the referrals.
Councillor Carr.
I just sent out the language.
Okay. Okay, so we do have we do have that. Is that to satisfy your point of order?
Okay, so the amendment reads as the council refer Councillor Fry's motion pending the outcome of Councillor Zhou's motion regarding the provincial advocacy on the provincial lobbyist registry. Okay, refer to staff. Sorry, so I'll just change the language. Okay, just circulate the latest version.
See that, Councillor Carr?
Yeah, so I'll just make some comments here. So I think it makes sense to, because we just passed something very similar at the beginning of the motion here. So I think it just makes sense to hear more feedback from the provincial advocacy before we make a decision regarding the lobbyistry here within City of Vancouver. So that would save some time from staff, and that would make the process much more efficient.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Well, to this referral, these motions are tangentially similar, but in fact, they're not similar. Councillor Zhou's motion is very clear in requesting assistance from the province. This motion is very clear in doing something right now that we are quite technically and physically able to do, and would really display our intention to be transparent and accountable to the people of Vancouver. You know, the enacting piece of Councillor Zhou's motion effectively is, there's two. There's one, write a letter to the municipal registry, but there's no real clear ask in that. And then there's a UBCM resolution. And as I explained, a UBCM resolution, presumably this will go to LMLGA in May, and then it will go to UBCM in September, where it may or may not pass. And from there, it will go, it'll be conveyed to the province. They will come back with a response in spring of 2026. And presumably at that point, maybe UBCM will consider developing a working group based on if this passes at UBCM. So this is a fairly down the road, long shot kind of an ask. And to be completely honest with you folks, it will not happen in this term. So by referring this to a future possibility that may happen outside of the scope of this term, this council is effectively saying they are not interested in actually achieving that transparency and accountability that a lobbyist registry could deliver in a voluntary capacity within our legal rights, similar to what other municipalities have been doing across Canada. And I think it's disappointing. And I don't want to get too partisan about it, but I think that there has been a great deal of scrutiny on this council about who's potentially influencing, who's lobbying. And I think it's a good look for us to be really upfront about this and remove any whiff of controversy by taking a very simple proactive approach that we know is actually a fairly simple clerical function and does not get in the way of Councillor Jo's motion. And I am on record as saying I support Councillor Jo's motion, moving through the various files and layers to get some kind of provincial intent, but that could be a long time, if ever. And frankly, in the interim, this is a solution that we can do, and we can demonstrate our leadership and our transparency and accountability to the people of Vancouver.
Thank you. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. You know, I think there's merit to, and I appreciate what Councillor Fry's sort of intel in terms of how processes work with UBCM, and appreciate that this has been attempted previously with the previous mayor, and he ran into similar challenges with the province. That said, we're a new administration. I think this is the best way to do it. We're not the only municipality that requires something like this at the provincial level. We're seeing so much complexity around, you know, what's enabled through the community charter, what's enabled through the Vancouver charter, what the province is allowing and not allowing. So I think we start there. This motion can come back in a year. If it is referred and not followed up on, there is an option to, of course, deal with this motion again. And I would say that that's probably a good motion if we cannot get access or get progress from the provincial government with Councillor Jo's motion. So I think this is a sort of middle of the road approach to make sure that without the statutory ability through the community with the Vancouver Charter to actually establish an effective lobby registry at the city level, we need that first, and we don't have that ability. So let's go see if we can get it. Either the province is going to add this to theirs, which I do think is a bit of a long shot, but a charter change that would allow us to do it properly and effectively at this level would be a good use of public resources and time, I would say. So happy to have this conversation continue. I don't think this is over. A referral is not a voting down of. It's let's combine these efforts and see if we can make some meaningful difference, because I fully support a lobby registry at the City of Vancouver level.
Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. Just reflecting a couple of additional comments as well on this motion and the amendments or referral. I think I appreciate the challenges in terms of advancing that there has been attempts to advance a provincial registry in the past. But I do think there are a number of municipalities that would welcome having an overarching provincial registry, just because I noted this when I was at UBCM this last month or back in September. There's a whole conversation around codes of conduct and integrity commissioners and other infrastructure, and many municipalities would welcome greater support, but they don't necessarily have the capacity and the financial means and other support locally to undertake these things. But so speaking more from a provincial landscape, I think that in an ideal world, if we can piggyback on that provincial registry and also, but if we can't, I think that the onus then goes on this council and the staff and others who will be engaging with the province on this, that, you know, within, you know, if we don't see any positive movement within the next 12 months, which, given how we are very much in limbo in terms of a provincial government, pretty indecisive outcome there, I think then it does warrant looking at a local registry if we can't get movement with the province. But I think it is a starting point, and also ideally we would also get a charter change so we could actually have some teeth to it as well, so it wouldn't simply be voluntary. But in principle, I support overarchingly having that information available. It was through a motion last council that I brought forward the requirement of our calendars to be published monthly. It made no sense to have people going through FOI and just to increase that transparency there. So I think we should follow through on the provincial request, and like I say, in 12 months, if we're getting no movement or traction, then I think we should be revisiting and looking at this.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
I'm going to hold for a minute. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Zhou.
Yeah, I'll just make some comments here. So I think I really appreciate Councillor Fry's motion. I really think we are thinking about the same thing. I think also my motion was very clear. Our commitment to transparency, accountability, and good governance is so important. That's exactly my motion was delivered. And this is what we promised, and we will deliver to the residents of Vancouver. Seeing really, we are not interested in accountability is not right. Really, from a systematic perspective, it is more effective and consistent for a provincial lobbyist registry. I think for this council, we need to do the right thing, which is to take the leadership and advocate to the province to establish this provincial lobbyist registry instead of just doing the easy things and establish something only for City of Vancouver. I don't think we should do the patchwork and as the interim solution. We need to do a long term and the right things for the whole province. And also, as I mentioned earlier, the provincial government did express their interest in establish this provincial registry, and they just need to have more clear goals and objectives. And this is exactly what we need to do to meet these requirements through UBCM motion. I will try my best to advocate to the provincial government and to other municipalities to get them on board to make sure that this will be their priority for the provincial government. And also, talking about that, I remember in 2017, the provincial government restricts the donation from unions and large corporations after years of advocacy. So this lobbyist registry didn't happen before. It doesn't mean it will not happen in the future. So I will try my best to make sure that it will be the priority. So with that, I really hope that very good motion from Councillor Fry, but we should refer that until we have more outcome, more commitment from the provincial government. So that's why I put forward this referral amendment. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Carr.
Yeah, the situation here is not either or. It's not one is better than the other. As Councillor Fry has been very clear, we can pursue both. We should be very skeptical of how fast a provincial registry is going to move forward based on previous experience. It will not be fast. So the real question is, how fast do you want this? Do you want this term? Or are you willing to delay? Because going the provincial route is going to take longer. We know that there are templates of local registries that we can easily borrow and implement. We can implement it faster at our city level. So do you want it this term or do you not want it this term? If you want something this term, if you want to be transparent this term, if you want to be publicly accountable this term, go with this motion that establishes a Vancouver-based lobbyist registry and pursue for the longer term and a more embracive solution province-wide, the provincial registry. As I say, both are good moves, but doing just the provincial one, in my mind, signals you are fine with this not happening quickly.
Okay, Councillor Kirby-Young.
I don't think it's about doing it quickly. I think it's about doing it well and effectively. So it actually delivers on the intention, which is to provide the confidence in the minds of the public. I was on council last term when we moved to establish a auditor general function for the city of Vancouver. That was done really thoughtfully, I think, with an intention around articulating the outcome and the benefit. It was quantifiable. It was a whole process to put a policy and bylaws in place around it to establish functionally how that would work. And the care and attention that was taken has resulted in, I think, an incredibly effective function with the Auditor General, where we're now seeing good, clear transparency around the topics that the Auditor General chooses in their own independence to select. I think that we have acknowledging the need to have something is important, but how you solve for a problem so that you are actually delivering on it effectively is important. When you have a voluntary registry, think that there's a lot of issues there around the definition of a lobbyist. There's questions that have to be raised and considered. I don't think it's as simple as a paid lobbyist. You have to go through things like nonprofit, somebody that's advocating for an item that's not specifically on a council agenda, but maybe they're just building relations. Maybe it conceivably could be in future. Are you only having for-profit if people are paid lobbyists, but they're advocating for causes? Like, there's a lot of complexity around it. I also have the benefit, like Councillor Fry, of sitting on UBCM, and I'll be passing that torch now to Councillor Dominato. I know that there's a lot of interest with the staff about pursuing this. UBCM has clear direction from past resolutions. And I think that there is a conveyed interest in some of the conversations that I've had in doing some due diligence on this, was establishing a working group and recognizing that the answer that was received previously from a previous mayor to the comment that was made by my colleague was also received under a previous premier. And we now have different individuals in the room. And I understand that what we heard, similar to what I'm expressing here, but the need of implementing something well, was a need for specificity from municipalities to say, don't just tell us in a registry, you need to be more explicit around what it is that you want. So I think we have an opportunity here. We have two able reps, I think, with Councillor Fry, with Councillor Dominato, to move that conversation forward with UBCM. I expect that could even be on next month's board agenda in November. And so I do think it would be helpful to get some framing around this, because if we do get a pause, if we can move that forward and we get a positive response and we get a sense about if there's momentum or timing on there, it does not make sense to duplicate efforts in parallel and then to establish something that you then might have to cancel. And so I do think that I appreciate the enthusiasm about how quickly our staff could do this. I think it might involve a few more steps than is anticipated there. And so I do think that there is some careful wisdom in looking at getting a sense of the lay of the land with a new government that now doesn't have quite the same mandate that they would have had previously. And I think that they're going to have to be more attuned to working with municipalities and with other stakeholders. So I think this is really just about taking a measured approach here. I'm heartened by the collective enthusiasm around the council chambers from all councillors of all stripes for increased transparency and enthusiasm. And I think sometimes we need to acknowledge where something best sits, and let's pursue the best solution. And if we feel that we have to take another run at it in a different way, well, then we can do it at that point. But I think it's a little bit early to do that right now. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fry.
Okay, and I don't want to overly, I mean, I'm judging from the comments around the room, I know how this is going to probably go. But I do want to say that there won't be an opportunity for this council to take another run at it. This will not be a UBCM motion until it is passed by the membership. That's how UBCM works. So it cannot be a UBCM thing until September. And at which point it's going to get conveyed to the province, at which point they may or may not come back to us with some kind of thing. So that's 2026, folks. That's already close to the end of our term, and then they're going to have to develop a whole framework. It's if they even agree to any of this. So all I'm suggesting is these are not mutually exclusive concepts. You know, Councillor Kirby-Young mentioned the Auditor General. The reason we were able to achieve the Auditor General is because we didn't have to go to the province and ask him to do it for us. We did it for ourselves. We took personal responsibility and accountability for our actions as a council. That's what I'm suggesting here. And I'm sorry to say the outcome of a decision that refers this into, I don't know, the next council or just to Nowheresville, frankly, will appear to be, I think for all intents and purposes, an obfuscation and opacity around transparency and accountability that really doesn't need to happen. We could take this on as a voluntary measure. Because it's voluntary, it's not even that accurate. It doesn't need to be, you know, getting all up into your business. The key distinction of a provincial registry would be, of course, enforcement and more legal heft behind it. And I'm heartened to hear that everybody's keen on having more legal heft and enforcement around lobbyists and influence at City Hall. But in the meantime, I think this is a great display of our willingness to be accountable to the public. But I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor. So Seeing no other speakers, clerk, can you please take us to the voting panel on the amendment, just to refer the motion. Sorry, Mayor Sim? Are you supporting the referral from Councillor Cho? Okay, so that motion passes with Councillors Carr and Councillor Fry in opposition. And okay, all right, so that completes that item. And we are now on to motion 5, establishing a community policing center in Gastown and area to enhance safety and security. And it is moved and introduced by Mayor Sim. And Mayor Sim, I'm just going to put you on the queue.
Great, thank you very much.
Oh, sorry, let me just change it out of the amendment queue. One moment. Here, I'll just clear that. Pardon me? Oh, yes, I will. Okay. So I just want to make sure that if anybody has to declare a conflict of interest on this item. Okay, seeing none. Mayor Sim.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I'll try to keep this quick since it's already 7:50. Okay, so my motion. Our council is committed to public safety, as you know, and we've heard from the Gastown and Hastings area loud and clear that they want to continue to see meaningful change on the public safety front. By creating a new community policing center model in the area, we can create a stronger sense of safety. So my motion asks council to support the inclusion of funding in the draft 2025 operating budget to support the establishment and ongoing operation of a CPC to serve the Gastown and Hastings crossing areas. And it directs our team members to work with the Vancouver Police Department to ensure the CPC is up and running as soon as possible. Now, this neighborhood needs a unique reimagined CPC, one that meets the various needs and complexities of the area. This includes everything from EMS bikers stationed there to hosting integrated safety units as well. Now, I do want to be crystal clear that there is no silver bullet. This is not a silver bullet. This is only another step in the right direction, and it adds to the current work being done by the province on mandatory care. Something we fought very hard for. It also adds to our efforts to revitalize Gastown and to think outside of the box, like hiring mental health nurses. I do want to stress, when I say mandatory care, it goes without saying that mandatory care delivered in a very compassionate way. Gastown's overall economic and social health, like any neighborhood, is tied to the sense of to a sense of security and safety. My motion today will be followed by other actions that will address the challenges that this community and the surrounding area are facing. Now, I do want to thank the various community groups, particularly the Gastown Residents Association and both the Gastown and the Hastings Crossing BIAs for their collaborative approach on this. As the motion states, we commit the city to an ongoing dialogue with the residents, businesses, and community organizations served by the new CPC, with regular evaluation and engagement with the public to ensure the best outcome. And we're thankful to have received provincial funding for the CPC that will allow us to fast track the startup.
Okay, fantastic. Thanks, Mayor Sim, and seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young. We will now hear from registered speakers on this motion. And our first speaker is Wally Wargelet, Executive Director, Gastown BIA, on the phone. First,
Yes, thank you. Appreciate you letting me speak. It's also appreciate everything you folks do. It's been a very long day. I've been listening all day, so we appreciate your dedication to the city and the work that you're doing. I did want to just call in support of the CPC. This is certainly something that myself and Landon Hoyt, the executive director, as well as the other downtown BIAs, we've been really asking for an increase in neighborhood policing in all of our districts. It's something we've been advocating for quite a long time. I will say that our organization, one of the oldest BIAs along with Mount Pleasant, we have been, 40 years in conversation with the city and the police with these issues that we're all facing around safety. And so we're excited about this investment and the location of the CPC, and that the CPC will have both the Gastown and Hastings Crossings BIA names located in the naming of this. So it's really important to us that happens. The other thing that, I think what, Mayor Sim said, I want to echo that this really does have to be a different model. We have CPCs around the city as well as in the downtown east side, and they really haven't maybe provided the type of support that our members have been asking for. So we're excited about the opportunity to be at the table. We've already had some very encouraging meetings with the city and the VPD around this and trying to identify what that looks like. I also was really pleased to hear some of the updates around the mental health care work that's being done, specifically MODES, and the work that they're doing, and that their next step is to reach out to the BIAs. I think that we have an opportunity here for this CPC and this service hub to really help the community, all of its needs. And the other thing I want to bring up around that very specifically is something called the wellness check. So if you don't know, Gastown BIA supplements the police department by about $300,000 a year with our private security called the Gastown Patrol. One of the things that they do, in addition to helping our members with shoplifting, they actually have a recovery rate of around 50%, which is awesome. But they also are doing community work like wellness checks. So far this year, and I don't have the numbers through September yet, but if we go just through August, we have done over 700 wellness checks, and what that means is we've come across someone who is lying on the street, the sidewalk, a laneway, who's not moving, and we check on them to make sure that they're, still alive and trying to get them help if they need that. This has been an ongoing thing, and we've seen that increase by 138% versus last year. And if you were to talk to Landon, I think the MP Neighbors program in their neighborhood district, that's been well over 1,000. So it's a crisis, a humanitarian crisis, and we have to be thinking about all modes of way to help folks. So again, I'm very excited to see this happen. We're really happy to see some investment here. We have some other, I think, interesting ideas. We know that between our two BIAs, we're spending about $3 million in private security, and we've talked about how we might be able to encompass some of that work in connection with the VPD and connecting the various service providers, and ultimately just better manage and have a better community for everyone. So I appreciate the work that's being done here and this, Mayor Sim's work, and we want to support this and appreciate the time given to talk today.
Great. Thanks, Wally, for calling in this evening. We'll now go to speaker 2, Coraline Jarvis on the phone.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine. Please go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I'm Coraline Jarvis, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Gastown Residents Association, or the GRA. The GRA completely supports the establishment of a community policing center in our neighborhood. Since its inception, the primary concern of the GRA has been the crime and social disorder that plague our neighborhood. We are now feeling very encouraged and grateful that this administration is listening to our concerns. The GRA would especially like to thank Trevor Ford and Councillor Brian Montague for having met with us on their own time, and Mayor Ken Sim for understanding that we need to make Gastown a safer and more secure place for everyone. Locating this new policing center in the storefront left vacant by the TD Bank behind the once famous Woodward windows, which sadly has become a constant target for vandals, will not only help to rejuvenate this important corner, but also serve as a strong, symbolic reminder that the City of Vancouver does not tolerate crime and social disorder. We fully appreciate that other programs will also be needed to further address the addiction and mental health issues in our neighborhood. However, a community policing center is a massive step towards better protecting us and therefore helping us bring back the vibrancy of this area and what it was once known for. Thank you again.
Great. Thanks very much for calling in this evening. That concludes our speakers list on this item. Thanks to everyone who spoke. And I see we have some committee members ready for discussion. So I'll advance to Mayor Sim. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you very much. I actually want to follow and submit an amendment to the motion.
Sure, I can move us to an amendment queue. And I have it in my email here. Okay, perfect. We'll just get that up on the screen, Mayor Sim. And that's seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young. Okay, so we've got it up on the screen, seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young. So please go ahead, Mayor.
We're on. Great, thank you. I just wanted to be clear. So we added this amendment here that reads, understanding the complexity of the neighborhood, there is a clear need for a new type of model of CPC that is multifaceted and integrated in systems and partnerships.
Okay, thanks very much, Mayor. If you'd like to speak to this amendment, please add yourself to the queue. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. I'm just trying to find the amendment that was emailed just because I wanted. Sorry.
It did come in at 7:51
So I
p.m.
just, from a procedural perspective, I'm pretty sure we have to vote on the motion first, and then we can go back and edit and amend the whereas clauses. It can't be done at this point. Yeah. I mean, I'm happy to support it, but if we want to follow procedure, which I know is important to us.
No, it's very important, and I apologize for that. I just took over.
We don't do this very often, so yeah.
So just a moment here. I just need to confer with the clerks about something. Thanks, everybody. Sorry, I'm a little rusty up here. So what we're going to do is vote on the original motion, and then we'll entertain this as a second motion, is my understanding. So I'm just going to go back to the main queue, and we are going to vote on the main motion. That, of course, I'll give them a chance to speak before we do that.
Sorry, procedurally speaking, sorry if I may, sorry, Chair. I know this is very new, we never do this, we rarely do, but it's a good idea. We did it in our previous council term. The motion needs to be dealt with entirely. Meaning people speaking to it, possibly amending it, what have you.
And then
and then we complete that, and then we go back and we amend the whereas clauses. No, we just.
I was planning to.
Well, I thought you just said we're going to vote on the motion, so I was just checking we weren't going to.
We will once we hear from speakers. Sorry, I should have been more clear.
Well, okay.
Yep, Councillor Domnetto, just turn your mic on.
But in the interim, because this has been moved and seconded, it either needs to be withdrawn or it needs to be set aside to deal with the main motion. And there's different options.
Yeah, I'll just,
or it can be, there's a way to set it aside under Robert's rules. But that's the other piece procedurally we have to do now that it's been moved and seconded.
Yeah, I'll just confer with the clerks on that. I'm not sure, Tina, if you caught that from Councillor Domnetto.
No, I didn't hear it all, but if...
Councillor Domnetto was just mentioning that this would either need to be this particular amendment or a motion now. It's already been seconded, that it would either need to be set aside or withdrawn in order to deal with the previous motion. We can take a 5-minute break. I think everybody's a little tired anyway. So why don't we just take a 5-minute break and figure this out, and then we can do it correctly.
Sorry, Peter.
Thanks. We're going to get started again, but first, we do need to set aside set the motion aside temporarily to take up other business in order to proceed here. So looking for a motion from the floor to that effect. Moved by Councillor Dominato and seconded by Councillor Montague. And all in favor?
Aye.
Setting aside? Okay. And none opposed, I don't see. Okay, I don't see any opposed. Okay, thank you. Okay, so now we're going to go back to the main motion. And we're going to go back to the queue. Mayor Sim, I have you on the queue. This is on the main motion.
Yeah, no, I was on there too.
Okay, I'll advance you. And next we have Councillor Bly.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I am in support of this motion. I think it's actually surprising there isn't a CPC in some form in this area, given its proximity to the downtown core and just the various activities that are happening in this area. So I'm really glad that it's come forward. And I appreciated the comments of the executive director of the Gastown BIA, Wally Wallagot, that was talking about just this sort of new model and of a CPC. And so I don't really know what that means yet. I'm not sure we do in terms of until this comes to fruition and to light, but I see a lot of potential in terms of a community resource outreach to folks, as well as mitigating what is oftentimes unsafe activities happening on the street in this area, both in Hastings Crossing area as well as Gastown, and that's related to violent crime, that's related to property crime, to what's happening, in terms of ongoing shoplifting that we hear about from merchants right across these two districts and areas. So I think that there is an interesting opportunity here to have a greater presence and also work with the community in terms of outreach to make sure that we're striking that balance that creates a net positive both for residents as well as the businesses and some of the more vulnerable and complex needs that can play out as well on the streets. And we heard a presentation from Vancouver Coastal Health today about how they are really staffing up in terms of the 100 police officers, 100 mental health workers approach. And that's been 2 years in the making and continues to be worked on in a very meaningful way. And so there's an opportunity to sort of bring some of that work, I'd say, into the work that could happen here to create that new model, as was referenced, that really balances some of the needs in terms of public safety, which is a dire need in terms of supporting folks and giving that sense of community safety, as well as being able to help connect folks to services, to supports that they need that would otherwise end up in more criminal behavior if not supported in a more positive way or in a way that actually helps them get what they need. So I think there is a lot of opportunity here. I do have an amendment, Chair, that I would like to move after those comments. And it's just really to bring together all of those different frontline services into a sort of touch point so that once the CPC, that's okay, I'm on a queue now, thank you, that once the CPC is established, so it's not to delay things, there's just an opportunity, a more formal opportunity to have an advisory body that both includes Gastown and Hastings Crossing BIAs, and I know that they very much want to be in this at this table, as well as resident groups, community organizations, that work with vulnerable populations right across Hastings Crossing and Gastown. So, and that, of course, not exclusive to, but includes women, urban Indigenous individuals, so organizations that support at-risk women in the area, urban Indigenous individuals, people who use substances, and people experiencing homelessness. So I think in doing that, we can really shape this to be that new model that both can address some of the complexities in these areas while also improving a sense of personal public safety and public security in the areas as well. And the other concerning factors that have been raised around theft and ongoing crime in the area to really help level set that. So I'll leave that there, and thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Bly. Councillor Montague to the amendment.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I read the amendment a few times, probably about 10 times now in the last 10 minutes.
Apologies, Councillor Montague, to interrupt you. I need a seconder for that amendment from Councillor Bly. Okay, seconded by Councillor Dominato. Please continue, Councillor Montague.
So my understanding, and part of it, I agree with Councillor Bly's assessment on how this is a very unique area. And I think from my understanding, that's why this CPC is going to be run differently than how your typical CPCs operate. And it's going to be operated by the VPD. So the wording of the amendment, I feel, it starts to encroach on on council actually directing the operations of our police department, which to me is a big red flag. The police department runs independently from council. We fund the police department, but we don't dictate how they operate. We don't direct how they operate. How they function. And I think it encroaches on that. And I also think that this second part of the amendment, where it talks about resident groups, community organizations, I think is already covered in the last clause of the resolutions, where it says ongoing dialogue with residents, businesses, and community organizations to be served by the new CPC. So I think because of those two reasons, and I don't think I need to go on any more, I can't support the amendment. Obviously, super supportive of the CPC. I've been supportive of getting something like that in there for quite some time. So, but I don't think I can support the amendment due to the fact that I think we're encroaching on getting into the operations of our police department, and that part of it has already been covered in the main resolution. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Montague. Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you very much. I would echo. So first of all, when I read the amendment, in substance, I think we can all get there. And I would echo Councillor Montague's comments. Having sat on the police board as chair now as a board member, we have to be very careful. Where our roles lie, and to direct the operations of the VPD. Well, it's not in our mandate, and also we do not have the expertise. Now, I think when I step back, I think the intention of this motion is to get a new CPC up and running as quickly as possible. We've heard loud and clear from the residents, from the businesses in the area, that neighborhood is really struggling. And whereas our crime numbers are down across the board in the city, we've seen an uptick in this area. And so, look, like everyone else here, I'm very supportive of strong public engagement in these communities, and I do believe, however, it's already covered effectively in my motion in the third and the final section. And I trust that our team members will identify the most appropriate methods for community engagement in their ongoing dialogue around the CPC. And I really don't think we should be overly prescriptive. And there are other vehicles as well. A lot of us are down there like on a very regular basis, speaking with stakeholders, and if we caught wind of something that wasn't working, we'd be the first ones to stand up and say, hey, and ask the questions. So I think the intention of what we're trying to address in Councillor Bly's amendment is already covered in the motion. So I won't be supporting the amendment.
Okay, thanks, Mayor Sim. Councillor Fry.
I do support the spirit of this amendment, although I'm actually still sort of wondering what happened to the mayor's whereas amendment that was talking about a new kind of CPC, because I think it is sort of germane to this conversation. Can somebody just clarify, is that still coming forward, this
It will
model
come,
of CPC?
Yeah, it's going to come forward as a separate motion. There was a procedural issue there.
Yeah, no, I'm familiar with the procedure. So what it means is we have to vote on this and then subsequently amend it, which is a pretty big deal if we're talking about a new model of a CPC. Because what I'm hearing kind of in some of the comments gives me concerns that this isn't really a CPC at all. And I know that because it may come as a surprise to some of you, but I actually helped set up the Strathcona CPC a number of years ago. So I worked pretty hard to develop that. I advocated with the councillors of the day to get the funding for a community policing center in Strathcona. And the distinction about a community policing center is that it operates with the police, but it's really run by the people. There's a board, it's a nonprofit structure, and there's an accountability from the community. And I'm just gonna read from the VPD Community Policing Center website definition here. Working together to make Vancouver Canada's safer major city. No one knows their community better than the people who live and work there. Vancouver's community policing centers are each operated, staffed, and governed by members of the community who work in partnership with the Vancouver Police. That's the model for a CPC. Now, if this is not to be a CPC and it's more of a satellite police station, I mean, that's fine too, but let's not call it a CPC because I think it leads to confusion and it's a weird kind of redefinition of an established concept. And this isn't the right process, and I'm really frustrated with the idea that we're going to subsequently frame this as a new model CPC that we haven't defined yet, because what Councillor Bly is suggesting should be baked into the entire concept of a CPC first and foremost, and it's not to delay the delivery. In fact, when we did the Strathcona CPC, we managed to deliver it as we were kind of building the airplane because we wanted to get it timely, we wanted to get the budgeting, we had some community safety issues. So I'm just going to leave that framing there. I do support the intention of Councillor Bly's amendment here, and I think it's kind of a no-brainer in the context of a CPC. I'm more deeply troubled by the fact that it's not explicit because this is supposed to be a CPC. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. It's so fun how we all have so much CPC experience. I also have some. And, in the spirit of full disclosure, I was married to the person that ran all the CPCs for the VPD, who is, as people know, is no longer a member of the VPD. But I'm intimately familiar, and then last term brought forward the motion to establish a new CPC in Mount Pleasant, because we have a growing city and the service areas that they support obviously change and differ over time. So I appreciate Councillor Bly's comment earlier about sometimes it can be surprising that you don't have one in a particular area, and that can have been just that it was overlooked. Perhaps there wasn't interest in a neighborhood in starting one up, or as I said, sometimes our city is growing. It might be helpful to provide some context that there's, to my understanding, there are different types of CPCs, not dissimilar to kind of corporately owned stores and franchises, if you will. And the independent CPCs are actually independent societies established under the Societies Act in BC. They set up their own independent board of directors and they have autonomy over doing that. And they receive a funding envelope that is provided by council and passed through simply a kind of an accounting flow through the PD, direct to the CPCs. And then there has also been corporate CPCs, a couple of them that are established specifically that may have an area serving purpose in the traditional nature of a CPC, but may also serve an additional or specific function. So think something like in the past, before it transitioned, the Chinatown CPC, which played a dual role of not only serving its neighborhood, for example, but also served people of Chinese-speaking individuals, specifically from all across the city. I think the Aboriginal Friendship Society, or Community Policing Center, went through a couple of iterations too, in initially getting set up and established before it transitioned to its own model. And so regardless of whether or not, and I think the intention here, and as we've heard in different council briefings, we had the update today from Coastal Health on that program, is a real opportunity for the VPD initially, and partners like some of the mode programs and the other initiatives that were referenced to come together and kind of establish a model and combat that on an emergent, urgent nature because of the severity of issues that are being faced in the neighborhood. And I think what we're seeing there is we've seen some real issues, like we heard today, for example, we're debating on Gastown around somebody felt unsafe leaving local, walking home, and that impacted staff. Or we know, for example, that it's so imminent that there are 20 vacancies in the Woodwards building that people say are not selling now because people don't want to move in the neighborhood. And so I think that that's the initial process of this. I fully expect over time, once those services are set and it's run by the VPD, we're right, we cannot direct the VPD. So I think that the amendment as it's proposed is actually out of order because council does not have the authority to direct them. But I think over time, initially, it's going to transition naturally to a community-led one. That takes a bit of time and process to set up a society and for the group to run it. And at that time, when that does happen, I have full confidence that it will. We also can't direct them either to establish a community-led advisory body. That would be the decision of the society that is set up and decides to run the CPC. So regardless of which construct it is, so I think this is getting up and running quickly, and kudos to Mayor Sim for moving so quickly and the province for moving so fast to state their financial investment in it. Because we need to deal with the emergent issue in the neighborhood. But I have every confidence that the community is going to be actively engaged in it, whether it's Gastown residents, some of the local nonprofit serving organizations and others. But I think right now the initial stage is triage to respond to some of the urgent issues. And I'm really actually excited to see the model that we saw today that perhaps a few were skeptical about initially when we funded the mental health workers. A combination, we now have Indigenous crisis response team and other offshoots of that. And then in conjunction with the VPD and how they can actually take that into sort of a satellite location. So I think that we should have the same openness that we had with that approach with funding police working in conjunction with mental health support workers. And we've heard that it's not all nurses, it was some nurses, it was some social workers. But I think we should sort of have the same openness to getting that established on an urgent nature and then let it transition over time. But regardless whether it's a community nonprofit over time, again, just to reiterate and clarify, because I've gone through this in research and obviously, as I said, having a personal connection previously, or whether it's a VPD run one initially, for that, we do not have the authority to direct either of those constructs. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Carr.
Yes. Okay, I'm confused. It seems to me that there are some issues with this motion that I have been raising, that this amendment that I have been raising that I concur with. I think that there needs to be a ruling from the chair around whether or not the fact that this motion amendment directs VPD when we can't. And that would be sort of an incorrect ability. So under section 8.7E, F, if it's incorrect, i.e. we cannot direct the VPD, then it should be out of order. But as you're thinking that, looking that up, I have some other questions around this. I really love the intent of it. I really love all the groups mentioned, but I don't understand whether this is an advisory body to council or to the CPC. Secondly, I don't understand if we can set up the rules around an advisory body to a CPC.
Councillor Carr, just on your previous point,
yes.
on 8.7, did you want me to
yes.
confer with staff on that and
yes,
come back
I think
with
that would be important.
Okay, I'll let's take a 5-minute recess while I do that, and we'll be back with the decision. Okay, everybody, thanks for your patience. So I did confer with the city manager and staff. I believe this is just a wording issue in this amendment, but it is incorrect under 8.7F, as council cannot direct the VPD. And there is also an issue under 8.7B, which is the legal aspect related to that. So the councillor is welcome to resubmit it with just slightly adjusted wording. So we will go back to the main motion again. And Councillor Bly, you are on the queue. Did you want me to advance you, or did you have any comments?
Yes, no, I'll keep my time, thank you. So I have resubmitted another amendment if you'd like to move us to a new amendment queue.
Okay, great.
And appreciate that flag, and very fair, because we wouldn't want to run into any issues on the road should this be out of order and in that sense. So I've just asked staff to establish a community-led advisory body and invite the VPD to join, and includes representation, and the rest of the motion is the same.
Okay, so we have that, we'll just get that refreshed motion up on the screen here. Everybody should have it in their email.
And I think this should be a new amendment queue.
Yeah, just let me check with the clerks if we should be on Amendment Q2 for this, or can we just go back to Amendment Q1? Okay, that's where we are right now. So I'll need a seconder for this amendment. Okay, seconded by Councillor Carr. Okay, Councillor Montague to the amendment.
Yeah, and while I get the change of language, it still, to me, doesn't make sense to have this in, and I do think it's included in the original third clause, which would now be the fourth clause. I just don't think I want to tinker with direct staff to. I don't think the wordsmithing has changed the substance of the amendment or my position on it. So I'm going to still not support. And I'd say more, but my brain is fried.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Montague. Councillor Bly.
Oh, no, that's fine. That's
okay. Councillor Kirby-Young.
I think we just have to apply the common sense test at this point. So whether or not we procedurally got through, sort of navigated through wording, the idea of having an advisory body that is not part of the initiative of the folks that are staffing and setting this up, and there isn't connectivity in the framework and the governance about it, doesn't make sense to me. As I mentioned earlier, I think this is the initial response to triage and to set up a very unique type of response. And we heard, for example, the potential from the earlier presentation we had at Council Day. I think we need to repeat it, and I think there's opportunity down the road. We're just not at that stage in this setting up of this one. So we can change language, but I think from a common sense perspective, it doesn't make sense to me. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Carr.
Yeah. Chair, I wonder if I could ask a point of information through you to the mover?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm still, one question is unanswered to me, which is this an advisory body to council or intended to be an advisory body to the Community Policing Center?
It's intended to be a community advisory body to the policing center. And yeah.
Okay, and a second point of information?
Yes, please go ahead.
And I do know that community policing centers do establish community advisory bodies. So how would this sync with what every community policing center does?
Well, I guess, just to put it very plainly and commonsensical, is that if we're talking about a new type of CPC, and we've heard from Councillor Montague, who probably has the most credibility at this particular council chambers in terms of how these work, that this will be VPD operated. Strikes me as, should this be redundant? That's okay. But just in case it isn't, I think it needs to be part of the motion so that, we're talking about all the folks that we're already talking about, except we're adding some community organizations that prioritize the well-being of women, urban Indigenous individuals, and folks who are really struggling and homeless. So I think that's a credible group to bring together, to just ensure that it's not to delay. There's nowhere in there that says before the CPC opens or anything like that. It's simply just to make sure that we're hearing all the voices.
Great. Okay. I appreciate that answer, and as a consequence, I'm prepared to support this. I did second it, but I am prepared to support it, recognizing that that this is important to us as a council, that the voices listed by the various groups, the voices of the various groups listed, are included, just to make sure that the policing, the new Community Policing Center understands that to be embracive of the various groups of individuals and peoples who would be served by this policing center in this area are included. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. I'll just close by saying this is not to cast any aspersions on anybody's intent in bringing the CPC to Gastown Hastings Crossing area. I have great faith in the work of our VPD, and I know from the leadership perspective, there is a desire to meet the community where they're at, and we see that day in and day out. Deputy Chief Fiona Wilson down on the downtown east side meeting with these groups already. Deputy Chief Howard Chow down on the downtown east side, built relationships, meeting with folks already. This is not outside of what they would already do. So we don't have to sort of seed this decision with fear that something bad is going to happen. I actually think this is a real positive, and I think it brings the residents along, as well as other folks that may not be fully housed, but still residents of the downtown east side, as well as the BIAs who I know support ongoing engagement at any level, which would include something like this. So really hope that we'll get the support to show that we are well-intentioned for sure in bringing together a new model for this CPC that's being sort of named by speakers and others in this chambers, but we don't yet have a clear picture of what that looks like. So I'll leave it there.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Bly. Yeah, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I wonder if I can also ask a point of information through you, Chair, if I might, to the city manager.
Yes, go ahead.
I just wanted clarification where it says a community-led advisory body. What type of advisory body does staff take that to be? I know we have all these type A, D, B, C, Ds, advisory, formal ones. Is this ad hoc? What does that mean?
Thanks, through the chair. So yeah, this would be advisory, as I understand, the intent would be advisory to staff. More of an informal type advisory group as we do convene from time to time to advise staff on other policy issues and so on. And staff and or the VPD, should they choose to participate as well in kind of the establishment of the CPC. So that's how I'm reading it.
So advise our, just to follow up point of information, that's helpful, thank you. So advise our staff on the CPC, but our staff will not be leading or organizing the CPC.
No.
So I'm just a bit lost on the functionality of this model.
I think to my understanding that the governance and operation of the CPC is still under development. So the actual model that the CPC will operate under is in progress. As we work, and it may be that this, I think as Councillor Bly indicated, this isn't intended as a prerequisite for moving that forward. That will move forward. Presumably the city will have some ongoing view or input into the operation of the CPC, and this advisory group would at minimum support our input to the CPC. Whether over time it may integrate with some other kind of advisory structure that the CPC creates, I guess that's TBD, but at this point, that's how I'm interpreting it.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, just to say I'm not going to support the amendment because it sounds like there's more homework to be done here. Normally when we're setting up advisory bodies, we determine a bit more about the functionality and the jurisdiction and the type and all of that. And I just feel like there's some real gaps here in addition to the other comments I've made. So for that reason, I'm not going to support it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for those comments. Councillor Bly.
Thanks, and I just appreciate the further clarification. I think we might be grasping at straws a little bit in terms of overcomplicating this. Clearly from the city manager, it just is a advisory body that's reporting back to staff regularly meeting. So we're not going into type D, type A, right? We're just looking at a community advisory group that's come together in a way that city staff have the direction of council to do. So I'll leave it there and we can hopefully vote.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Bly. Okay, seeing no one else on the queue to speak to the amendment, I'm now going to call the vote. Clerks, if you could please move us to the voting panel. And Council Committee, if you could please register a vote on the voting panel. Okay, that does not pass. With myself in opposition, Councillor Kirby-Young in opposition, Councillor Montague in opposition, Mayor Sim in opposition, Councillor Klassen in opposition, and Councillor Joe in opposition. Okay, we'll now go back to the main queue. And we have Councillor Bly on the queue. Councillor Bly?
Thanks. Yeah, I have one more amendment.
I'm just going to move us to an amendment queue again, and just let me add you back on there. Okay, please go ahead.
And this amendment is just recognizing that the actual CPC itself is located in Hastings Crossing, and we do identify by title when there are cross-jurisdictional CPCs. We have examples like Carrisdale, Oak Ridge, Marpole, Kitts, Fairview, West End, Cole Harbor. So this is really just to identify that this policing center will be servicing both Gastown and Hastings Crossing as BIAs specifically, which is oftentimes how they can come about, but that it just basically reflects the proximity of the neighborhoods and recognizing that the proposed location of the actual CPC is situated within the Hastings Crossing BIA.
Hey, thanks, Councillor Bly. Councillor Kirby-Young on the amendment.
Yeah, I had one point of information. The motion through you, if or maybe it's to the mover, it was stated just now by my colleague that where the CPC will be located, but I didn't believe that we actually have found a location yet. I'm not aware, because it says in here that in the motion further that council directs staff to begin the process to secure an appropriate space for the CPC. Do we actually have a location? How do we know?
Question for the mover, Councillor Kirby-Young or the city manager?
Well, I guess perhaps for the mover of the motion, because this says that we have a space and so we need to name it because of where it is, but I'm not aware that there is. I'm speaking. Sorry. Thank you. I'm not aware there is a space, so I wonder if through you, Chair, to the mover of the motion, Mayor Sim, if you could advise, we haven't secured a location at this point, have we?
Okay, just to confirm, this is a question for Mayor Sim or Councillor Bly?
The mover of the main motion,
the
Mayor
main
Sim.
motion. Okay, Mayor Sim, please go ahead.
Can we have a recess for 2 minutes?
Yep, I can grant that.
Thanks.
So we'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay, Mayor Sim, in response to the question from Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, at this point in time, we're not in a position to disclose, announce if there has been a location secured. So
I wonder if this is also premature then, since we don't know for sure where it's going to be. I imagine we'd have to identify location, go through the lease negotiations, determine if it's affordable, and affirm that. Perhaps that's a future consideration.
Are you suggesting, Councillor Kirby-Young, that
I'm just providing,
procedural bylaw?
I'm providing commentary that I'm just can only make a decision based on what is in the motion, and the motion does not say where it is. And so that's what we have in front of us to vote on. So my comment is that it would be difficult to presuppose because I can't vote on information I do not have. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Bly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay if Councillor Kirby-Young can't vote on it. There isn't an order, a point of order that's been called. You know, I don't have any more comments. Obviously, we're not talking about the location, but I can amend it and we can go back through this back and forth. I have shared this information with others. It was not flagged and it was supported. So I can certainly change that because I do recognize that while there may be, I've got the floor.
I have a point of order. It was said it was shared with others and not supported. I wonder if Councillor Bly can refer what she's talking to because we make decisions in this chamber, not outside. So I'm not sure what she means by that.
I'm just going to need a specific point of
Yes,
order.
I can respond.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's fine. I shared this directly with Mayor Sim, one-on-one, which is above board, and we're allowed to do that in the chambers, is share potential amendment language one-on-one.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate the clarification because there has been suggestions that decisions have been made offline before. So I just want to clarify. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Dominato, were you still on the queue? Okay. I'll advance you. Go ahead.
Sorry. I'm fine to support. Sorry, I'm just trying to pull up the amendment now. Apologies. I'm fine to support the amendment. I understand a number of members of the community actually know the location of the CPC, so it's actually, I think, a broader public knowledge at this point. So I don't have any concerns or objections to supporting it.
Okay, thanks for those comments. Mayor Sim.
Yeah, I've just been informed this might all be a moot point. From our understanding, the new CPC will be called the Gastown Hastings BIA. So I guess the good news is we actually don't need a motion to come up with the name that it's already going to be named that way. So, sorry, that's just...
So Chair, if I may just rescind, looking at the clerks, my motion. That is, I think, good and new information that I did not have. So thank you very much, Mayor Sim. Appreciate the clarity.
Okay, thank you both. Councillor Bly, you're looking to rescind that motion? Or to rescind? Oh, apologies on the amendment. We don't have a seconder. We actually haven't seconded the amendment, so it's actually not a...
Perfect.
So
thank you.
That worked out. Okay, so we will just go back to the main motion again. On the main motion, Councillor Bly, any comments on the main motion?
I'll hold for now, thanks.
Okay. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Oh, no, I'm good. Thank you.
Councillor Dominato. This is on the main motion. Any comments?
Yes, really briefly. Now we're just speaking of the main motion.
Yes.
I do want to just offer some thanks for the collaboration in bringing this forward. I know there's been a lot of effort and stewardship to bring this motion forward, but also to get alignment and commitments from all parties. And I think one of the benefits of the Community Policing Center office, I've managed to have the opportunity to meet with a number of CPCs over the last term and this term, is the very community-oriented, very neighborhood-oriented, really responsive, and it is, you've got the police liaison component. I know this envisions some integration with maybe with paramedics, others, but really attuned to what's going on in the neighborhood and in the community. And in my experience, they have been very positive and well received, and being able to not only address community safety concerns, but also to help uplift communities as well in neighborhoods, and that it takes a village to address the complexities of these issues in our neighborhoods. So I'm really optimistic that this can be a positive collaboration. And I thank the mayor for bringing the motion forward. I think it will be a positive benefit going forward. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Long day. I'm wondering if through you I could ask a question of the mover.
Yes, yeah, you may. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so Mayor, I'm just, because I know procedurally to add this whereas, we have to vote for this, and I am prepared to support this, but I do have a couple of questions, and in the proposed whereas clause 8 that you've supplied, the clear need for a new type of model of CPC, could you add a little color to that? Because we have sort of an established model of CPC, and I'm just curious what.
Yeah, you know, it's a great question, and we're trying to balance, you know, making sure it's a new CPC, like a new model, without being overly prescriptive. But the intent is, you know, for example, when we've been walking the shop floor on the downtown east side, we found out that the BC Ambulance Service, the bikers, don't have a place to, station themselves. And so wouldn't it be great if, they can be there as well, or, the Hastings BIA and the Gastown BIA, they have like a lot of resources and they're engaged in the community. And wouldn't it be great if they could be part of it as well? So it's sort of meant to be, look, let's get everyone, like there's so many stakeholders there. Let's not be overly prescriptive, but let's open the door to community engagement. We're all in this together. And so that's where that's coming from.
I appreciate that. Now, with that knowledge, and are you contemplating this as sort of like the CPC is the head lease and there's I get this as a word.
Yeah, look, once again, I don't want to be overly prescriptive. I can't anticipate like what's going to happen with leases and subleases, how people are going to work it out. But the intent is, let's be very open and inclusive, and let's make sure it works for everyone.
Okay, thanks.
Great, thank you.
Hey, thank you both. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. And I do appreciate Councillor Fry raising that question and the mayor's response. I've already addressed my thoughts around the CPC. I support it in theory. We don't yet know what's going to be happening there exactly, but I do know it's needed in some form. And our staff are working in, I know, the best interests of the entire community. And so committed to continuing to stay engaged. I do want to address whereas clause number 7, which makes it difficult for me to support this motion. And I'm disappointed that it's sort of couched in the way that it is to a motion related to a CPC, when many of these statements are much more political in nature. And I had a lot of hope reading whereas 7, given that neighborhoods' overall economic and social health is closely tied to its sense of security and safety. Agree. A long-term strategy that leads to lasting, sustainable safety and well-being for the community members is therefore needed. Fully agree. Addressing the root causes, that's refreshing because we don't have that conversation that often here, of the challenges faced by the area must nevertheless include, and then it kind of goes down from there. So talks about implementing mandatory care, which is a provincial issue. It talks about bail reform, federal bail reform, and then new measures to prevent the influx of toxic drugs. Well, I sure as heck hope that we've been working on that for the last 10 years while 7 people die in our province a day. So I don't understand why what are 3 very politicized and political planks in upcoming elections are being couched into a motion about a community policing center in an area that is afflicted by the symptoms of these challenges. It does nothing to address actual root cause, even though it says that. So there's a major gap there. So I hope that the CPC is not going to be branded with politics, and that we can actually get a really effective and community-centered focus on both increasing public safety for the benefit of all residents in the city, in the area, as well as a grassroots community approach that can discern between criminal behavior and poverty, really at the end of the day, and mental health, homelessness, which are not the same thing. So I'll leave it there. I am going to come to my decision at the end of hearing from others speak, but that had to be said. There's other ways that this could be framed, and I'll actually just provide one example that was suggested to me. It's not my language, but I think it's very good, that it could talk about the well-being for all community members is therefore needed, and this approach must include strategies that work to address the root causes of the challenges faced by the area while dealing with the ongoing predation of organized crime on the local populace and the negative outcomes that produces. That I would 100% get behind, and I think it's a very reasonable and appropriate language as it relates to this particular CPC and keeps politics out of it. I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Councillor Bly. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thanks, Chair. I will be brief. It's been a long day and it's getting late, but I will say I'm roundly enthusiastically support this model. I think CPCs are proven to have lots of positive benefits in the community, and it was really heartwarming, for example, to see the establishment I mentioned of a new one in Mount Pleasant, and how enthusiastically that got up and running with the community, and they really responded to their unique community by providing referral to things like food security and other services, and having a drop-in, and they pay so many dividends. The Chinatown Community Policing Center has taken an active role in clean up in the area and complementing the graffiti grants and other things that happen from council. So I think there's tons of good things that come from the CPCs. I want to thank the voices of the Gastown and Hastings area residents for roundly raising their voices around what they needed. And I appreciate that they were listened to and action was quickly taken. So I'm very happy to support this motion tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Klassen.
My remarks are going to be extremely brief. I know that this was an extraordinary effort requiring significant hours of consultation and collaboration, multiple levels of government, multiple stakeholders in the community, and it all responded to the urgency of the challenge that is faced there right now. I'm very much looking forward to visiting this new CPC once it's open. And I fully support this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I will keep my comments really short. It's a long day for everyone. So, yeah, so really the establishing the CPC in Gastown Hastings Crossing is a timely and really essential response to these urgent safety concerns expressed by the residents, business, and the visitors, which we heard a lot. And this initiative recognized the vital importance of fostering a secure and welcoming environment, which is also very crucial for the well-being and the prosperity of these communities. And it could attract more business and visitors to the community. And it will also enhance the law enforcement visibility and promote a collaborative approach for public safety. So I really support this motion, which is a really step forward to a safer and more secure and more inclusive Gastown and Hastings crossing. I can't wait to see the new CPC when it is open. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Joe. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I want to approach this with a very open mind and a supportive headspace. When I was setting up the CPC in Strathcona, similarly, a very complex community, there was a lot of apprehension around what policing meant in the community and what community policing meant. And we went to great efforts to ensure that it was really community engaged and it was about community safety. And one of the first things our CPC did was Narcan training. and offered Narcan classes and stuff like that. And I think there's a wonderful opportunity to broaden and flesh out. And so I really take to heart Mayor Sim's call to action about a new model of CPC. I think this is an opportunity to really do something differently. I talked to a lot of the boots on the ground police officers who work hard in the downtown east side, and I think there's a lot of nuance and understanding that goes on there, and I think there's a lot of opportunity to do something great with the CPC. So my one ask in going forward with this, which I will support, is it's just that we do engage the community in a really meaningful way, and that there is that board structure ultimately, and I don't want it to get in the way of getting this set up, but I think that it does have to have that level of connectivity. It's such a complex, diverse community. You've got divergent, very different populations, from businesses to residents to folks who live in SROs to folks who live in condos to people who use drugs to people who don't use drugs, people who run bars, people who drink in bars. There's so much going on there. And I'm looking forward to a concept that involves everybody in guiding what really it means to be community police. So,
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Mayor Sim.
I'm going to speak for my full 5 minutes now. So no, I'm kidding. It's been a long day. I just wanted to say thank you for all the hard work that everyone's going to be doing on setting up the CPC, and we can hardly wait for it to be up and running.
Okay, thanks, Mayor Sim. And I'll just pass the chair to Chair Klassen, just to make some brief comments. So, as a former Gastown resident, I have long been an advocate for improving community safety in the neighborhood. I think it's crucial. And I do think, and I'm feeling very optimistic that this new CPC will make a positive difference in the community. And to Councillor Fry's comments, there are many officers working the downtown east side who approach policing from a place of compassion and wanting to help people. And I think that's exactly what we're going to see at this new CPC. So I'm feeling really optimistic and very glad that this was, we were able to bring this together to have a positive impact on the neighborhood. Thanks. I'll pass the chair back to, I guess I'm currently chairing, but Councillor Klassen is the chair, so it's quite confusing, but pass it back. Thanks. Okay, so we will now go to the vote on the main motion. Clerks, if you could please take us to the voting panel. And council or committee, if you could please cast your votes. I'm just waiting for one vote. Okay, perfect. Okay, so that passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so you may remember previous to this motion, we set aside a motion. So we will need a motion from the floor to bring back that motion that was set aside. So moved by Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor Bly. Okay, so thank you for that. All in favor? Say aye. Yay, thank you. So now we can carry on with that original motion. So we're just getting that up on the screen, I believe. Might just need a minute here. Okay, so you see that on your screen here. If you'd like to speak to this motion, please add yourself to the queue. Otherwise, we will go to a vote. I'll just give people 30 seconds or so here if they want to add themselves to the queue, because I know you're just seeing it again after about an hour. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone add themselves to the queue. So we will now vote on this motion. So clerks, if you could please take us to the voting panel. We're going to vote on the motion. Sorry, I can do it now. For some reason, my screen wasn't switching. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thanks, everybody. Okay, now we will move on to our next item, which is motion number 7. protecting and enhancing green space for the East End, Chinatown, Hogan's Alley, and Strathcona, and is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Fry. So Councillor Fry, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I'll keep it pretty brief because it has been a long day, and I've talked to a number of you about this particular motion, and I think it's no secret that when the proposal for the fire station at this location initially came forward, there was quite a bit of concern in the community reflecting the lack of green space. In particular, that this is a low tree canopy and low green space area, in particular for a lot of the folks who live in the SROs and social housing immediately adjacent in Chinatown and in Strathcona and kitty corner from the future Hogan's Alley site. And subsequently, staff kind of reconsidered the initial intent to develop this as the temporary fire hall and are looking for other locations. The park board has expressed an interest to formally take this over as a park. It's currently a contracted services to maintain the trees and grass there occasionally, but it could use so much more, and it could use that protection. And indeed, one of the things that in talking to a lot of the elders who do speak English in that area, they really would love to see more benches down that side. So most interestingly, the non-parcel piece of the right-of-way north of Georgia doesn't. It has benches, but south of Georgia doesn't. And many folks have reflected they would love to be able to sit there, especially older people. Anyway, I could prattle on about this, but it is something of great importance to the community. And I know that when all is said and done, these communities matter to this council a great deal as well. So the ask here is to have staff report back on considerations for how we could actually assign this as a park so that it is protected. It's no longer just a vacant right-of-way that could be subsumed at any whim, and recognizing that there's a lot of density coming to this community and there's a lot of need for this. So.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry, and that's seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young. I did forget to ask if there's any conflict of interest on this. Anyone like to declare a conflict? Going once, going twice, not seeing any. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll now hear from registered speakers on this motion. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or opposition to the recommendations and may speak only once. And I'll also ask speakers if they're residents of Vancouver, if it's not noted on the speakers list. And our first speaker, I actually believe, is Commissioner Digby. Is that right, clerks? Okay. So do we have Commissioner Digby on the line?
Yeah, hi, good evening, Councillor Meisner.
Hi, good evening. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for staying so late, folks. Greatly appreciate it. And, you know, the reason we're here, I think Councillor Fry captured it there. People were startled back in June of this year when they were riding along the Union Bikeway or coming out from the restaurant at the corner of Gore and Union, and they saw this sign that had suddenly sprung up that said that this the park that the community loves there has been designated for emergency services. And so here we are tonight. Obviously, the city backed away from that. We're very grateful for that. I don't envy you. We definitely need improved emergency services down in that neighborhood. But this park is not the place to put it. And on behalf of the park board, I wanted to convey that we would certainly be interested in taking this over under our authority as either custody, care, and management or any other level. And I just wanted you to know that there were 10 speakers down at the park board, very passionate, speaking in favor of protecting this park. And one of the, some people found it incredibly visually refreshing to have this corner of the street protected as they come along. Other people spoke about the relevance as a community hub. All kinds of people come there from Chinatown, the east side, from Hogan's Alley people. Nora Hendricks' place is right there. All those places. It's a tremendous community site, and all the dog walkers go there. And then finally, there's 14 trees there, which provide tremendous urban cooling effect and canopy effects. So, there's just every reason that people brought this forward at the park board. I wanted to deliver that to you. We supported it unanimously. All the ABC and non-ABC commissioners down there. So I just wanted to speak very favorably towards this motion and encourage you to support it. Thank you very much.
Great. Thanks, Commissioner Digby. Let's go to our next speaker, Megan Winters. Have Megan on the line? Hi, Megan.
Yeah. Hi.
Please go ahead.
My name is Megan Winters. I'm a Vancouver resident, and I support this motion. I'm an SFU professor in the Faculty of Health Sciences, and I lead a program of work to support healthy and equitable cities. And for 15 years, I've worked directly with the City of Vancouver in volunteer advisory and research contract roles. I was on the panel that developed the Climate Justice Charter your council saw in the first months of your tenure. And many of the gatherings that led to this charter took place at sites in the downtown east side, Strathcona, and Chinatown. This is a really grounding location for the co-occurrence of climate and social justice crises. I'm also a 12-year resident in Strathcona, and living in this neighborhood has opened my eye to the constant advocacy needed on the part of this community to negotiate for healthy, safe environments. The motion that Councillor Fye has put forward outlines already how the community has the lowest tree canopy cover, the lowest green spaces. It's log documented in your city's maps and policies. And living here, when you're walking along and biking along Union, you really feel the heat as you approach Gore and the developed area that's intensifying. So numerous city policies identify the need to preserve and protect your green space. One, like your climate adaptation strategy, outlines the dangers of urban heat, especially for vulnerable residents like seniors, underhoused, those living in the downtown east side. And parks in the neighborhood that we have tend to be special interest parks. So Trillium Fields, Eddie Livingston, those are like turf fields. And those synthetic fields actually increase temperatures. So we need parks that are also like heat sinks. We've got neighborhood parks, Oppenheimer, that offer little shade and respite, but are really remaining critical for populations in need. The green space we had that's kitty corner to the area we're talking about was converted to temporary modular housing under the city's previous administration, and we do need that housing in our city. But those people living in housing like this also need these parks and green spaces. So as you know, many people in this neighborhood live in the smallest of apartments in the neighborhood in SROs or in social housing and co-ops at very high density, even directly adjacent to these spaces. And these residents often don't have any outdoor spaces. So we know this kind of park is needed. We built them. You've built them in the West End. You've built neighborhood greenways in other residential neighborhoods. And so it's really important that this kind of informal space is created and protected. This area is historically underserved due to past policy decisions and faces increasing pressure with St. Paul's development and densification. So we need welcoming, flexible, community-oriented spaces for gathering residents. Right now, the green space is used in this way. If you go by it on hot days, there's people lying under the trees. At lunchtime, there's workers breaking on the few benches that are available. And at all times, there's people walking their dogs. The park has a lot of eyes on it already with adjacent social housing, with a bustling local cafe, and the city's busiest bicycling route going right by. So it is a park for the people. It can be. It needs recognition as that. I hope that the elected officials today will see the value in this motion and move it forward towards formalizing this as a park, putting protections to it, and taking a step to address the justice issues around parks and green space in the city that show up in this neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Megan. We'll now go to speaker 2, Jamie McLaren.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Councilors. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm a longtime Strathcona resident, social justice lawyer, and a reluctant community activist when necessary. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today in favor of this motion. I'm on a work trip to California, and the arrangements here are quite inconvenient, but I'm managing along with you. As you all know, the subject green space at Union and Gore was born out of the fight to save Chinatown from a massive freeway project back in the early 70s. And it was part of the community improvements made after a number of harmful urban renewal proposals were eventually abandoned. This former right-of-way was meant to be a pleasant and welcoming green space for a mistreated neighborhood. So over time, improvements like basic seating and a bandstand that hosted the East End summer music concerts were removed, and the space is left mostly neglected. But now, every workday I walk by People's Park, as many of us in Strathcona like to call it, on my way to and from my downtown office. In its own way, and despite its neglect, it is a pleasant and welcoming green space in a neighborhood that's desperate for it. I often see a diverse range of community members, including many Chinese and Indigenous elders, using the space for rest and respite from the sun or the rain, or just taking a break from the noise and hustle of downtown life. If Council is determined to build more public infrastructure and social housing in Vancouver, as it should, I suggest that it look first to repurposing parts of the 6 public golf courses, totaling 2 square kilometers within city limits, before using this little patch of very scarce green space in our struggling neighborhood. Finally, I'll note that one of the main arguments for preserving the current Parks Board is that Mayor and Council cannot be trusted to protect and improve Vancouver's green spaces in the face of infrastructure and development pressures. Well, here's the first easy test of that notion. It's an easy win-win for the taking on a day when it looks like you need it. I encourage all of you to do right by the residents of the downtown east side, Chinatown and Strathcona, and to honor the troubled history of this little piece of land by putting it on the path to becoming a park that serves everyone. So thank you for listening.
Hey, thanks, Jamie. Speaker number 3, Dejaka. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Hi, good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. First of all, apologies for my voice. I'm just recovering from a cold, but felt it was really important to speak.
No worries,
Tonight.
we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jacka Blay. I'm the Executive Director of Hogan's Alley Society and a resident of East Vancouver, and I'm joining to speak in support of this motion. I'd like to begin with a reminder that this area of Vancouver was historically the hub of the Black community and a thriving neighborhood. Our organization is deeply invested in the future of this neighborhood. After years of community advocacy, we signed a memorandum of understanding with the City of Vancouver in 2022 to enter into a long-term lease and develop the Hogan's Alley block, which is at 898 Main Street, located across from the green space in question, as part of the ongoing efforts of reparations and cultural redress. We're working closely with the City of Vancouver to return the block to the community. In our consultations with experts like architect Sina Howard, the city committed to preserving spaces like the green space at Goring Union as places of celebration and community gathering. The Hogan's Alley block is more than housing. It represents cultural renewal and community building. The project will include a cultural center, social housing, and spaces for small businesses and childcare. The green space at 722 Gore Avenue, also known as People's Park, is directly across from this future development, and as such holds special significance for our current residents of Nora Hendricks Place, the 52-home supportive housing building we operate on the block, as well as future residents. We view this green space as a critical public asset for broader community engagement. People's Park can serve as a symbol of resilience and as a gathering place for cultural and educational events that honor the multicultural history of the neighborhood. Preserving it as a permanent park aligns with our broader goals of creating a welcoming, inclusive community. We also oppose the use of this green space for a temporary fire hall. Such a facility would disrupt the area during a critical period of redevelopment and contradict previous public commitments made to the Black community by the city to avoid placing a fire hall near the Hogan's Alley block. As the organization leading the revitalization of Hogan's Alley, we believe it's essential for Hogan's Alley Society to be a key stakeholder in shaping the future design of this park, and we envision a space that reflects the values of inclusivity, cultural heritage, and resilience. I respectfully urge Council to support the designation of People's Park as a permanent green space and to work with Hogan's Alley Society to ensure its development reflects the needs and history of the community. Thank you.
Thanks very much, and hope you feel better soon. We'll now go to speaker number 4, Commissioner Scott Jensen. Good evening.
Hi, thank you very much. Evening. Thank you very much for having this conversation this evening. I'm voting in support of this motion. I've been really pleased with what the City Council has done over the last couple of years in really addressing the concerns of Chinatown residents. I've seen the repaving of, obviously it's Kiefer, the investment in the neon signs. And I think that this park would be a great way to continue this attention toward revitalizing Chinatown. This is a space that's extremely valuable for the residents of Chinatown and of the surrounding Strathcona neighborhood. For me as a former teacher in that neighborhood, I know just how valuable that space is. I corrected or added to Commissioner Digby at our meeting that, for my students, it's not known as People's Park. It's known as their backyard. This is where they go to play. This is a space that provides them a place of nature within that kind of urban space that is Strathcona. We as candidates talked about, 100,000 trees. And so for us to look at, ensuring that this green space is maintained, to couple that with the commitment to revitalizing Chinatown, as a former speaker just stated, this is a great win for this council. And certainly I do 100% support this. Make no mistake about it, this would be an amazing park space that this park board would love to invest in and add the amenities that I think this community truly needs. So again, thank you very much for your time this evening, and thank you again.
Hey, thanks very much for calling in tonight. We'll now go to speaker 5, Adam Hawk. Good evening, Adam.
Just checking.
Just gonna check if he's on the phone. They're on the phone.
The speaker is not on the line.
Okay, we'll come back to them. Speaker 6, Thomas Fowle.
Just giving it a moment. Again, not on the line.
Okay, let's try speaker 7, Vicky Scully.
And also not on the line.
Okay. I know we just had 3 speakers in a row that weren't on the line, but I presume we should go back through. Okay.
Protocol.
Yeah, let's try speaker 5 again, Adam Hawk. See if they're on the line.
Still no.
Okay. And how about speaker 6, Thomas Fowle or Fowley?
No.
Okay. And speaker 7, Vicky Scully. Do we have Vicky?
No.
Okay. Okay, thanks for that. Okay, so that concludes the speakers list. Thanks for calling in this evening and speaking to our committee. So committee members, is there any discussion? I see Councillor Kirby-Young on the queue. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be brief because I know it's been a long day for everybody, but I want to thank and appreciate Councillor Fry for bringing this motion forward. It had occurred to me and he was quick on the draw, so kudos on that. I think when we have the opportunity to add additional park and green space in the city, it is a good thing. And I think the other thing that's really impressive is how strongly the community rallied and made their voice heard. So recognizing that as well. I do know how important parks and green space are in an increasingly growing city, but particularly in neighborhoods that perhaps are more deficient or don't have as bountiful parks available to them as others do. And so I think we certainly heard that sentiment reflected when the conversation came up. I think it was well-intentioned because we had Fire Hall 2 that it's one of the busiest in the neighborhood, and trying to have something that was close to ensure that we're providing those life-saving services within a close area. But I appreciate that staff pivoted and heard and were able to look at another option. But yeah, again, I'm glad that Councillor Fry has brought this forward. Very happy to support the motion and look at the opportunities to bring additional park space in. And I think that's something that this council has supported as well as, and I'm looking forward to hearing back on the ability to look at advancing some of our other park designations at the appropriate time to move from temporary to permanent where we can and it's feasible and practical. So happy to support it. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. And I just want to make a few brief comments, but Chair Klassen has left the room, so I wonder if I could pass the chair to Acting Mayor Dominato. Oh, apologies. Acting Mayor Kirby-Young. Thanks.
Go ahead. Thanks.
Thanks so much. Similar to, and I'll be really brief, similar to Councillor Kirby-Young's comments, this is a neighborhood with a deficit of green space, and I've been by this space many times. I don't think I ever believed it was an official park, but I always looked at it as a park, a pocket park. And it's shady, and that is fantastic in warm weather. And also we have the new St. Paul's Hospital opening nearby as well soon. So this isn't just in a neighborhood with a deficit of green space. This is also in a neighborhood that is changing, and there's going to be lots of demand for spaces of respite for the community. So I want to thank Councillor Fry for bringing this forward, and everyone that called in tonight to support it. So I'll take the chair back, and thanks again, Councillor Fry, who now has comments.
Yeah, and also just keeping it super brief, grateful for the words tonight and the support. And I just want to acknowledge just sort of how we got here, and with some gratitude for some of our staff. Deputy City Manager Armin had really taken up the time to talk to some folks and get some context. And I know Deputy Fire Chief Weeks had attended and met with members of the community. And, you know, I think we all, and the community indeed acknowledges the critical importance of the, you know, getting those services for our firefighters in the hardest working station area in the city. And I think that, you know, as it came to pass, this sort of seemed like an easy win because it was a right of way. And I think taking the time to now learn that it is more than just a right of way and that it is a valuable green space, and making those steps forward to now recognize it in a formal capacity is greatly appreciated by the community. And I thank council for the support.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Fry. Okay, so we'll now go to the voting screen, and committee, if you could please cast your vote on the voting panel.
Councillor Councillor Meisner, this is Councillor Klassen, can I get a vote assist in favor, please?
Yep, absolutely. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thanks, everyone. That now completes motion 7. So I need a motion to adjourn. Councillor Montague is seconded by Councillor Bly. All in favor, say yay. Yep, great. Thanks so much. So the standing committee portion of this meeting is now complete, and will now convene in council with Mayor Sim as chair to deal with recommendations and actions from today's committee meeting.
Great, thank you very much. We will now convene in council to deal